I love that new intro. Like, seriously, I do. Like,
This intro.
that new intro is awesome. Oh, okay. Hey, everybody. Welcome to our Star Wars birthday celebration, the official day, not May the 4th. Today is when it officially came out. So, like Loki said this morning, it's just they hijacked it and like, hey, May the 4th, you know. So
it was a joke. It was like a joke with Star Wars fans.
A bad pun, a very bad pun.
Yeah, and then they're like, the corporations like, hey, let's do this because you know. So you know.
Yeah. May the 4th be with you always.
We might have more people come in, but we are with the Startup 6 right here. Okay, so we got Ash. He's got Revan on there, so that's good. Hello. That's awesome. We got Mike. He's got one of the comic covers on.
That's how you're gonna introduce clobbering. Man, do the badass clobbering.
No, that's your trademark, dude.
That is yours.
That's your. I don't want to
mess his voice up.
Okay, do it for me then. Do it.
Clobbering time.
Hey, Logan.
That's your. I feel bad if I try to do it because that's your thing.
Yeah, you're the best at it, brother. But Loki, by the way, this comic here is not a reprint. So tell 24 what's up.
Yeah.
I felt like I was traumatizing him the other night.
Dude, he was. He's like, that's a reprint. That's a reprint. I was like,
no,
24 with 24's eyes were just like, man, it's a reprint.
No, blow that shit up. Blow that shit up.
You know what, dude? I wasn't messing with him. It was true. It's a reflex action. I shouldn't have said that, bro. I really wasn't teasing him. I mean, they were.
I know, right? We got Retro. We got Retro over here. What's that you got on the screen, Retro?
We've got the original Star Wars trilogy running there in the background. Came out in 1998. So that's
awesome.
One awesome game. Of course, like you can't play this unless you either own it or you emulate it. So.
Do you remember those giant boosts, like the walk-in boost? Damn thing even had a
yes.
Yeah. The original Vector, the original Vector graphics ones that used to sit in the cockpit. Yeah.
Oh man,
I remember them. They were awesome. Yeah, absolutely fantastic, brilliant game.
Hey, Lord Thoth, I sent you a link. You have a space on here, brother. Okay, if you want to come on, so.
Hey, Avon lives. Long live the Legion, buddy.
And and then we have Mark, but Mark's away for right now. He's muted, so he's there. But I gotta thank this, and I will say this: we gotta thank Mark for the wonderful new intro he did. We're trying to change things up, not add the same thing. So yeah, hey Lord Thoth, you're always welcome, brother. And I sent you a link. So
well, if you ever decide on a different set of music, let me know. I've got a huge stash of non-copyrighted music.
Oh yeah, I think we want to because I love that one. I think that should be the starting, but I would like something different for the ending too. So
well, just let me know, man. We can go over it sometime.
Oh yeah, we can. And I probably need your help with stream. What's the other one? It never works.
Elements? Stream Elements?
Yes, I need your help with Stream Elements.
Okay.
Because me too. So, because me and Mark messed up somewhere.
I will point you in another direction. I know somebody because I don't even know how I got mine set up, and mine doesn't make any comments. It just this person.
Yeah, I have it set up, and it doesn't say anything. I'm like, I don't know what we did. Because me and Mark followed the same thing that he had in his works, and he showed me the same path to what he did, and it doesn't work in ours. So, yeah, that sucks. We're gonna start off with Ash today. Ash did a little bit of homework.
Who's Ash?
And
just some creep.
Yeah, it's some creep. Yeah, so Ash is going to tell us some cool facts and a little bit of cool history about the original Star Wars movie that came out in 1977. So Ash, the floor is yours, brother.
Well, I'll start off with like my sort of like experience with the OT. So, I watched the OT like a good number of years back for the first time, and was like, okay, this is pretty cool. But by the time I'd watched it, I'd already watched the prequels because the prequels had already come out by then, and then I watched the OT, and I was already a fan of Star Wars by then, and unfortunately I wasn't able to watch all the original Star Wars films, any of them at the cinema. I mean, the sequels are the only ones I've ever seen at the cinema, but I was already a fan of Star Wars, and the OT is like a timeless classic. You can always come back to it and just have a great time. It's a great story with a great roster of characters to enjoy. There's a lot of great moments in those stories. So like so we're on the real Star Wars Day today, which is obviously the 25th of May. And for those of you that don't know why, it's because in the United States, A New Hope was released on the 25th of May, and that was back in 1997. One interesting thing was A New Hope was released in the UK on the 27th of December of that year. So, I mean, we could have a second real Star Wars Day, but a UK edition on that day. Sure. But that's that. So, I mean, you could, in theory, have watched it in the US, gone to the UK, and then just spoiled it for the entire UK.
Oh, yeah.
And a couple of other things. Like, originally it wasn't going to be called Star Wars A New Hope or just A New Hope or anything like that. It was originally going to be called Saga 1 The Star Wars, which is pretty interesting. And that was taken from the Journal of the Whills. I have no idea what that means, but yeah. And also R2-D2 was going to speak English lines rather than the beeping. But they decided that the beeping would be more fun, so only like 3PO's little dialogues with R2 would be a lot more entertaining, and then everyone else just looking confused, like what the hell's going on, that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, like also Han Solo originally wasn't going to be Harrison Ford. There's quite a few other actors that were going to audition for Solo. I mean, who was it? I literally had it up and I lost it. Oh, good God. Where is it? Bear with. One second. Kurt Russell. There we go. Kurt Russell was one of the few people that was auditioning for Harrison Ford, either Harrison Ford or Luke. But yeah, I mean, there was originally
it was Solo. He was auditioning for Solo.
And Christopher Walken,
yeah. So like the current cast could have been a lot different than what it would have been, but that's sort of the little intro roundup to the OT. I mean, you guys have are the real true fans that lived and breathed the OT and growing up with Star Wars, and it was part of your like teenage to young adult lives, and you were around the golden era of Star Wars. So I'll take it over to you guys. So who wants to go next?
Jed may have run, or he'll be back.
He'll be back.
There's some
the
issues.
Internet's messed up, so he'll probably kick in and out.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, obviously I'm old enough to have seen it at the age of 14 in 1977. That's dating someone, isn't it? Like everyone else, blown away by it. Didn't know what to expect. Kept seeing those commercials on commercial television, and when it comes to the release date, as you were talking about, Ash, you guys got it over there in December. Back then, it was just a different time. That was the official release date, 25th, and some people got it on that day. But there are a lot of other parts of the country that got it later. I don't have the chart anymore. There used to be one that told you what dates there were in different cities. but still, the official is 25th. But I can't remember when we got it exactly down here. I know it wasn't in May, but I'm fuzzy on it. But it was just there. He is there. It was just such an experience. Going to see it over and over again that summer, and seeing other films. There were some other really good films that summer, but going to see that over and over again, and sometimes like going to see it one film and then walking in and saying, let's go walk in and watch the end of Star Wars. I can't remember how many times I went to see The Bad News Bears and Breaking Train or Smokey and the Bandit. And when we got done, we were still at the theater waiting for a ride. Hey, let's go watch the Death Star battle for the 15th freaking time, stuff like that. So those are my memories of initially of seeing it originally. That, and of course collecting. As you know, the toys weren't out yet, but the trading cards sure were.
So. Yeah, the toys weren't out yet because they had that certificate.
Right. You had comics though. We had comics and trading cards.
Who did we just lose? Did we lose Mark?
Mark's just gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got those original comics.
Wow.
I've got 4 of those original comics.
Nice.
Just a second. Hey, Kaylee, I want to say this to everybody. Keely, sorry. Keely gave us the idea for the title for the stream, so it is all their idea for doing that. So.
Yeah, big shout out.
Yeah, big shout out to them. For doing
Roll Tide.
Yeah, Roll Tide. Roll Tide, Keely.
Yeah.
Roll Tide, go Tigers, Keely.
Yeah,
that's my response.
Yeah. The idea for Revenge of the 25th was all their idea, so I want to give credit where credit is due. So, okay, guys, go on.
I was just going to add, there's one thing that the reason May the 4th was signaled as Star Wars Day is because it was first used in 1979 when Margaret Thatcher took office as Prime Minister of the UK. Members of Thatcher's Conservative Party published a full-page advertisement in the London Evening News congratulating the new Prime Minister, which read, "May the 4th be with you, Maggie." So it stems back to Thatcher coming into Parliament in the UK, and wasn't actually a Disney thing, but it became more adopted by Disney, and Disney sort of did the whole "May the 4th be with you" thing, but actually originated in Thatcher's reign.
Well, I've never heard that. That's amazing, dude.
Yeah, I haven't even heard of that. And I want to say, Purple, welcome to the stream.
Welcome, Purple.
Hey, guys. Hey, sorry I'm late.
Oh, it's okay.
How dare you, Purple?
Yeah, I sent out like a bunch of invites, so I'm not expecting everybody to come because we're up against some tough competition right now. So, but I appreciate every single person that comes here. So thank you very much. Go on what you guys were saying. Sorry.
Well, Loki, your experience with it.
You know, there's so many people that have made connections with other movies that came before Star Wars that influenced Star Wars. Have you guys ever seen a movie called The Hidden Fortress?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that Kurosawa?
Yeah, that's Kurosawa. Watch
big
that.
Influence.
Big influence. You've got so many things that they pulled from. Dune, Arrakis, and Tatooine. They had sand crawlers. They've got sand crawlers. There's so many things that George pulled from to make that first movie. And, you know, watching all that as a kid, you'll never see that. But as you get older and you start learning more and more about where Lucas drew his inspiration from, you see all those classic, wonderful movies. And now, you know, today, and I'm not gonna rip on it too bad, but today, basically, people saying, forget all of the classics, stop watching all of the classics, stop using this formula that filmmakers used for decades to make great movies. There's a reason why today we are in an age of mediocrity, and it's because they have stopped teaching filmmakers to make movies that basically bore classics for decades, and Star Wars is one of those classics. It could have been a giant dumpster fire. There's tons of scenes that were cut. There's hours of footage that were cut from that first movie. You could almost do an original George Lucas cut, whatever, like a Snyder cut of the original movie, but that's not going to add anything to it. It's not. It's just gonna bog it down in bullshit. That's why it was cut the way it was cut. You know, there's some good scenes like Luke looking up and seeing the battle and watching the battle and then talking to Biggs. You wonder why they cut that out. You know, why Biggs telling him, I'm gonna join the rebellion. We're gonna get off the ship we're on him, and I'm gonna join the rebellion. And then he sees him at Yavin Base, and you're always like, wow, okay, all he did was mention Biggs to his uncle and his aunt. Biggs the tank left. I'll never get out of here. But
well, Loki, that is on the audio drama. On the audio drama, there's a whole there's whole 2 episodes that are just about Luke on Tatooine, and then it kicks off.
That's the radio
and then
show
they even do. And even into the third one, they even talk about you hear the battle in Vader and trying to get the Death Star plans, and Leia trying to, you know, I love the radio drama because they extended it. It's like 3 or 4 episodes and then it kicks off.
Well, from my understanding, the only part of that wasn't actually filmed was the bit with Leia on another planet. Yeah. All that stuff with Luke, all that was filmed.
Yeah.
Except for him flying the T-16 through that needle. That's the only thing they never filmed, obviously, because they never had the tech to do it back then.
No,
but everything else was filmed. All those scenes were filmed except for the race that Luke gets into and the bit with Leia off planet.
Yeah.
So you've got a lot of footage that a lot of people haven't seen. There is, of course, the cut scene you've seen where Luke's talking to Biggs, but they lost a lot of that. You have to understand when they did the THX version, there was film that was rotted.
Yeah,
that they had to pull from different sources to basically recreate that movie. There were scenes in the special edition and in the THX edition that they had to pull from different sources because the original film was rotting.
Yeah. Speaking of that, Retro, don't you have the THX version right there that you can show to everybody?
All right, hang on. I have actually got my versions. I'll start off. Actually, still got. There you go.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That
is that the laser disc or is that
that is the laser disc, and that is the proper that's the proper Star Wars. How it's meant to be seen. There
Last chance to own the original version of Star Wars.
Right?
Yeah, the sticker on it, man.
There you go.
Yeah, if you could just swing by my house and drop it off, that'd be great.
You'll have a hard time finding a Laserdisc player, dude.
Yeah, they're.
Well, if you could just drop off a Laserdisc player as well, that'd be great.
There was a special edition DVD set that had the special edition, and it's got that THX on. It's got the THX Laserdisc version on DVD. That's amazing.
I never could find that either, Loki. I looked up and down to find that. That's really hard to get now too.
It's the one thing about that.
Those are those versions.
Yeah.
Yeah. And these took me a hell of a while to find these because again, these have basically got the rip of the laser disc.
Yep.
In them. So it took me ages to find these.
Those are the ones I've got.
Yeah, that's it. Because I won't watch anything else.
Well, unfortunately, those aren't anamorphic, and there's a lot. I mean, that's probably the best way to watch the original. But I actually didn't buy them. I had the chance to buy them, and I said I don't want that. I didn't want. I was foolishly waiting for like a Blu-ray version.
Those are like $1,000.
Yeah.
If you can find those unopened, those are like $1,000 a piece if you haven't opened them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know if anyone ever remembers. I mean, I might be getting this wrong because I'm old, but when George Lucas actually said, no, I think it was when DVDs was first coming out, and I think he was like, "Oh, I'm not going to release Star Wars on DVD." So trying to get them, all the other movie companies were releasing their films on DVD, but George Lucas at the time didn't. So, me being the person I am, I went away and I got hold of this.
Oh my god!
These are actually on video CD. If anyone remembers that long-lived format.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. I've still got my CDI.
Yeah, CDI. Yeah,
let me see the front of that. Let me see the front again.
Yeah, there you go.
Mine has a different cover on the box, but it's got all the music with the extended disc, right?
Yeah, there you go. These are actually.
One of them has a different cover.
Yeah. Video. These are actual video CDs. And it took me a while to source these as well.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
These are they're not music. No, these are actual video CDs.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, because again, like George, at the time you couldn't get the actual films because I wanted them on DVD because I still had them on VHS, but I actually searched long and I actually found these on video CD. So there you go. That's it.
Nice.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, if you could just put that all in a box and just send it all to
Yeah, the shipping won't be bad. I mean, you guys are close.
Yeah.
Hey, you're only a couple of hours drive from me. I can drive up, no issue.
I ain't letting them out of my sight.
I'll send you his address. I'll send you his address.
Not letting them out of my sight. Tell you that now. No way. It took me ages to find them. No way. Not letting them go in a hurry. No, definitely not. But for me, Star Wars was obviously over here in the UK. I went to see it with me mum. My mum took me along to see it in some little flea pit cinema down where they live. And I think we were a couple of seconds late just to the performance. So when I walked in, we just missed the classic scroll. We just missed that. And then I walked in right at that second when you saw the battle cruiser pulling over the top. And as a little kid, I saw, there you go, look at that, look at the timing on that. That's what I saw as a kid. There you go. Now imagine what I thought of that when I saw that in the cinema. I mean, that to me just absolutely blew my mind because as a kid, I absolutely love sci-fi. Fantastic, love it. And of course, my Achilles heel is anything with androids, cyborgs, or robots, and Star Wars and a hero. You know what I mean? Star Wars. That was it for me. I was absolutely hooked, and I absolutely love Star Wars. Really do. I mean, I'm not an expert on it. Don't get me wrong. I don't know all the EU stuff, but Star Wars, the films, the original ones, loved them. Absolutely loved them, and watch them so many times over and over again. Just put them on, just sit back. Put me Laserdisc in, you know what I mean, Ash? Put me Laserdisc in and I'll sit back, flip it over, and then watch it on the, flip it over to the other side and then watch the rest of it.
Right.
Great stuff. But that's what Star Wars.
The Laserdisc, are they like CDs but vinyl size?
Yeah, I will actually, here you go. How about this?
Go on, Retro, educate me.
Go on. Right, these are actually these are an analog recording. They are not digital. They are analog.
Wow.
So like vinyl, but
yeah.
Oh wow. Nice. So it's basically video vinyl essentially.
Yeah. It's an analog recording. Wow. That's why they're so big because there was no compression or anything used like you do with.
Turn it over, did you? Did you have to turn it over in the middle?
Yeah. Basically, it's two-sided.
And then I take it just regular CDs, just compress that down and increase the density of the story.
Basically
that's how they got regular DVDs.
Digital, it's using compression techniques.
Oh wow!
Mm-hmm.
The first ones were using an MPEG. That was the first compression technique that was used, and that's how video CD and then DVD started. But yeah, Laserdiscs. Old analog, so that's why they're that big.
Cool.
Yeah, RCA had a competing format too. I have Wrath of Khan and a couple movies. Yeah, they look like big floppy disks we were talking about the other day. Yep. So it's kind of similar, like Betamax versus DVD, VHS, and both eventually. I think Laserdisc was the more popular, but then it eventually petered out, and DVDs took over. But I think the resolution was actually better on the Laserdisc than the DVD initially, if I'm remembering right. Or
not a bad picture. I mean, you can sort of you can upscale them and there's that, and you still get a decent picture out of them.
So what were the resolutions of those video discs?
God, to be honest, off the top of my head, I'll be honest, I don't actually know. Don't actually know off the top of my head. But I've got mine playing on my flat screen TV downstairs. But again, I've got it upscaled as well.
Right.
It comes up quite nicely. But if you put it in sort of like standard, you sort of like, it's probably half the sort of screen size when you're actually viewing it at original size. So you do have to actually upscale it.
I just looked it up. Yeah, so it's for regular TV back in the day for us old timers was 240 lines across, and then the Laserdisc was either 425 or if you've got the PAL version, which I'm sure Retro has, and across the pond it's 440. So it's probably like they're saying it's like twice the resolution of regular TV.
These are actually American because over in the UK, like everything else that sucks in the UK. So it was like, so it was trying to get hold of films. So that's why you had the dual players. You had the NSTC ones, the American, and then they had the PAL ones. And so my Laserdisc player will play both versions. So it's easier to get hold of American Laserdisc than it is actually the PAL ones. So that's why.
And then obviously it's not region locked, is it?
No,
it's all analog.
No, it's not region locked. No.
So you could buy your New Hope from the US and then watch it in the UK easily,
Again, like as a purist, that's what you do. You can sort of, if your Laserdisc player is still in good nick, you can transfer it down and then dump it down onto DVD, which I've done with a number of films to like preserve them, because you can't get them. They've never ever been re-released on DVD or any other format. So it's the only way you can get hold of them. Not through, why have you got that crazy old technology, old man? But it's like, that's why.
Well, loads of things are going like back to a modern retro style design. Like you see more MP3 players coming out, more like in terms of fashion, more old style fashion. It'd be cool to see like some of these older technologies have some revival, and then maybe we could get re-releases of the original Star Wars films on the older technologies, is maybe like with some more efficiency or reliability, because it'd be cool to just get some of the old technology, get a VHS player out and just whack in A New Hope and just watch that. And it's like the feel and the tactility of taking a VHS tape, just pushing it into your VHS player and just having the Star Wars title screen just come up on your screen. That's something that I'd love to experience that.
Well, it's like you talk about all my old Doctor Who stuff. Is like I've still got all the old VHS tapes, and they weigh a ton when you try moving them. They weigh a ton.
Pat asked, were you talking about the VHS tapes in that question earlier that you asked? Because he asked a question.
Well, I think he's talking about. I was looking it up. He's talking about the RCA disc. So that was the. I just posted the link
that's the ones. Yeah.
So I'm like, they had like Close Encounters on this. So some of the movies were the same, and then others were different. So and I was just picking some up on eBay because I like hanging them up on the wall, and they're kind of cool to have. But the laser just actually looks a lot better. The packaging, I should say, doesn't. And I think I'm trying to look it up, and it was probably a similar quality. But then the Laserdisc actually was, I was reading the Laserdisc was actually cheaper to make initially, but then they got the price of the video cassette down to like $1 each, and the Laserdisc was $5 each just to manufacture. So that's one of the reasons that went away. Plus, it's so huge. I mean, you look at the DVD players, how small they are now. I mean, I remember my buddy had his dad had the first, probably was a Betamax, I think. It was like a 40 or 50 pound thing that took up like half the cabinet, and it had this, you could only play like, they didn't have that extended play, and it was like, and he eventually threw it out. I'm like, oh, Mike, I would have loved to have had that, to put in the computer museum, but The other thing they did too, I think, with that Laserdisc, there's this despecialized edition, Harmy's despecialized edition.
Oh yeah, I've heard it. Yeah.
So people have been working to get the original edition back. So I still have my my videotapes, the original unmolested videotapes that I've watched over and over. But the quality is not great anymore. But then people have been working. They took Laserdisc clips and original footage they found, and they've been working to restore the movie to the original. The original version. That's what drives me crazy too. It's like Star Trek. We can watch, the old effects and the new effects, and you can flip between them. It's like, why don't they just make both available? You can choose what you want to watch. I mean, plenty of people like the original hand shot first. I mean,
the original THX versions, the one that he was showing earlier. There is a guy that is working on upscaling them to Blu-ray levels. Oh, right. So, and those are floating around on the internet. But they use the same algorithm that that gentleman who's restoring DS9 and turning it into HD. They're using the same algorithm that he uses to do that. And clean it up. And if you've seen the like Blu-ray version of the opening of DS9 compared to that, I mean, it pops. Wow. It's like, holy shit, that looks good.
I've seen a trailer of it, and I was like, wow.
Gotta see that when that comes out. Then gotta see that, definitely. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, because some things in the new Star Wars, I like a few of the things they did in the the upscale, in the new version, but it's just way over the top. It's like too much on some scenes. Like some of the effects are a little bit better, but it's it was fun to see. Like I remember, I always thought Star Wars, when it reopened, I wanted to go see it, and it was all sold out. So it was one of my buddies. We both love Star Wars, and then we had our wives, went out to dinner. And then we tried to buy tickets. Like the only show is the midnight show. So they actually, when they came back to the car, like, we could have lied to you guys and told us it was sold out again. But we got the tickets. So, God bless them. So then we were watching and my wife is like, this is too loud. It was I'm like, it's a spaceship. It's a Star Destroyer. It's supposed to hurt your ears,
I love when that Star Destroyer comes in. It's like,
so some things about the newer editions are nice, but just like give us the choice, to watch either one. So, well, just to jump into, I'm sorry I was late. I was dealing with some work stuff, but just everyone was telling their stories about seeing Star Wars. So, I was born in '68, so 9 or 10 or 11, depending on when I saw the movie. But I kept begging my sister and I. It was so popular. So during the summer, I kept saying, "Dad, you got to take us see Star Wars. We got to go." And he's like, "Oh, I don't want to go see it." And he's like, "It's too expensive. We just started a business." I think that was just an excuse. So we kept begging him. And finally, like one Sunday afternoon, he took us to the theaters. All right, guys, I'll take you to see Star Wars now. So, like Retro was saying, that, sitting in the movie theater and just seeing that opening crawl and that the Star Destroyer coming over, and you're like, oh my God. And I think that was probably, I'd seen Fantasia, maybe a couple of animated movies, but, you were like instantly transported to another world, and you were, remember the rest of the day, it's like, I got to see Star Wars. It was like, walking around like, 11-year-old big man on campus, but it was like, I got to see Star Wars. Did you see Star Wars? It was such a cool event. And my dad loved it too. I mean, he just, reminded him, of the old movie serials that he saw. There's a lot of, old, World War II. And actually, if you've seen the movie Dam Busters, there's a lot that I can share the screen after, but there's a lot of scenes that were taken. It's like a copy of the old 1955 movie, The Dam Busters, from World War II. But it was just, just blew, and everyone said that, it just blew you away seeing that movie. And the characters were great, and you had, Princess Leia, my sister loved, because she was a kick-ass, female character that, wasn't just, damsel in distress. And you had, I love Chewbacca and the robots and, everything about it. And what's great too is a lived-in universe. So, it wasn't like the sterile, as much as I love Star Trek, everything's perfect, Star Wars, you got the cantina, you got the Jawas, you got, the machines that look dirty and broken down, kind of like real life. So that was also groundbreaking thing. So it was just, you know, something I'll never forget. And unfortunately, that theater I saw was still was turned into an Apple store. So sometimes I go there and I kind of stand in the Apple store, I'm like, I think this is where I sat to watch Star Wars. But and you had those old big movie theaters too, where before the cinemas got all chopped up into multiplexes later on in the 80s and 90s. So you had like one big, huge, massive screen, which made such a difference too. So it was just a fun, unbelievable experience.
Yep, the theater I first saw it in is now a grass field.
Yeah, too many of those too.
Yeah,
yep,
yeah. The one I went to see it, that's been flattened now. Nothing left of it.
Yeah, the theater that I went to go see it was there until the late 90s, and they tore it down because the land, I think, if I remember right, they were renting the land, and then the land changed hands or something, and so the new owner of the land didn't want the theater there, even though it was a part of Arizona history, and they tried to save it and they couldn't. So they tore the Santa Capri down, and then they went and built it somewhere else, but it wasn't the same because it was like inside another theater. So I was just like,
What about you, Purple? Star Wars experience?
Yeah. Purple?
She's watching Star Wars now. Wait.
Hello.
Hey, Purple.
Hey. For me, I never got to see the original films when they were released at the cinema. I saw them all on VHS. Probably the same as you guys, wore the tapes out. But like Mark was saying, Star Wars means family to me. You know, I went to see all of these films, especially the prequels, with my family. I even saw the Force Awakens. God help me. Didn't see the other two, and I think that was kind of sad. But I think also, it is Star Wars Day, but it's also Geek Pride Day. So it's also a day for fans of Douglas Adams. It's a day for fans of Discworld.
Yeah.
Yes, don't panic.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Make sure you've got a towel. Yeah.
Make sure you really got to know where your towel is.
I always have a towel with me.
Know where your towel is.
Yeah. Yeah. My maturations are to thee. Yeah.
I don't have a Babelfish yet, though. I'm missing that.
I can't understand you. I don't have my Babelfish in my ear. Yeah, but Douglas Adams was a genius. I love Hitchhiker's Guide.
I love all 5 books in the trilogy.
All 5 books in the trilogy, that's right.
Yeah, that's
right. So Long and Thanks for All the Fish was the 5th book, right?
Yeah, brilliant. There was actually another book that was written by another author that sort of was in the similar vein to Douglas Adams. Not a bad attempt. So,
but there's no Doug, though.
No, definitely no Doug. But tip him a nod because he didn't do too bad.
Let's see.
Retro, do you have anything else to show? Oh, before that, Ash, do you have anything else to talk about or the show?
Not particularly. I did see somewhere that wasn't sure whether it was May the 4th or May the 25th, but the state of California declared an official Star Wars Day on one of the dates. I'm trying to find where I saw it again, and if I do, I'll let you guys know. But yeah, is officially declared Star Wars Day by the state of California.
Well, today or the 4th?
Hang on, that's what I'm trying to find.
Probably originally was
topic, and I'll find it for you.
It was probably originally was the 25th, and maybe they changed it now to the 4th. Yeah, because of the bad pun.
Probably so. Knowing California.
Like we, I joke with some Catholic friends. We would, in church when we were younger, Catholic school, we'd say, we say well, maybe the force be with you, and then the response be and also with you, which is the church response in the mass. So it's like,
here we go. I found it. Okay. It was May the 25th. The Los Angeles City Council declared May the 25th, 2007 as Star Wars Day in honor of the 30th anniversary release date of Star Wars. A separate initiative for observing Geek Pride Day on May the 25th is based on the Star Wars connection, along with ties to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, in brackets, Towel Day, and Discworld.
Nice.
So, according to Los Angeles City Council, it is officially Star Wars Day.
Nice. Well, Purple, you're a fan of all three of those.
I am. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
California actually did something right for the first time.
For once.
A big warning for anybody out there looking to get the 4K releases of the original trilogy. Disney does not have the original scans of the film.
Nope, they don't.
Everything,
Lucas does, I believe.
Yes, Lucas still does. Everything that's coming out above Blu-ray level, 2K releases, 4K releases, those are all upscale. Those are not actual. That is not an actual 4K release. They did not go in and remaster the audio for 4K. So all you're getting is a little upscaled version of the Blu-ray movies. That's all you're getting. Because I get people ask me all the time, is the 4K worth it even though there's special editions? No. You can get them on Blu-ray and they're going to look almost exactly the same. And the sound quality, which is what really pops in 4K, is going to be exactly the same as the Blu-ray release because they do not have the original audio. They can't go back and remaster that in 4K because Lucas is the only one who has it.
Yeah, well, I don't know about remastering the audio, but depending on what software they use, they could actually make the visuals better than native 4K. Because I don't know if you guys know about NVIDIA's DLSS, which is deep learning super sampling. They use that a lot to upscale video games. Yep. But if you apply that technology, I mean, DLSS 2.0, which is the next version, in some tests, the upscaled 4K turns out better than native 4K. Yeah. So a lot of old films can be restored with this AI-based software to look much better and give new life into these older films. So if we did have the native copies in 4K of the original trilogy, it would still look amazing. And then even then that could provide a better base to upscale maybe a bit further and would provide a better base to upscale to 8K when that becomes the new standard. Because I'm pretty sure when there's a new standard, we're going to want to push the OT to 8K, 16K and beyond. Because, I mean, come on, it's Star Wars. Who doesn't love Star Wars? And with this new technology, Disney could do that, but they need to do something with the audio, because if the audio isn't up to scratch, there would be a bit of a disparity, and depending on how much that disparity is, it could be immersion breaking.
Yeah.
Well, Lucas is all about sound too. Don't forget his studio created THX, so I think he's just who knows what the inner dealings are, but Loki, I've heard exactly what Loki said, that that he's got the original copies, and sometimes I've also heard they said, well, when he made the special editions, the originals got ruined, but I don't believe that. There's got to be some film somewhere, but he there's something about it. He just doesn't want that original version out, and if he wanted it out, he could have done it years ago, or made it available. So it's
I can understand why he wouldn't, because I think it's because the original trilogy was his. It was his passion project, his heart and soul, and I can completely understand him not wanting to let go of that and still have ownership of that because it's his. And I believe that was part of the clause to not touch the original trilogy in the handover to Disney. And and so they could preserve what was the original trilogy in its purest form, essentially. But then again, with leaps and bounds in technology and things getting better and crisper, we're going to still want to watch the original trilogy, all the classic moments of the Star Wars original trilogy in today's technology, and we would still want a better ground to start from rather than losing bits here and there. I mean, AI has come a long way and could possibly fill that in, but the better the starting ground is to native, the better the finished product could potentially be.
They've got to do that, because in the prequels, okay, what a lot of people don't know is Phantom Menace was made using film. They actually had film in the camera. Attack of the Clones, they used digital 1080p cameras. They didn't use film. To upscale that Attack of the Clones is a monumental task compared to scanning the film into 4K. There's a huge difference between making that leap from that digital 1080p film to something in 4K, and that's what the industry has to do, is find a way to do that makes it work.
It's like we were saying earlier with the retro showing the laser discs. Like we were saying that the laser disc copy was better than the digital DVD copy because analog is always going to be better. I mean, if you take just regular vinyl records, the sound quality is directly from the physical vinyl rather than digitally distorted. However minute, it's still digitally distorted.
Ash, I love you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Man, I'm a huge vinyl fan, and they're CD's cleaner. I'm like, no, but the sound, the vibration, there's so much difference between vinyl and CD. You don't even know, but it sounds clear. No, that needle picking up the sound on that record. There are so many minute differences that pop to your ears compared to when you're listening to a CD. Yes.
Oh, I love vinyl so much.
You have to have a good system, though, I have to say.
Yes.
That's the thing. Yeah. But it's just a shame. I think George doesn't want that original version out, so he kept control of it. But he wants his special edition that he kept working on. And even Disney Plus, I was reading, they changed the original Cantina scene again with Han. They keep messing it up,
Lucas,
and changing it, just like Daryl Hannah's butt and Splash that they covered up, made her furry. So that's the scary thing too, is because I think corporations want digital media to go, physical media to go away and just only be digital, because then each generation has to buy it, and then they could just disappear things or change things. Like we were talking about before, another stream, like Bad News Bears. Could you even, play that movie today? And then if they show it on streaming, they might just cut it or change it without you even knowing it.
Oh yeah.
And, with all digital, they can just change things and do things at will. And, you have arguments over, like, this is a friend, like, did Han really shoot first? Like we had that crummy VHS copy we were watching. Like, he did shoot first, but
he did.
But then you could disappear, you could disappear that or make it, changed on the digital version forever. And then you've got, your old VHS copy. And then as us old clunkers keep getting older, it's like, I've got a really nice old VHS machine. I'm praying never breaks. And, then it's gone forever. So it's a crazy situation.
Lucas's explanation of that is such horseshit. I didn't want to make Han a murderer. No, he wasn't a murderer. The guy was gonna kill him.
Han literally lit him up before Greedo could light him up.
Han shot first.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he didn't even shoot
he
first.
Shot
he shot
first.
only. He's the only one that shot.
Yeah,
he shot only. And then Lucas, remember he was filming the first prequel or whatever, and he wore that shirt.
Making fun of it.
Kind of funny,
yeah.
It's like, but that's why we love the character too, right? I mean, that was which was cool about him. He was a kick-ass, characters like Indiana Jones and when he shoots the guy in the market and he's twirling the sword around and he just boom.
You know why he did that, right? There was supposed to be this elaborate fight scene in Raiders, and he was sick. He had like a stomach thing, and he was just soaked in sweat. That's why he was literally out there for like a couple of minutes and was soaked in sweat. He was so sick, and he was like, "Can't I just pull my gun out and shoot him?" And that again in Temple, that was the joke when he reached for his gun and it wasn't there, and he had to fight him. That was the inside joke. Was they were supposed to have that fight scene in Raiders and couldn't because he was so sick.
In 1981, on opening night, after the daytime, I went to see Clash of Titans. It opened up. The Harryhausen film. Then I saw Raiders the same night, the first opening in 81. When that happened, when he pulled the gun and shot the guy, that theater did not quiet down for 10 minutes. I still couldn't stop laughing and just going, I mean, it was...
Oh, I love that part when he's like, whatever, walks away.
Such an iconic scene.
Nowadays they'd shut down filming for 2 months, and they'd wait. And back then they were just like, you know what? Why don't you just pull your gun out and shoot him? Good idea. Just pull your gun out and shoot him.
Just be done with it and just do it. Just like.
Was great.
The difference between filming something now and filming something then. We would have never got that. We would have never got that if they were filming that now. You'd hear about it on the news. Shut down. The Raiders of the Lost Ark has shut down production in India because Harrison Ford took ill and must be bedridden for the next 2 months. So all filming will be held. If someone could catch the stomach bug, so we're just going to stop everything and waste hundreds of millions of dollars while we wait for 2 months. And back then, they were just like, "Hey, can you pull your gun out and shoot him? Can you?" Yeah, I'll do that. Good idea. Fuck it.
Now we'd have to negotiate with him.
Yeah. All right. Listen, contact my lawyer and ask my lawyer if my character would do that, and then I'll talk to my lawyer and we'll discuss if my character will do that, and we'll get back to you. We'll get back to you in 3 months.
No, looky, what was that video you showed, and then Lethal showed it, where they had all those woke people and like, point of invitation, can you guys not yell and loud and stuff? And he goes, that's how it'd be, so.
He shut it, mate. He's a paper bag and a bucket. Now get on.
Yeah. Here, we'll have the bark bag handy, Harrison. Just pull your gun out and shoot him, and we'll be done with the scene.
Let me share the Dam Buster screen. I'll just go through. I won't play the whole thing, but I'll share someone did a really nice video of comparing the two movies, and if you can see that. So I'll just play it and stop with the sounds off. But it's just
make sure the sound's off. So.
Yeah, the sound's off. Yeah, but they're showing. Then they compare it. So they're showing Star Wars, and then they go into the movie Dam Buster. So that part of they've got to destroy this German dam, and they're showing they've got to drop a bomb like right on one spot there to take the dam out, which is they've got to make that like 1 in a million shot. So then they're showing they compare how you've got to come in and make the shot, and it's you can see where it kind of took part of the inspiration came. I'm sure George Lucas saw this movie and made it his own. So then they're comparing side by side the different shots, and that's why that's what part of the reason Star Wars works so well, because it was such a fun it was realistic and gritty, and it wasn't just spaceships at a distance, and so then this is the shot where the bomber's got to come in and drop the bomb onto the dam and make that shot. So it's a lot of the and of course when you think about it, that's Lucas's generation, and that generation, they grew up seeing all these all these movies, so and all these influences, so that that influences what what they make and what they do. Yeah, so here he's trying to do the siding. Look at the shot there, and then the bomb is skipping in, and it goes, so it's almost the same, same architecture, same, whatever you'd want to say, the same structure of the movie, and then here's the dam, getting destroyed. So it's really, really cool. So, and it's a good, it's a good movie to watch too. I'd say go watch the Dam Busters too if you hadn't seen it. So it's a fun World War II movie, and and it's really interesting to see how there's the the shot of the bomb going in, and then
or we can do this. We can just do.
Well, I can do like 3 seconds.
No, you can. No, wait. Pause that for a second, then I can do this.
I did. Yep, I'll just stop and share. Yep.
The Praxis ring.
Yeah,
the new one. Yep.
Yeah, that. When Mark got that for me, I don't think we couldn't find any of the original stuff. So
I didn't look hard. I didn't pay attention. I'm gonna lose my tech support job. I'm gonna get demoted. Got the new explosion. Yeah.
I know. And then I was like, Mark, it has a ring around it, right? He's like, yeah, I know.
Sorry.
I was like, come on, man.
I don't know how many of you guys know about critical theory, what they're teaching now. But basically, if you are in film school, you are being taught to go back and look at anything anyone made before you and find reasons to call it a piece of shit. That is what they are teaching. It's called critical theory. Mm-hmm. And you're being critical, even to the point of finding things that aren't there. Your job is to find flaws in the movie, and if you don't think there are, make them.
Oh my God.
Because
twist an interpretation of it, basically.
Yes, twist an interpretation of it, so that you can find all the flaws in something, even if it's groundbreaking, even if it's revolutionary, even if it was the best movie at the time. Find flaws in it. That way you can say, this is trash, but what I'm working on is golden and legendary and will go down in the annals of history. That's why we got the whole Last Jedi debacle. But that is how they're being taught. So back then, when you had Lucas looking at something like that, looking at a film like that and borrowing from it, they can't do that today, because if they do that, they're going to be accused of basically brown-nosing Lucas instead of finding all the flaws in his movie and saying, I'm going to be so much better than he is. You can't use a formula that came before you, because you're supposed to be critical of that formula and say, well, it never really worked. Anyone that ever used it, and Rian Johnson is so fucking guilty of this, you round-headed bastard. that way we made the stories were never good. You need to use my way, because none of the shit before you was ever good. And that's exactly what's going to happen to him eventually. None of Rian, and that's how they'll teach it. None of Rian Johnson's shit was ever good, even though we all applauded it, even though it's the bestest ever.
Oh my God, it was so great.
Eventually, they're going to go back and look at all the flaws and say, no, your shit was trash. Just like they've done over and over and over again. That's all critical thinking and critical theory gets you, is everyone else's stuff is trash. Your stuff is the bestest ever. And they do the same thing in comics. They've done the same thing in Star Wars. They've done the same thing with all of
it. Doctor Who, DC, Marvel, Star Trek, you name it. They've done it in everything so far.
When I heard that explanation from Adega, I was like, no shit. Mm-hmm. He said, yeah, that is how they are teaching it, is critical theory, being critical of everything, even if it's flawless. That way you can say, this never worked, we're going to do it better, even if it doesn't work. And eventually they get called out on it. That's how they're going to present it. And that's what obviously Disney is doing with their version of Star Wars. We're doing this. We had the first gay kiss. We had the first gay character. We had the first trans this. We had the first this. That immediately makes it better than anything that came before it. That's why you've got such bash-heading moments. I can hear Clobber Times hitting his head against his keyboard right now concerning comics.
And then they cut those scenes out when they have to sell the movie in China.
Yeah. Exactly. And what Iron said is true. Now the comic pros want a new comics code too. They do. They want a new comics code where you can't do anything provocative. It's super snowflake stuff now.
It is true, and it's everything from Alien to The King and I is now considered problematic.
Oh my God!
Have you seen the 5'2" girl that's going to be in Predator?
Hmm?
The 5'2" Comanche princess warrior.
Loki, let's not forget, it's a ripoff of Mulan too. Okay, they're ripping Mulan off for the new Predator movie.
I'm not digging on height, Purple. I'm just saying 5'2" Indian princess versus 6'9" Predator.
Yeah.
And who's got better weapons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ash,
Raquel,
I like your
Raquel's here.
picture, Ash.
Hey, Raquel.
Yeah.
Raquel.
Raquel.
Hey, number one, love you.
Why don't you put
sent
Raquel's
you-
comment up, Jed?
Okay. I'll be so glad when I can get a computer and I can do this.
Yeah, I'm not digging on short girls, Purple. I'm just saying that 5'2" Indian princess versus 6'9" Predator. No.
And that's
It's gonna be the bestest ever.
Absolutely.
And that's why these films have all done so well.
She's gonna kick that Predator's arse.
Because she's going against gender norms.
Yeah, she's gonna lecture that Predator again about gender norms. And
gonna
it's
bore
gonna
the
run away in fear.
Yeah. Like those guys.
She's gonna give it a very stern lecture.
Predator's gonna do the indie shot and just shoot him one time and let the movie be over with.
You're gonna hear him. No, you sit. You sit.
Down, you're gonna listen, mister.
Yes.
You're not hearing me, and you're gonna stop othering people by butchering them and killing them and stuff.
Raquel, you did look in your Twitch. Whatever the hell they call it. I sent the invite over there if you want to.
The Twitters.
Twitter, yeah.
Twitters. The twatters.
Twatters.
Twatter.
You know, Loki, I'm shocked for when you did the thing and then afterwards I was all pumped up and I got on with Purple on her show. I'm shocked Twitter didn't ban me, like, from what I said. I was like, let's burn it all down.
Don't give him any ideas.
Burning things down, okay, because they have so many BLM and Antifa on there saying burn it down. You get skipped over.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. You get skipped over because there's.
Well, I did say F China too, so
One day, someone will dig into your DMs and get you canceled for that.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, they already did try to, like, a couple times already. So.
Well, once China takes over, then you'll be in trouble.
Yeah, your overlords, the China overlords.
Yep. Well, you guys are just so toxic. I mean, if only Arnie and Carl Weathers had hugged it out with the Predator and talked about its feelings and lectured it about othering people.
Very naughty boy.
Then that movie would have been so much better.
I'm like,
you know what I think is brilliant? Yesterday, my stream got demonetized right in the middle of it. I went from having
Retro, your mic, brother.
In the middle of it?
In the middle of it.
How do you find that out?
Yeah.
You keep an eye on it. You keep refreshing. Because I knew I was talking about Disney and China. I knew what was going to happen before it happened. They're still running ads on that video, even though I'm not getting paid for it.
Yeah, they will.
Well, they said you can do it on any video. They can do it on any video now.
Yeah, they also let people take samples of your live streams or videos content.
Really?
So you have to go into the the backstage into and unselect it.
Wow.
And look, I love YouTube for giving me the opportunity it's giving me, but still, there's some wonky ass shit happening.
Do you got a fan on, Retro?
Mate, no.
I know that's your mic.
It's a retro mic. It's
yeah,
really old.
I know that's his mic because it happens every time we talk.
Retro, you got to get digital, not analog. Just kidding.
Yeah. It's like going down a tunnel. It's like
he's using the record player.
You know.
We love you, Retro. Yeah, I thought it was my mic at one point too, but
no, I know it's his because every stream that we've been on so far with that mic, I know it's his. And it was just me and him at one point, and it did it. So that's how I figured out whose mic's been doing it. So
Retro will fix it, I'm sure. Yep.
Yeah, Ash, I love that picture, dude. I love that game. That game's awesome.
Oh yeah, Cal Kestis and BD, I think it was, is from the game Jedi Fallen Order. It's such a good game.
Cool.
Yeah. That's the only decent. It's the only decent Star Wars game they came out within 10 years of EA owning shit. Like, literally.
Yeah. Apparently, it's been called, some people have called it like the best Star Wars story since KOTOR.
Wow.
I wouldn't go that far, but, yeah.
That's what I've heard.
Cool.
Well, I loved I'm old school gamer, so of course you had the Star Wars, the first Star Wars game. Well, you had the arcade game. I think Pat S. mentioned. I love that, the Wireframe game. You can actually buy it now, and you can get, or you could do an emulator. Then they had, the first X-Wing fighter, which is just phenomenal. And everyone, I think, says the best one is TIE Fighter. If you haven't played that, you can get it on Steam now, play it through DOSBox, but I mean, phenomenal game. It just holds up so well. And I just bought the new Star Wars Squadrons by EA, and it's pretty good too. But it's just something was magical about that old TIE Fighter game and those missions.
Yeah.
And, it was just I just played that for hours and hours, and you bought a special controller back then, so you can move your shields around and change your throttle, and you felt like you're in that universe. It was
there was
much fun.
X-Wing, there was TIE Fighter, then there was X-Wing versus TIE Fighter.
Yep, the multiplayer.
And then they had the one where
Alliance,
X-Wing Alliance. Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
So Steam has those on sale once in a while. You can like on, usually they do it now, unfortunately, May the 4th, but they have like a Star Wars week, and you can buy years ago I bought a bundle with 30 or 40 Star Wars games, even though I probably have them already, but it was just so easy to have them on Steam, and then you don't have to find the DVD or the CD, and then it's made to run on DOSBox on a modern computer. So
I would like to welcome Raquel to the Star Wars birthday celebration. Yeah.
Hey, Raquel.
Hello.
Hey, Raquel.
Yeah, I just wanted to pop in to say something about what Loki was saying about critical theory. And I think it's great that people have started to talk about critical theory, but I think it's very important not to blame critical theory for what's happening right now with entertainment. It's not. Critical theory is one implement amongst many implements that we use in social science to sort of look at communications, how we're interacting, and how our signs, symbols, and artifacts affect our society, and how we get along, how we communicate our needs and the rules of our society, and what we expect from one another, and so on and so forth. So it's not critical theory that is to blame. Critical theory, just what it does is it takes a text or a sign, a symbol, or an artifact, and it takes it apart, and it shows us what's really being said and what the implications are beyond that. And so, I use critical theory, but I use critical theory in the realm of the Socratic dialectic. And that's just very fancy talk for making sure that we're using critical theory and we're questioning what is true, drawing in lots of sources. So in comm theory, I use rhetorical, semiotic, phenomenological, cybernetic, psychological, sociocultural and critical traditions to look at things that are happening in society and say, what is the effect? I think the problem here is that usually when you're studying critical theory, you're waiting until you get to graduate school. And usually by the time you've reached graduate school, you understand critical thinking. You don't just passively imbibe information and take it as true. You test to see if it is true. And so it's very important that we point out some things that we know about critical theory that we know as postgraduate and graduate students. And that is that critical theory has a lot of faults, and you learn about this in graduate school. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that you really do need to look into critical theory to find out just how wonderful it is. But it is very limiting when it's all by itself, because nothing exists outside of the text. And I know that sounds really super nerdy, but I just want you to understand why the Socratic dialectic is so important in critical theory. Because critical theory just looks at that one little text. It does not see anything outside of it. That's why we have to bring in other social science implements to look and see if what we are establishing is actually true. In my master's thesis, when I use critical theory, I use critical theory to examine the truthfulness of the lore behind emoticons. Where did emoticons start? So do you see how you can use critical theory to establish what is true if you're bringing in all of the other apparatuses that are available to you to test what's true? Does that make sense?
Raquel, would you say that a gun is a good thing?
Well, that has absolutely nothing to do with
it does. It does though. It does though.
No, actually it doesn't.
It does because if you teach someone how to use a tool, if you teach someone like you're talking about, teaching someone how to use a tool. I was taught at a very young age, this is a tool. It is not a toy. It is not something to hurt someone with. This is a tool. And if you are taught correctly and you respect that tool, then it can be used as a tool to help you. If you are not, like you just said, because you got your master's and because you were taught how to use this thing and to incorporate it with other things, how to use it, then it can be a positive tool. If you are not, though, some of these people coming out of college with bachelors, with artist degree, that have taken one class in this and think they know how to use it, then it is not a tool. Mm-hmm. It is a weapon that is being misused.
That is a very, very good statement and articulated very well. I thought you were going to go down a garden path.
No.
I thought you were going to batter up on some logical fallacies, but no, you held firm. And no, that is true. And that's my main concern, is that people are like, oh, critical theory is so bad. Critical theory is so bad. No, it's just the people who are wielding it. So I have some notes here that, and I don't want to turn this into a graduate seminar, but I want, everyone at home to know, I'm going to read you some points, and I want you to know what people who are studying critical theory and using critical theory correctly and judiciously, what our criticisms are of critical theory. So what makes critical theory weak? And so I have them written down, and I'm going to read them to you. And if you have questions about them, then you can ask me, and I'll do my best to answer. So one thing against critical theory is practical reason is based in particular situations, not universal principles. Another weakness in critical theory is there is nothing outside of the text. So you just stay in that little text and you don't look at anything else. Critique is imminent in every authentic encounter with tradition. Self-organizing systems models account for social conflict and change. Critical theory confuses facts and values and imposes a dogmatic ideology. I want to say that again, because this is not opinion. This is what socio-psychological apparatuses reveal about critical theory. I'm going to say it again. Critical theory confuses facts and values and imposes a dogmatic ideology. Critical theory imposes an interpretive frame and fails to appreciate local meanings. This is also very important because when you're bringing in ideology, those local meanings bring a lot to bear. Another criticism, once again, this is not opinion. This is the consensus amongst scholars. Critical theory is elitist and without real influence in social change. And critical theory, you should also know, is widely criticized for not offering any type of resolution or healing mechanism in the problems it reveals in society. So in other words, it is in a never-ending pursuit as an apparatus, as a thought experiment, as a theory apparatus. It is unable to achieve resolution. It can only identify problems. So I hope that this helps you folks to understand why I believe that the critical theory should never be imposed on a subject without the Socratic dialectic. And the Socratic dialectic, just fancy talk for bringing in lots of different apparatuses, different thought experiments, different theories to make sure that you are testing if critical theory is doing its job. So critical theory is really, really super great in exploring problems within a society, but it offers no resolution, and it has its own weaknesses. It has its own faults, and these faults are well known in scholarship. They are well known in the academic community. And I just want you all to know that. So an academic who is actually using a communication theory and teaching critical theory at a graduate level would be teaching the usefulness of it and why it can be problematic, why it's useful, and why it ought not to be used alone. Does that make sense?
And Raquel, that's what's unfortunate, is that a lot of these kids coming out of college are being told, if you can't find something to be critical about, make something. And that's why I use the analogy of the weapon. If you're being taught correctly how to do this, then it can be used to discover so many things about film, the film industry, how movies were made, how that was done, what didn't work, what does work. But that's the problem, is they're not being taught like that. They're just being given a weapon and being told point and shoot. And you can't learn like that, which is why I use the gun analogy.
And well, actually, you used the gun analogy to good effect, and I'm impressed with it, because you didn't go down the garden path of logical fallacy and drive me up the wall. What you said was actually very smart and wonderful. The problem is, Stone Loki, is that we have a lot of people with a Bachelor of Education teaching undergraduate students. Now, this is a very unpopular thing that I'm saying, and it's going to upset a lot of people, but I'm just going to give my opinion. And my opinion is that if you have a Bachelor of Education, you've gone to school basically to take a lot of first-year courses in some difficult material, but you've mostly learned studying how to teach people. And you're teaching people from textbooks, and you're learning theory about how to teach people. And that's great. The problem is that university was not designed for this in the beginning. In the beginning, university was actually meant for experts in their field to teach people their expertise. So when you were learning communication theory, you would learn that from someone like me who's studied communication theory for over 20 years. And you would go and you would see a master, and the master, not a doctorate, but a master would teach you about these things, and they would be subject matter experts. But what we see transpiring in undergraduate schools is this idea that people need to study education so that they know how to teach people. They're not subject matter experts. And the most important thing is getting the student to a parchment which enables them to have a credential to get a job. And certainly that's not what this kind of thing should be for. People should be studying critical theory in graduate school, and they should be learning from experts. And if your expertise is just teaching, then you should be teaching teachers. If your expertise is critical theory, if your expertise is theorizing communication, then you can go ahead and teach it. Do you see what I'm saying? You know, when you can have someone who studied this for 20 years teaching it to you, and so you understand the axiology, you understand you understand its usefulness, its practicalities, its weaknesses. Or you can have someone who's basically just studied teaching people, and they have no meat on the bones, as it were, and they're teaching people these ideas from a textbook. Who would you like to learn critical theory from? Someone with a master's or a doctorate in communications, or somebody with a master's degree in education? And this is what's happening in our universities, and we really need to stop it. Having an education degree should not be enough to teach adults. You should be an expert in that exact field if you're going to teach it in university. Full stop.
It's also being taught in high schools now too. There's a lot of controversy in my school. They, are working. They've got texts and things that they're reading, and they're not allowed to read them at board meetings or the BOE meeting because it's so controversial in the language and what's the theories that are being put forward, and yet the students are expected to read them. And it's just like you said, it's just being used to tear things down and to make things, say how horrible things are without going out into the world and seeing what the whole picture is and how it fits together. And it's just being used to for lack of a better word, brainwash or just get, a certain ideology across without, and I'm seeing that in kids that I talk to and going through college and, younger people. And I've always been, an amateur historian and love reading and research and things like that. And they've just only see one point of view and one side. I remember being in a philosophy class in college, and the professor was talking about how fantastic Cuba was and how great it was and all these things. I said, well, if you talk to some of my friends that lost their whole livelihood and everything to Castro and his regime and had, relatives killed and people tortured, maybe you wouldn't see it so great. He's like, well, you're just telling me propaganda. There's no way that's true. I'm like, would you like me to invite them to come up to the class or talk to my, one of my roommates? His father escaped from a concentration camp to, come to the West and things like that. So people don't know the full picture, and they're just using this theory just to decimate, a point of view that they don't like, and it's been promulgated, and it's very, very, very dangerous. So, film is one thing, but then when you take it to society and the core of what, makes, I think, the West so special, it's a very, very dangerous weapon that's being used. And I think you and Loki have really done a nice job of, expounding on what the problem with that theory is and not making it, well-rounded point of view when you're examining something. Just like you do in science, you look at all different theories in science and how things work. You just don't take one strain or one point of view and say that's it. I'm not opening my mind up to any other possibilities. So.
Yeah, and it's not only that, it's also being incredibly honest with the flaws of an apparatus. So an apparatus can come. It can be constructed of almost innumerable parts, and the way of looking at things that help you to understand meaning, sense making in this world. And I think that the most important thing for people to realize here, and I am speaking as a communications and technology expert, I have a master's degree in it, that critical theory confuses facts and values. And that is really super scary if you're not open and honest about it. And the fact that it is known to impose a dogmatic ideology is also really dangerous. And so if you have a bachelor's in education and you've studied for 4 years, you've studied how, especially to teach small children, that's usually what happens with a Bachelor of Education. You've taken a lot of credits in teaching people, but you've not taken credits in these subjects. And I think it's high time that in our universities and even in our schools that we start demanding something beyond an education degree. I believe, and this is very controversial and people are probably going to throw rocks and rotten fruit at me, but I believe that you should have to obtain a bachelor's degree in an actual subject. You should actually have to study mathematics for 4 years and then go and take a teaching certificate. I don't think that a bachelor's in education should be enough to teach children or adults anything. I think that people need to learn to demand subject matter expertise in all teachers. Somebody should not be able to get a bachelor's of education and basically take gym and learn about teaching gym and physical education, and then wind up being your child's grade 9 math teacher, or heaven forbid, your child's grade 11 social studies teacher. I can't teach where in the country I come from. I can't teach children because I don't have a Bachelor of Education degree. Who do you think would be better to teach your junior high school student social studies? Somebody who studied social studies for over 21 years, or somebody who studied physical education at your local community college?
That's the same way. And I have a friend who's a really good artist, and he was teaching substitute teaching, and he's got a master's of art degree, but he can't teach in my state because he doesn't have the teaching certificate to teach art. So I was joking. He said, "You're telling me, Chris, so Leonardo da Vinci couldn't come to your school and teach art full time because he didn't have he wouldn't have the master's or the education certificate to teach, although he's got a master's in it." But
there was a professor that There was a professor when I was getting my master's degree in psychology. There was a professor that asked in the beginning of his class, the very first class we had, who in that class had problems with chemical dependency counseling or chemical dependency, and who had problems with alcoholism. Half the class raised its hand, half the class didn't. And he told half the class that didn't, you might want to find another class because there's going to be concepts that I'm talking about that you simply don't understand. I'm not going to tell you to leave, but you might want to consider it because there's going to be things I talk about in this class that you're not going to understand. And he did that because he believed that to talk about chemical dependency, to talk about drug use, talk about alcoholism, you have to have a frame of reference. And if you do not have that frame of reference, you're just not going to be good at it. Uh-huh. And that's what he believed.
Mm-hmm. I just want to say Happy Star Wars Day, everyone.
Yeah. Hey, Raquel, I want to say, what is your favorite? What did you go see Star Wars? When did you see it?
I saw it when I was a kid.
In the theater?
Did you see it in the theater? Did you see it in the theater?
That was the last time that I saw it too, because Star Wars, there are 3 films. They're fabulous.
Yeah. But did you... What did you think about it when you saw it?
Oh, I thought it was marvelous. I thought it was very different than Star Trek, but I thought it was marvelous, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed the 3 Star Wars films. There are 3 Star Wars films. I'm such a jerk. Look at Iron Caster.
There's a lot of people feel that way too. Though I mean, although the prequels have been growing on me as compared to the new stuff. So it's just. But I just but you watch them over and over like you do Star Trek, Raquel, or you're just more of you saw them and that's you're not like.
I saw them and I thought they were great. I've watched them a couple of times. I think they're fabulous. I have folks around me. I don't like to talk about my personal life, but I have folks around me who tried to get me to watch the other stuff that they're calling Star Wars. And I was mostly amused and ate all the popcorn and left.
Okay. The other 5 movies?
Star Wars did affect Star Trek a little bit, with the success of the 77 film. That kind of, there were, as everyone knows, they were working on a second Star Trek series, Phase 2. And then, you know how studio execs are. They saw, why don't we make it in a movie? Because there's a movie with got the word star in it. And Star Wars was big. And I love the motion picture, don't get me wrong. And I love a lot of the Trek films, but even though Nimoy was not going to be a part of Phase 2, which is a bummer, who knows if he might have come back for a cameo. I still wish it had stayed on television personally, but that's the way that one went. But there is a correlation between the two in a sense.
Yeah, and Star Wars and Star Trek.
Please excuse me for 1 second. I want to address everyone in the chat who's now disappointed that we shifted the conversation. To those of you who would like to discuss this or to hear me speak about this with a panel, you would have to go to my boss for that. That is Clobberin Times. That's the channel that I work out of. I'm his commanding officer, number 1. He's my captain. If you'd like to have a panel on that and you would like to learn more if you would like to learn more about, I beg your pardon, Freudian slip, about critical theory, it would be my absolute pleasure to talk about that and to talk about the education system and the way that credits unfold in an undergraduate's career, what they're actually educated in, what their parchment actually looks like. When you flip that parchment over, what classes have they actually taken? If you would like to have a stream like that and just get to the heart of the matter of how we're educating people and where these conversations are coming from and how they're starting to affect our society and sociality, go ahead and get a hold of my captain, Clobberin Times, Clobby, and we'll sit down and we can put together a panel and we could talk about that. And I'm sorry if you're disappointed that we shifted gears. It's actually the whole reason why I joined today was because Loki brought it up, and I thought that it was important as a person who wields critical theory and is an expert in communication theory that I jump on the panel, but don't want to derail the train either.
No, we're just glad to see you. And yes, you can contact me. And we can do that. And if anyone wants to see that, well, they know how to reach me, of course.
Hey, Jed, I have got to pop off. I've got to get ready for the round table for tonight. Yeah. But Raquel, like you said, wield. It's all in how you wield it. Thank you so much.
I like that I said implement, and then you went to something that would shock people, but make people consider. And I don't think I would have used the gun reference, but I thought that what you said and what you did there was very good. And I just absolutely loved your comments today, and I'm so happy that you brought them up, because instead of just bitching and whining and moaning, you're actually going after the ideas and the concepts that are shaping what's happening with our beloved IPs. So Stone Loki, you know how much I love you. Yeah, I know. Great comments. You're great. Great comments today. Love you, love you, love you. And if we do that panel, you ought to show up, mister.
I will. If you guys do that panel, count me in. Count me in.
Mwah, mwah, mwah. I'm going to miss you on this panel. Thank you so much for drawing me into the stream today and then leaving me.
Yeah, Loki, Jesus.
I know, right? Oh my God. But thank you guys so much for having me. You guys take care, and happy Star Wars Day. Happy Star Wars Day.
See you later, Loki.
What am I doing?
Cheers, dude.
Purple ran out?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. She just poofed. So
love you, Purple. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Purple Valkyrie was.
She had to run.
Yeah, I think she had to run.
She had to, yeah, she put a note. She had to run. Yep. So she said happy.
I bet you it's in the
happy Geek Day.
Somewhere.
Yep. She had to run. Yep.
Yeah.
Love you, Perp.
Beautiful lady. We love you.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so I apologize.
I do have a Star Wars question for the panel. I do have a question. Star Wars lightsaber duels, sequel trilogy, or no, sorry, not sequel because those are piss poor. The duels are not piss poor, but OT or prequels. What duels are better?
You know, I gotta tell you, it's tough to go against that one. I mean, what you say with you one about the prequels, and I don't hate the prequels like a lot of people do. Actually, the one in Phantom Menace is, even if it is 2 against 1. And even, I mean, there are a lot of good ones in the prequels. So they're really stylish. Those are probably the most fun to watch. But as far as dramatic effect, nothing can quite touch the 2 between Luke and Vader, both in Empire and Jedi. For me, just for actual dramatic effect, those mean more to me. Even though obviously the slickness and the choreography of the ones in the prequels are a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I will say, like he said, the 2 in the original saga, or that first time when Luke gets him on, the Empire, and then the second one when he becomes a full-on Jedi, and then the first one in the Phantom Menace, and then Revenge of the Sith. You were my brother, Annie. Those 2 start and the end. I gotta say that. That last one was just nuts.
You know, some people say it went on too long. I not for me. I mean, I thought it was great.
The one in Revenge of the Sith was badass. I mean, I get the feeling people say it went on for too long because a lot of the parts were literally them just swinging around the lightsabers like nobody's business. And then like they'd swing the lightsabers, do these crazy little like choreographed styles and sequences, and then the lightsabers would make contact. But I do get what you mean. Like the prequel duels are a lot more flashier, and the OT duels have a lot more weight. But then again, the duel between Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, and Darth Maul, and the Obi-Wan and Anakin duel in Revenge of the Sith, those were, for me personally, on par with the Luke and Vader duel in terms of impact and depth.
Yeah, especially toward the end of that one in the Sith. I mean, that was, I thought that was an absolutely magnificent piece of acting by Ewan McGregor when he's, you were my brother, Anakin. And because back around in the early 80s, after Empire came out at a con somewhere, we picked up there were people selling this Fall of the Republic that was in the form of a script. It was like obviously a photocopy. There was going around all over the place, and there was synopses in it, and there was synopsis of the film or what they were planning for Fall of the Republic, and no one knew if it was legit or not. But it spoke of a fight, between Anakin and Anakin and Obi-Wan, and by a volcano, and it described that scene. And some of us believed it was real, some of us did not. And then it always stuck in my head. And then finally, when we got the prequels, I was like, maybe that is going to happen.
Yeah.
And then, of course, so, and I guess that kind of stuck with me for so long. Maybe that had even more of an effect on me. But say what you want about the prequels, they just, Raquel's talking about criticism in general. You should have critical thought about everything. You could really criticize them to death, but they also have some good moments, and I think those I like those bits.
That opening scene in Phantom Menace when they're fighting the Trade Federation, whatever you think of that movie, but it's just, oh wow, this is so cool to see the Jedi fight like that, because one of my favorite all-time scenes is Return of the Jedi, when Luke is finally a Jedi and he goes to Jabba's palace and he kicks butt basically, and you see him, and that's why I think that scene in Mandalorian was so fun. So and of course I agree, they really up the fight. I found there's a video I'd like to share too, where someone upgraded the original Star Wars scene. I I'll just clip through it. I won't.
Yeah, brilliant.
Won't share everything.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So this is a fan.
Or...
No, it's actually they added. I'll just play
added scenes into the original lightsaber battle between Vader and Obi-Wan. It's really good. It's brilliant. If this would have been in the original film, I think that would have made it even more kick-ass than it already is.
Okay. I still say Mace Windu isn't dead either.
One second, real quick. Raquel, did you say you had to take off? Are you staying with us? Or?
Yeah, I should probably duck out because now you guys are going to totally geek out. And
we would never.
And it's also on films that I haven't spent a lot of time with. I really love the original trilogy, Star Wars, and I'm the OG girl forever. You know what I mean? Original gangsta Star Wars.
We still love having you.
Yeah,
but we still love having you here, though.
Yeah, I love you guys.
Thank you for
so
coming,
much for
Raquel.
Inviting me, and I'm sorry for shifting gears there. It's just, everybody's talking about critical theory, and perhaps we should get together and really talk about it so that people can articulate themselves and be empowered by the information that surrounds critical theory, because it's not the end all be all. It is a highly flawed communication theory that deserves examination. And so if we're going to use that word and we're going to talk about that theory, I would like to empower all of you with the full body of knowledge required to talk about it. So, and that's about it. So I'm going to stop ruining your Star Wars panel. I love you all very much, and have a great day.
Love you, number one.
Take care, Raquel.
Bye, Raquel. Take care. Bye.
So this scene here,
this looks badass. It's like it got the impact and depth of the OT, but like the flair and dramaticism of the prequels.
Yeah, this is brilliant, because this is what you needed to see in the original.
Yeah.
Because it was like as much as I love the original, that scene it happened too quickly. It just happened too quickly. This is awesome.
Look, this is great. I mean, I think it gets a pass, not just because of the time it was done. They were not literally, a really old guy in Alec Guinness.
Yeah, it couldn't fight.
Even story-wise, they were both pretty old and beat up. But
they both were.
But this is still just really cool to see.
Yeah, this is brilliant.
Because remember, that's David Prowse in the outfit right there.
Well, yes, but that's wow. Look at that.
Well, I'm just saying. For people
this
who don't
is really
know.
Cool.
For people that don't know who's in the outfit, that's David Prowse.
Well, I mean, wait a minute. You mean in the original, of course.
Yeah, in the original.
Yeah.
I like how Vader's throwing a few punches in there as well. So it's not just purely lightsabers.
Yeah, it's cool.
Nice.
So actually, I'd like to make a version that puts this scene into it.
Well, I mean, you could cut it in, couldn't you?
Cut it in,
edit it in. Yeah, that would be cool.
Because this doesn't really take away from the movie, if you want to see the original, but
this
adds
definitely
to it.
adds to the movie.
Oh,
this makes definitely. it. I'd say this actually makes it. I say it was kick ass anyway, and it just adds that little bit more.
Well, it just adds even more.
It's just brilliant. It's just brilliant.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because Obi-Wan was a kick-ass warrior.
Yeah,
in
exactly.
the prequel,
it's such a like. It was all gearing up, and then bit of this, bit of that, and then boom, he's gone, and it was like, wow. You want
this is the kind of thing I don't mind. I hate so much what Lucas did with special editions and stuff like this, but this is what you could have ideally done with the effects of the type they fit the time, and I don't mind that too much. Again, not that I need it. I'm fine with the movie the way it was, but this is still cool to see.
Yeah.
I like to actually cut through the cloth there.
Yeah, they actually you could see the cloth.
Yeah.
And it doesn't hurt anything like some of the garbage he did in the special edition.
The special edition.
Forget about the special edition.
Trying too hard is my line.
Yeah. Who's like, it ain't broke. But this though, I say I definitely edit this into the original.
Yeah, because it fits the characters that we've.
Yeah.
It because
what you need is to bring that dude who did that in an interview, get him on the channel. That's what you need. Ask him about.
Yeah.
So 1.3 million people watched that video. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But one thing is though, like, if we take that in the context of Obi-Wan being all grizzly and old and very mature in his years, I don't think he'd be as dexterous as in those. Like you see him like flipping around and like sliding on the floor and things like that.
But again,
with his like lightsaber choreography and his skill, and you going through all the different lightsaber forms against Vader, yes, but I don't think he'd be like jumping up and down as much. He'd use his his lightsaber skill to like sort of aid in that, I'm guessing.
Yeah, well, that's what kind of didn't make sense about the prequels with Yoda. Like Yoda can't walk, and then all of a sudden he's flipping around. Like, but it's kind of suspension of disbelief, or maybe adrenaline kicks in, or
Yoda was like
that's the Force, though, isn't it?
He's using the Force.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He doesn't use it to walk, but he uses it to do all that stuff. Yeah. But no, look, I mean this works. And again, the thing about it is. How did he get so old for the 19 years between 3 and 4 anyway? I mean,
but if you lived on Tatooine with 2 suns every day beating down on your ass, you would age too. Okay,
sure. I'd be lucky if I looked that good.
Yeah.
Well, it's a galaxy far, far away, a long time ago, right? So maybe time works different, right?
That's short lifespan.
Yeah, but it's. Go ahead.
I always found it really interesting, just looking back into some of the fan theories about before the prequels came out, what people thought things like the Clone Wars were, and what all the fan theories people had going for what did they think was supposed to have happened in all that time. Things like what were the Clone Wars actually supposed to be? There's all kinds of really fun stories out there like that to go look into. Like one of the ones I came across was people thought that the Clone Wars was an army of just planets, so it's like pumping out clone armies to go fight each other. Was the Clone Wars?
Yeah. And that all came from that one line in the first Star Wars movie where Luke, was getting the lightsaber from Ben, and he says, back in the day, I'm paraphrasing, but your father fought in the Clone Wars, and it was just like one throwaway line. Wars? And then it was, it was, that spawned all that imagination and fan theory, and and then finally you got to see it kind of in a disappointing way in that second movie. You didn't get to see the cartoon really fleshed it out, but just those throwaway lines. It's amazing how that kind of became a whole thing in and of itself, because you wanted more Star Wars. You just had the 3 movies for all those years. So
every line of dialogue just became something people clung on to and wound up making into such something so big or so grand, where it became a mythology.
Yeah.
It's Star Wars. It's become like one of the biggest things in all of pop culture. I mean, even around the OT time, from what I can tell, it was huge back then as well. Like, huge cult following back then, and like. I fully believe what you would say. Like every bit of dialogue would be dissected word for word, like read between the lines of the dialogue, try and extract whatever theory they could come up with. And I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure Lucas probably would have seen some of these fan theories and maybe even potentially incorporated them into the prequels without even like telling us that. That's what he did. I mean, he may have done that. We don't know. But it'd be interesting to see what he would have incorporated if that is something he did do.
Yep.
I wish they would get away from the Clone Wars, because I think they're beating a dead horse on that. So they that's just my opinion there.
Well, I think like with all the media that's currently out, and even like today's day and age of like all the future projects, I think they are like, I think they're sort of wrapped up the Clone Wars in a bow, and they're sort of like going between episodes 3 and 4, before episode 1, and between episodes 6 and 7. Like, those are the time frames I think they're focusing on, because I think they're too scared to do anything after episode 9 because of all the mishaps of the sequels. So I think they're trying to like play it. But even then, like, fans want to see the franchise progress forward. They want new original content to move the universe forward. But like,
they had the chance
they're playing it safe. Yeah,
they
exactly.
had the chance to do that, and they didn't do it.
Exactly. I've been reading like the first Thrawn trilogy book by Timothy Zahn, and like I'm the kind of reader who like picks a book up, reads a couple of pages, put it down, picks a book again, a couple of weeks later reads a few more pages. But like I'm like halfway through chapter 2 of the first book, and already there's so much depth and detail to that. I mean, there's in the start of the second chapter, there's dialogue of between Luke and Leia sensing Luke's feelings in the Force, but they're at the what is now the Sith Temple on Coruscant, which was formerly the Jedi Temple. And like just reading through that, it just blew my mind. I was like, wait a minute, they're here? They're having dialogue? Leia's openly talking about using Force powers and stuff. And like, it's just so much depth and detail right there. And it's incredible. I mean, there's so much stuff in the EU that they could have used, and it's a damn shame that they decanonized the EU, because there's so much rich stuff taken from it.
But remember, Kathleen Kennedy said there was no source material for the past 40 years.
Biggest load of BS ever.
Hey, there's no source material. There's no extended universe. There's no Thrawn trilogy. There's no Jedi Academy trilogy. There's nothing there. There's no comics. There's no movies. There's no video games.
Of all the lines they've ever said with this new ever since they bought Star Wars, that's the one line that will haunt them forever.
Yeah.
Seriously, like
no
what are you doing? Games. That doesn't exist.
No video games. What?
Okay, and I will say this: Shadows of the Empire.
Turn that off. That is not real.
Yeah, that's not real. That's not real.
Yeah,
it's not real there. Yeah.
Which one is that one? Which one's that one? Right?
That's the arcade version.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, the arcade where you get to fight Vader with the lightsaber and stuff.
Oh, right.
I love.
Who's that guy with a black helmet with a red laser sword?
He didn't. Laser sword. It doesn't exist.
I wasted so much money on that game. It was unreal.
And then I bought years later. They had like a game you could hook it up to your TV separately. Had like a lightsaber with reflective material on it. And you could actually play against it. It was kind of primitive, but my kids loved it. And, like the Clone Wars really got like the young kids into Star Wars too. Cause, without, once the prequel, you had the prequels, but my guys loved, all this Clone Wars stuff and the gear and the guns. And then we played like Lego Clone Wars and Star Wars Lego and, and of course you had all those great games. So there was so much there. And then not to see the original gang back together in the next movie, at least on screen, or having one final mission was just so disappointing. That's why we love those original movies so much, because it was so well done.
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you my experience. Well, here, Iron. Before I say that, what was your first? Did you ever see any of the movies, in the theater? The original.
I didn't get to see one in the theaters until the Phantom Menace. However, some of my earliest memories with Star Wars comes from my father. Like, my father was one who was always kind of building it up for me. He was building this hype for it. Where he would just like, I think he was actually the one, before I knew anything about Star Wars, was the Vader Luke twist. Mm-hmm. So that was like one of the first things I remember. My dad was always like famously misquoting that. And
no, that was an alternate timeline that screwed us over when the Mandela effect hit. So
I can always remember when I'm real little, like 7, 8 years old. Whenever it's on TV, I'd get so excited. I'd go running and tell him, Dad, Star Wars is on. It doesn't matter what point the movie is. I'm like, Dad, we gotta watch it.
Yeah, like every single time Empire came on or Star, like Jedi is my least favorite out of all three of them because they had little tiny things that were supposedly to take out the Empire.
Those are miniature Wookiees. They just weren't full grown yet.
Not being mean. I'm not being mean, Ironcaster. I'm not being mean, Iron. But you already know what your other friend said, and I was like, he goes, "There's a reason for that," and I was like, "That's true." Like,
we got 2 great movies. We got 2 great movies about the Ewoks. Act like they don't exist. And I don't get.
There's a reason for that.
Okay, come on. You've got like a Burl Ives-esque narrator telling you the story all about the Gorax, and then you see just like ferrets and chickens.
Yeah, it's like the Christmas special doesn't exist, and those movies do not exist. Like, but yeah, I got forced to watch that on my birthday one time, and I was just like, what is this? Like, I was younger. I was like, what is this? I was like, are they high? What's going on here? Like,
they never blink.
Yeah, I was like, what's going on? I'm like, somebody's like,
Well, it said Carrie Fisher when she wanted to clear people out of her house, she would put on the Christmas special.
Yeah, the Christmas special is the worst one out of all of them. Look, Mike put up right here.
There's some Star Wars comics. In '77,
good stuff.
When the film came out, cool. I mean, this that's all you had was comics and the occasional book.
Mm-hmm.
In between films, and the 3 years between films, and in '77, it's just film blew so many people away. The Marvel comic was gigantic. Yeah. They had multiple 6, 7, 8, 10 printings or whatever it was of the first issue alone. This, of course, was the Treasury edition. They had multiple adaptation releases, and of course, after issue 6 of the standard comic, they had new adventures in the comics. And Roy Thomas, who used to edit the comic, Archie Goodwin used to do most of the writing. Used to have he would correspond with Lucasfilm, but they wouldn't tell him everything. So they had control over what went into the Marvel comic, but they didn't tell him a lot of secrets either.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is why, and of course, Lucas was, they were adding a lot of stuff. The whole, reveal of Vader, who Vader is. Marvel didn't know that. That's why there's a Star Wars annual in which they go to this planet and they're told a story by this alien how many years earlier let's see here, how do you put it? A Jedi named Obi-Wan Kenobi and his two Padawans. One was named Darth Vader, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one was Anakin Skywalker. Had visited the planet.
That's because Anakin had a split personality and turned into Vader. So
that's why this Jabba was cut out of the original film. That's why Jabba the Hutt was a skinny, yellow, monkey-looking dude.
Yep.
He can walk too. So
that's why they had a talking rabbit.
Yeah.
They're bringing a figure out of that figure.
They are doing the
Jax figure.
Jax figure.
Yeah.
And I didn't order that. Actually, I couldn't resist.
Really?
Yep.
Oh wow.
I broke my moratorium on action figure purchases again. But yeah, I love reading these Star Wars as a kid, and years later I bought all the volumes, the collected volumes. I think there's 7 or 8 trades.
And probably not trades.
I don't know if they're still in print, but. I think you can get these digitally too. I'm sure you can get these digitally.
Yeah, you can get them digitally, but
Marvel's been putting out the Epic collections, so they have been putting out
the Epic collections are pretty good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they release these as trades then, or
there's trades.
They have new Epic collections. I found them at Ollie's like dirt cheap, a couple of them. So yeah.
Ooh.
And,
it was Archie Goodwin was on this, and who else was
he did most of the writing. I mean, the adaptation was by Thomas and Howard Chaykin, and then later Carmen Infantino and drew it for a long time. Archie Goodwin wrote it for a long time. He was, of course, the late Archie Goodwin was one of the top Marvel writers. DC actually did some DC stuff as well, but I just love looking at these old covers. This is one of the funny covers. That's kind of a small. You can't see that one there, probably.
Where
There's the one with Jax, I think.
Just disavow that High Republic cover. Don't look at that one right there. Okay.
Oh, is there? I'm sorry, I didn't see that. But there's there's Jax.
There, that cover, yeah.
They're doing an action figure of the rabbit, dude.
Jax. Yeah, I got it. I'm getting it.
Are you really? Wow. I like the one on the cover that's an adaptation of issue. It's issue number 2, so it's still taking place in the cantina from the film. And Luke is saying something like, "Swing that saber, Ben, or we're finished." Well, and they're being attacked by all these beings.
You do know that's kind of how they got the idea for Bucky O'Hare was from that
issue
too. Yeah, it is. Yeah,
of course, because was it Michael Golden? Was reading comics like the rest of us.
Yeah, and he was like, "Hey, that's cool," and they're like, "We can do Bucky O'Hare." Like,
it's I did pictures there. Yeah. Yep, this was all still the movie right here. They were still adapting the film. First film, the battle with Darth Vader to the death, and there's Luke Skywalker, and here I stand, though I may die. No, Luke, none of that happened. Oops. When they adapted these, they hadn't seen the film yet. Chaykin and Roy Thomas. Yeah, they were working from early scripts and things like that. Because comic adaptations. But yeah, remember those days when every movie had a comic book adaptation?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And then you get it ahead of time, and sometimes they didn't spoil things. Sometimes they would, I mean,
we were so lucky the amount of merch there was.
They would do alternate things that weren't in the movie, and then when the movie came out, you're like, hey, that wasn't in the comic. Like,
I remember Conan, Labyrinth. We're just checking the value of that those went way up. There had to have been a Superman. I'm trying to remember other old time comics.
Well, the first Superman film didn't adapt. The second one didn't. The third one was Superman 3 was the first one to have a movie adaptation. But
I love that bounty hunter cover.
Yeah, of course, this was much later than the original film. This is when they also had multiple formats for the movie adaptations. Empire had Marvel Super Special, had a little bitty small little paperback book in which Yoda looked very different. Yoda looked like a little, because it was based on original drawings, and then later they redrew him for the Marvel Super Special. And this comic broken up version, the abridged version there, so by Al Williamson. And but yeah, comics. Look, if you were a Star Wars freak back then, and we all were, like you had some cards, the toys were just starting to come out. And you had a few books. And you had comics.
Yep.
It was a big deal back then.
Yeah, so nothing else. And then you had, years later, then you had the games, but the games weren't at home. The beginning was just the arcade games.
Oh, yeah, the arcade,
You were just starved for Star Wars, content, So, yeah, the comics were a great outlet and a lot of fun to read. Yeah. And I think I bought the comic too. One of them there's a lot. Not that we liked the movie, but there was a lot. I think it was the Last Jedi comic cover, or one of the issues is named The Last Jedi.
Yeah, in the comics. I was going to show that. I was trying to find it. Yeah, it was a Simonson cover called, and it was a story. By the way, it was a pretty good issue. It took place, I think, in between Empire and Jedi or something, and they will go to this planet, and there's this princess there that's being protected by this blind old Jedi alien with looks very alien. He uses a stick, and he never got a chance to go train to be a Jedi because he swore to defend this woman or something like that. Yeah. Pretty good character. Yeah, I don't know if you remember.
That's kind of how they got the character for Rogue One. They kind of.
I think they probably did.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that pisses me off. They go, well, the EU doesn't exist. Well, they go into the EU and like, hey, let's take this. But the EU doesn't exist, everybody. Remember that.
Yeah, well, Loki was mentioning
that. Yeah.
Jyn Erso was a character from the games. And what's the? I played the game before. It was Dark Forces, or they just grabbed. It was just they just kind of changed the name a little bit and said it's a totally different character, even though
there's also
that.
Shadows of the Empire too. Which is a really good game. I love Shadows of the Empire.
Oh, yeah. There you go, retro, the British version.
Oh, that's cool.
They're driving on the wrong side of the road.
Yeah. What's going on there? Yeah.
Can you please pull your X-Wing over? Thank you.
No then, Sonny. Where's this you're off to?
I bet you bought... I bet you bought Star Wars UK, Marvel UK, the Star Wars Weekly mag, huh?
I bought Star Wars stuff. Yeah. I had like I had the pallets, the kind of toys. I had the models. I had the models of R2D2, C3PO, as well. I had the original Boba Fett character as well, still in its box, and then sadly I gave them away when I got older. I was like, oh no, and I still had it in the box when I gave it away as well. So biggest regret. Why did I do that? But yeah. And,
I love how that. Oh god, yeah. I mean, I love how this is not even in the film, and this is still the movie adaptation. Hurry, Chewbacca! We're being attacked by the Death Star. It's too late, kid. We're finished. Huh?
Yeah. What? Hey,
what? That didn't happen. Luke Skywalker strikes again. What? What do you mean by that? What the hell? I don't know what the hell they were doing. Oops. Yeah. I love that. I can look at those old covers all day. Good.
Oh, the amount of merch though as kids, it was just absolutely awesome. It's just the amount of things you could get that were Star Wars based. You name it, they made it, and it was just like, and all the fake stuff as well, the fake lightsabers that appeared over here in the UK as well. You know, brilliant stuff.
Yeah,
and again, the bubblegum cards as well. I remember collecting them as a kid, trying to collect them all, because to say when you used to turn them over, they'd actually make the movie poster that we've got as our background. But I never ever completed the collection, and again, of course, like they were lost to time as well. I wish I still had them, because like the price that they're going for now is ridiculous.
I still have all my blue cards, and I think it was the next series of red cards.
The red ones,
Second, I have all the red, missing a few blue, and then a lot of the orange. And I was actually reorganizing them, and I bought dividers and page holders, and trying to get those all together. I'm at work now, otherwise would show them. But yeah, those cards are so much fun to trade, and when we were on with Lorena, we were talking about that, swapping at lunch,
swap with your mates,
try to get a card, and then like it seemed like, I don't know if it was true, like certain cards were tougher to get than others. So I don't know, number 73, I'm throwing a number.
Yeah,
it's like, we're like, you have to trade like 5 cards to get number 73, or whatever the number was. It was tough to get.
It was kind of weird.
And you ended up with like a million different ones. Or then we had the stickers. Now I have a couple of stickers left, but you take them off and put them on your trapper keeper, your binder or whatever, your book bag or something.
Yeah.
So then you're looking up on eBay like how much those stickers are worth now. Like, right. But you're a 10-year-old kid. You're not thinking about that.
No,
you're
exactly.
like, oh, cool! I got this awesome sticker.
Oh, yeah. Pat S in the chat saying the gum. Yeah, used to cut your gob on it. You think like that. It'd be like chewing razor blades.
Hey, you think Lucas stole this? You think Lucas stole this from Marvel or got pissed at Marvel? Look, this was 2 years before, or a year and a half or so before Empire Strikes Back. You think he said, "Oh, I should take that title. Look at that comic, The Empire Strikes." He goes, I think I'll steal that title and add the word back to it.
Yeah.
That was way before Empire, though.
No one don't notice if I go ahead and do that. I'm George Lucas.
Rare John Byrne cover of a Star Wars comic. I find a big one of it, though. I hate it when you find they're always small, little covers.
Yeah, you can't blow them up sometimes. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
We need 24/7 here to blow that stuff up.
Just don't tell them it's a reprint.
Yeah. Oops. We love you 24/7.
Yeah, I love you, brother.
Those reprints actually worth something too. I was looking up there, depending on.
Oh yeah, a lot of them are. Yeah. Kaylee, look, Kaylee's here, but hey. Absolutely. But yeah, I just thought I'd show some comics there. The good old back issues of Star Wars. Now, some of them are pretty expensive. I remember for the longest time, early on, they didn't really go up. They kind of floated around. They weren't all that expensive. And even though you got tons of reprints now, time has made them legitimately, pretty up there. I mean, to get a complete run of what was 107 issues and a couple of annuals, and it would run you pretty big.
They've gone way up those comics, yeah. The Star Wars,
Marvel, the original Marvel run,
yeah.
Yeah, they are like they're extremely expensive,
and no one wanted them for a long time, right? Basically, it was just dollar bin stuff.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of it was, except for the first couple. Yeah, there were a lot of it was dollar bin stuff, but just I think some of the past like 20 years or so, they started to.
Well, I remember when I worked at Pulp Culture, and this was like maybe 15, 20 years ago. We had them in the dollar bin, and my smart ass, when I worked there, I saw all of those there, and I was like, when I like for 2 years, I worked there for 2 years, like on trade credit and stuff, and then I finally got paid because I paid my dues and stuff, and then for like 12 years, like for 10 years, yeah, I was golden. So throughout my whole time going there, I snagged literally all the Star Wars. And then he goes, I seen what you're doing. He's like, what? And he was like, you're snagging on Star Wars comics little by little. I was like, nobody's buying them. They've been sitting there for years. Like, even before I started helping you out at the shop, they sat there for 10 years, Eric. So I'm just going in there and I'm like, and you said I have free reign over the comics because I know my comics and shit. And he goes, yeah, that's true. He's like, they've been sitting there for 10 years. I'm like, yeah, I'm giving them a home. So like,
So you spent your hourly your pay on comics, then, right? Kind of like my sister when she worked in the clothing store and ended up losing money because she would buy so many clothes at employee discount. Actually, for a bit, he gave me trade credit and then like a little extra stuff on the side. So I used up all my trade credit. I didn't spend any real money there. So. Yep. No, I'm teasing, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I slowly went through. That's how I got all my West Coast Avengers sets. He had them all, like, there were so many good books in there. Nobody wanted them. So slowly over time, I was just, every single day, I would take home a few comics. And I was going, and then every now and then he goes, you can't have this. And I was like, but what? He goes, you know why? I was like, nobody, it's been sitting there for like 5 years. Nobody's wanted it. Like, we're gonna sell it someday. I was like, you ain't gonna sell that. Come on. Like,
well, now he'd want them back. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Now everybody like, and he doesn't have all those comics now because I have half the comics he had in the store because I thought ahead of time. I got all the West Coast Avengers. I got a ton of the Star Wars, Fantastic Four, Avengers, X-Men. I just went Superman. Like, I went gangbusters on that stuff. And it was like little by little. And nobody was buying them. And, but like I said, every once in a while, he's like, that's too key of an issue. I was like, what? I was like, no. If it's still here in about another year or two, you can have it. So I would write down and I actually would do this. I would write down on a sticky note and I would post it on this billboard where we put all the notes. And I go, the day, month, year. If this is still here within another year, I can have it. And then I would count down to the exact day. And the sticky note would be, I was like, hey, Eric, look, you see the sticky note from a year ago? Remember what you said? Well, I'm calling that in because nobody's bought it. And then he goes, you got me. Yeah. And he even signed it. Like, it's still here in about a year. You can have it. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome.
You're damn right. This is mine now.
And I was like, damn. And like for certain things like that, I was like counting down the days. And he would see me going back there. But every time somebody would go back to the comic book section, I'm like, I would keep an eye on the comics. I was like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. I've been waiting 6 months for this. I only got a few months to go. Don't do it.
Just outbid the customer and it comes in. Sorry, I think I'll buy this from you for $5.
No, there's a thing. Here's another thing that I would do sometimes, and then he caught on to me. Sometimes I would put comics in a different section than what they were, so nobody else can find them. Because I was the one that was doing all the alphabetizing, doing all the numbers, and sometimes I'm like, "Oops, they went into this section." Like, I don't know how they got there.
Oh, that's in the Tron section, yeah.
No, it was something really bad, and I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, they had strawberry. I put it in like with strawberry shortcake and a bunch of other stuff that just nobody would touch in another section. Because we had at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there was at least 20 there was 3 shelves, so it was 3 shelves of 20 long boxes. So that was 2, 4, 6. So there were 60 long boxes of comics there. Wow. And I was the one that was in charge of that shit. So I was in charge of 60 long boxes of comics because that was my thing. So, and I had to alphabetize them, and I had to put them in correct order. And then if somebody, like, every once in a while, somebody would like put something back and they didn't know what they have. Like, Eric didn't even know what he had sometimes. I was like, dude, why is this like $3? Do you know how much this is? And he goes, how much? I was like, that's like a fucking $50. Why is it $3, dude? And he goes, what? And then we would get the Overstreet price guide or whatever because he had a computer there. I was like, dude, do you see how much this? He's like, holy shit. And then we had a case of comic. We had this display case that we put a bunch of the really nice stuff in there. Because, I didn't want to screw him out because he gave me tons of really good free shit. Good shit. So I was like, no, dude, we can get some money out of this. And he's like, really? Yeah. I was like, yeah. I'm like, you sell that, dude. You're golden. So, yeah, and I was in charge of that shit. And what the neighborhood kids would sometimes try to come behind the counter because we had it was like the back aisle was like 60 rows of comics. Then there was all the trading cards that was to the side of that. And then there was action figures and everything else. It's just, the place it was like a mini warehouse of everything for the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s and 90s there. It was just, poof. Oh, hey, Lord. Hey, I sent you a link right here in your Twitter, so if you want to hop on. But yeah, I that's the reason why I have pop culture and everything. Because I miss that store so much. That was my home for like almost 15 years. And so it was just, So Lord Thoth, if you want to come on, we'd love to hear your story about Star Wars and stuff. Oh, I won't tell you mine if he's going to come in. I was just talking to my dad out there because I was seeing what was for lunch later on after I got off. And then he was like, we were like talking about, I was like, you know what today is, right? And he's like, oh wait, it's Star Wars Day. And I was like, oh, okay, brother, no problem. And he goes, today's the anniversary when Star Wars came out. I was like, you still remember? He goes, of course I remember. I was bouncing you on my knee and my leg fell asleep, so I had to put you in a seat. And then they put me in a little high chair because back the seats were so small. They put me in a little. It was a booster seat. They had this for the kids in the movie theater. And so I could sit up and be above the adults so I could see over their heads. So that, and then, like I said before, that Star Wars, that movie was the thing that just blew my imagination and just got my imagination working in the overdrive. That was literally the first movie that did that. And then and then there was Flash Gordon and Indy and just all that stuff. Just that's the reason why I have this like great imagination, and that I just loved everything. So
it's very cool. Yep, that's great to hear. Yep, I'm looking at the Star Wars comics in my comic book program, Comic Base. So the first one is $255, but there's all different variations. So there's the 1A variation is worth $9,000. 35-cent variation, price is in a square area, and UPC code appears with a line drawn through it.
Uh-huh.
And then there's almost a $1,700 Whitman variant, 1B, which is very cool. I've got issue number 2. That's worth $116. I'm missing number 1.
Yeah,
and then they go down to like $40, but there's different variations, but they look like they're around $40, which is expensive. You got to buy the whole series. So.
Whoa. Mike, how many issues were there? Because I don't remember.
You mean the regular run of the Marvel
run? The regular run.
107 and a few annuals. And
but
you also had some like some of the Marvel Super Specials, the Treasury reprints, and even Return of the Jedi. It's funny, the first 6 issues are adaptation of the film.
Yeah,
and
they are.
Issue 39 for 6 issues was also adaptation of Empire, but then when Jedi came around, they didn't do it inside of the regular series. They made it a separate. They did it as a super special, and then as a standalone like miniseries type thing. So you have that like whatever. However, that one, so you have this 107. You have how many annuals there were. Then you have as far as 8x11 4-color staple back comics, and you have the Return of the Jedi miniseries thing. That's all told, all the Marvel.
Yeah. So.
Well, as I say, The Last Jedi is issue number 49. Yep. So that's worth $17 now. Yep. It's a cool cover though. Great cover.
Yeah, that one with The Last Jedi. Simonson cover.
Simonson.
Yep. Hey, wait. Pat, did you get a microphone? Pat said he wants to come on. Pat, you got a microphone? Yeah. Wait, I'll let him on. Yeah.
I got to run in a minute, but I would like to meet Pat for 2.
Yep.
Okay. Wait a second, Pat. I don't want to put the link in chat because
can't do that in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, we can't. Do you have? You're on Twitter, right, or Facebook or something?
Are you on Twitter, Pat?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you tell us if something that I can send it to you, Discord or something? Like YouTube spanks people for that. Okay. So
and we also have an email now too. You can email us at popculturearchivist@gmail.com.
Yeah. Pat, get me a TESD Toad on there. I will send you the link, okay? And then I'll bring you on because I've been wanting to bring you on for a bit. No pod racing, dude. You're good. We were just still discussing stuff. Okay. So yeah, we've been going for a bit. So.
Well, I have a few things I can show too because I can't stand much longer.
Okay.
Too. I have a couple of. I'm not at home, so I have like my lightsabers at home. I have master replica lightsabers and cool R2D2 remote control. That was the Spiro one. Let me see if I can start my. This is a cool 3D print of. I was starting. It's like a zombie Darth Vader.
That's cool. Let me put that in there. Let me get you to the big screen, brother.
Give me the big screen, yeah. I don't have that many things to show because I'm at work, but yes, that was like a zombie Vader I was trying to print. You didn't.
That looks like when Vader was fighting Ahsoka towards the end of the Clone Wars show, and you got not Clone Wars, Rebels, and you got the crack in his helmet, and you could see Anakin's eye under the helmet.
Yeah, the helmet actually part broke off when I printed, so I had to print another one. But I'm like, he looks kind of mean. So there's an IG-88.
Oh, that's cool.
Hey, Pat. Just say, Pat, your phone's in. What are you on then? What are you typing on then?
And then
Oh, that's cool.
Dude, that's awesome.
I gotta go run to my parents. Everyone, go do parent stuff, but appreciate it, brother.
Take care, mate.
Oh, Mike.
Take care, Mike.
Take care, dude.
Hang with y'all and
thanks for.
Hey,
oh, that's awesome.
Appreciate everybody in the chat showing up. Good to see you all, and have a great rest of the stream. Love to everybody.
Take care.
Take care, Mike.
Thank you,
Star
brother.
Wars Day.
Yeah.
Later,
hey,
bro.
Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate
I'll talk
bro.
to you later on tonight, brother.
Sure, bud. Later, man.
Okay.
Y'all take care.
Hey, Pat, go on Twitter and hook me up, and I'll give you a link on Twitter. Okay? You know where my Twitter handle is on there, right? Oh, hey, wait, just a second.
Oh,
Mark,
that's the one.
Mark, can you get his email and send him that, please?
Yeah. So if you email
no, he
posted his email.
Yeah, can you get his email
Yeah.
and post him the link for me, please?
Yep, we'll do.
You got a computer, so.
Yep. So this is the I'll do it in a couple seconds. Yep. So okay. I just have a couple things to show, but this was the speaking one, so the Comtech.
Yeah.
I have the whole series at home, and then you put the chip on the thing, and it say something. That's one of the things I wish the first movie had. You need more cowbell, you need more Darth Maul. So there should have been more Darth Maul in that.
Oh yeah,
in that first movie.
You know what? Yeah, I love that fight scene, especially when it starts. Yep. When you hear the Duel of the Fates, dun 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 dun, dun, like did it, and then he's like, shh, you're like, oh yeah, like he's gonna be the ultimate bat, and then I was just like, oh, come on, you killed him, really?
Yeah.
So that's a 3D printed Millennium Falcon. That's an easy print. So someone did a nice print, so you can print it straight up with no supports like that. And of course, I had you got to have the one with the round dish. They had one with the square dish, and you never know when the Doomsday Machine is going to take out Han and crew. Yep, but. So yeah, there's a ton of stuff.
It's time for the original Star Trek, Star Wars crossover. Here we go.
This is Baby Yoda, but there's a ton of stuff you can 3D. So many things you can 3D print. So that's a lot of fun. So I have, most of my Star Wars stuff is at home. I wanted to show that robot in my Sabers. There's a mini version, and then some of the toys that I have, and I don't have a ton of stuff, and. But of course, with my kids too, we bought a lot of stuff that ended up in the attic. So I have like a huge X-wing fighter that was it's not Playmobil, but it's like what was that series they had that was kind of like a kids series, like Heroes, kind of the Marvel had those. They were like I'm trying to remember the name of the line, but it was like a kids animated version. It was a lot of fun. So we got like a ton of those vehicles and stuff, and then
Lego Technics and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. And throw those out. I'm like, no, those are going to the attics. Hopefully someday the kids will want them. And then one of the fun toys we had too was we went to Disney World years ago, and they had you take your picture and they put your faces, the kids' faces. Of course, it was the new trilogy. But then my son loved the Star Tours ride, so we bought the ship there with the robot and that was a great memory. That Star Tours ride was so much fun.
Dude, Star Tours was so awesome.
So awesome, yeah. And then when you walk up into Disney World the first time I saw it back then it was MGM, Disney MGM, and I'm like, there's an AT-AT in the distance. I'm like, holy crap! Well, here's one I'm printing. Just the print kind of got a little messed up. I got to sand it, but it's that's just the the shell, and I got the legs going. But you see that at a distance, you're like, oh my god, that is so cool to see. And then you go on that Star Tours ride. I remember Chewbacca, an actor playing Chewbacca, came around the corner, almost hugged the guy. Probably thought my wife was like, I thought I was crazy. I'm like, Chewie, because you're into the moment. You're like, the guy looks just like Chewie, so he's like, get this crazy old guy away from me, But then you go on, the Star Tours ride was so much fun. You got all the original characters, and then they added my kids didn't make it, but the lightsaber duel, you could, they had training, at MGM, like they had a show and stuff, and it was really, really fun. But then you go to Galaxy's Edge today, and I was walking around, it seemed so dead to me. It's like,
it
was horrible. It's like, put some original characters there too. At least if you have the new ones.
I will say this. I will applaud them for trying to do that, but ignoring the past when you have the money makers within your grasp, that makes no sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just.
Well, I don't hear from the 50-year-old white people anymore.
Yeah.
But But it didn't make sense to do that. It's like, or at least have, like you said, have both or have something, because it's like it'd be like printing money. Could you imagine how popular it would be if you could go to Tatooine or the actual cantina? And
that's what I was saying. And I had this idea, and I said this: how awesome would it be if you went into the cantina? You could, and I thought this up, and I actually said something. You can have something from Star Wars, Empire, and Jedi. Okay. Like you could do trilogy, Star Wars trilogy land. Do the prequels, do stuff from the prequels, and do stuff from the OG Star Wars. And even this is what me and Ash, you're gonna like this. They should, and you could have even done, the new stuff. Okay, even though we do not like that, we know there are people out there like Ash. We love Ash that love this. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what they should have done. They should have had 3 separate sections.
Yeah. Something for everyone. Something for each of the
They would have
generations.
made so much damn money. It would have been funny.
Yep. They could have had like 3 big three hallways you walk through, and when you walk through the hallway, you're in a new part of this park, which is dedicated to a different part of the trilogy.
Yeah,
like the different eras of Star Wars.
Yeah, and then there would have been
right there.
There would have been something for every single person instead of just ignoring 40 years of history and going with all the new stuff.
No. We've got to build a planet that no one's ever heard of before.
Yeah, it's just I don't understand that mindset. It's like Disney does not want to make money. Wait, well, let's put the Eternals out and disrespect Jack Kirby, like the king. Like that pisses me off so much. But it's just, but I like they're like with Star Tours. Star Tours, if anybody's been to Disneyland or Disney World and has actually gone on these rides. And Mark, are you getting his email?
Yeah, just sent it, Pat. I just sent the link.
And did you send the link to him too?
Yep, just sent the link.
I'll see when he pops up. What I love about Star Tours, and I will say this, that you had a little bit of Sun, you had a little bit of the classic trilogy, and you had some brand new stuff, even with that brand new robot that was in there. And that Star Tours was just awesome. I don't know. Is anybody on the panel? Ash, didn't you say you went to Disney World at one point?
Yeah, I did, but it was some time ago. I think last time I went was 2018, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I went to Star Tours, and I think there was a bit from the sequels, like in I think it was The Last Jedi. The scene where they're on that planet and Kylo Ren's just he's gone apeshit crazy, and he's in the AT-ATs, and they're firing at that base. And then those like little land surfers just come out, and then you got the red dust flying. That scene where you're in those land surfers, I don't know whatever they're called, but where the red dust is just make the big red trail behind them. That scene is part of the Star Tours as well, and I think that there was 1 or 2 more from the sequels, in addition to some of the scenes from original and prequels as well.
Yeah,
the combination of everything. And so that was really good. But if they, like you guys are saying, if they incorporated that theme of a bit of everything for everyone for the whole Star Wars land, then everyone would have had a better time.
Oh, they would have smashed it, just literally smashed. And we have 2 people inbound, so just letting you know. So I'm talking.
Brace for impact.
Yeah, brace for impact. but Iron, like you said,
I have a bad feeling about.
This fits better now. See, this
dude. Here's another great. Hey, 70s, you want to come on and talk about Star Wars, brother? I can send you a link.
Hey, Pablo, hi, dude.
Hello, everyone.
Hey,
Pablo.
Hey, Pulpit Chair. Welcome to the Cantina.
Yeah, welcome to the Cantina, brother.
Awesome.
Happy real Star Wars Day, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, let me send you the link, 70s. Okay, I will send you the link and it can pop up, brother. What are they gonna do? Demonetize us? They were not demonetized.
Copyright for terrible singing.
Yeah.
Just a second. Let me get him the link right here.
Yeah.
Go chat amongst yourselves while I do this.
Cool.
One cool thing
we're back
I
with the
remember.
singing.
One cool thing I remember from the EU, it was one of the original Star Wars games. Hey, Padas.
YouTube for about 10 minutes. I will let you know when I'm gone. Don't text me or anything.
So, welcome, Pat. We pop Pat.
Hey guys, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, we pop Pat S.'s YouTube cherry, just like I did with Mark. Let me send 70s the link just a second.
Hey, can you hear me?
How are you doing, man?
What's up,
hey,
brother?
Everybody. I'm kind of glad Mike left. I didn't really want to. I wasn't ready to be on with Mike yet. It's like meeting your hero. I'm not ready. When he took off, I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely jumping on. No, I have 2 quick stories, guys. I'm not going to keep y'all long because I got a lot of stuff going on here too. But when I first saw Star Wars, I really don't remember it because I was born in September of 1977. So I was actually swaddled and brought to the Algiers drive-in to see it because it played there for, and this is not an exaggeration, 10 months, including Christmas night. They showed it. And that's when I went. I was about 2.5 months old when I saw it for the first time. So, needless to say, I don't remember anything about it. But there are pictures of me there, in a Mercury Cougar, I believe it was, next to a big box. They put me in, nice, so I saw it there, and of course I grew up with it and everything else. But the other story I have, which is, I'd like to tell you that it was because I'm so funny and everybody just found me so amusing all the time, but actually it was just a happy circumstance where I made an entire movie theater laugh. You guys remember when people were actually paying to go sit in and watch the trailer for Phantom Menace?
Yep.
Back in '99. Do you remember that? So there's if Mike was still here, he'd know what I was talking about. There's an old theater that's been open since the 1930s called the Britannia, and it's a big one-screen cinder block that you go in and see movies in, and they had stood the original Star Wars there and everything, and also people were actually coming in. I don't even remember what movie it was, and I mean, when I tell you it was packed, people would come and stand in the back just to watch the previews and stuff, and watch it. So I was sitting in probably the second or third to the front of the row, and we were watching it for the first time. And I have to tell you honestly, as bad as Phantom Menace was, that trailer was outstanding. I remember it vividly. And I didn't realize, because they had just replaced the sound system in there, so they had that great surround sound and everything in it. And it was so loud, and you couldn't even hear anything at all. So as soon as it was over with, I turned to one of my friends who was sitting right next to me, and I honestly thought I was talking in a normal voice. But I said to him, obviously very, very loud, after it was all over with, whatever, I'm not going to go see it. And when I said it, I said it as a joke. But of course, I said it so loud that everybody in the theater that heard me say it just started really, really laughing. And people were coming up going, "Are you really not going to go see that movie?" And I'm like, "No, I was obviously joking with my friend." But I had been deafened by the surround sound, so I didn't realize that at the time I was yelling that I had said that. And of course, as we all know, after seeing it, we probably all wish kind of we didn't go see it. But I'm not one to beat up on the sequels, because honestly, I think Revenge of the Sith was an excellent movie, and I think certainly compared to what we have nowadays, we could all go revisit the sequels and enjoy them immensely, because at least there was real genuine storytelling. There was some heart there with people who really cared and loved and had an affection for those characters and everything and what was to come. Sequels are always hard, right? Though anyway, because honestly, it's what's coming. Obviously bad things are going to happen. That's what you're building up to with all these. But no, mostly I have very good memories. And one of the things I typed in chat was for years and years and years I had that original. I'm sure everybody had it, right? That original 3 VHS set where when you put it in the cardboard box, it made Darth Vader's face and everything and all that.
Oh yeah, I still have that. I have that.
And when I tell you, I mean, through college, through my first 5 or 6 years of teaching, every night I would go home and I would put that in, and I would just pick one. It was usually A New Hope. It was what we called Star Wars at the time, but A New Hope.
Yep.
And I would just put that on, and that's how I went to bed every night. I would go to sleep watching that movie, to the point that I could hear it. As a matter of fact, one time Loki was doing a thing where we were talking about Star Wars and loving Star Wars, and somebody had said, "Oh yeah, like Many Bothans," like they said at the end of right before they attacked the Death Star and A New Hope, and I was like, "No, that wasn't A New Hope. That was Jedi." And the person types me back, and it's like, "No, dude, it was A New Hope." That's when I'm like, "No, that's when like the other lady was there." You know, after I said, "I'm pretty sure I used to go to bed every night with it." So the person disappears, and I didn't think anything of it for like the next 5 or 10 minutes, and then about 10 minutes later, somebody comes back on. Yeah, I just went and watched the scene. I'm sorry. You're right. It was 100% Jedi. It wasn't. I said, look, I like to tell you this because I'm this wonderful scholar and I know Star Wars backwards and forwards. But honest to God, it's just because I used to just go to sleep with it every night. It would be like if you read me the same story every night for 8 or 9 years, I'm pretty much going to remember the ending of it. I said it doesn't make me brilliant. It just makes me somebody, you know, who didn't own a lot of VHS tapes, I guess. But no, it's been an important thing to me. There's times where I go back and forth because I have geek friends who are very much in the camp of they either love Trek and they're not big fans of Star Wars, or they love Star Wars and they could kind of leave Trek alone. You know, I've never understood that. I think it'd be the difference between like, why would you have to pick between liking baseball and football? Well, when we all still watch football, why would you have to pick that? That's the stupidest thing I've ever. But I can understand how people feel that way because there's a passion about it that's very much akin to sports, isn't it? It's very much, you know, and we like it, we don't like it, we don't like, and everything. But,
70s.
Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect.
That's the original.
Cool.
Well, thanks, boys. You guys are really
wait. You busted out. You busted out with that poster over on.
I got my sweaty, chip-covered paws all over it.
Yeah, when we were talking about Bree on his stream over at Foul Ball.
Thanks for popping on, anyway, Pat. Cheers, dude.
Thanks for
having me,
guys.
Dude, hey, Pat, you are welcome to come on anytime, brother. Okay.
By the way, how do I sound, guys? Do I sound pretty?
You sound good.
Sounds good to me.
Well, that's good because this is actually
better than me, dude.
My stupid iPhone, because I couldn't open my email through the computer, so I'm like, I'm just gonna take a shot and do it with the iPhone. So that's good to know. Spent all this money on a microphone, and I'm talking on the iPhone. So
well, be sure to add me on Twitter so I can just send it to you on that.
I will. Okay? I'm gonna do that. I think the only 2 guys that I'm connected with right now are Nick Weiser and Mike with Clobber and Time. So I'm gonna look a few you guys up and add you all to it, and that'll be perfect. Look, I'm gonna make way for Tom and everything. So you guys, I'm gonna go listen. But thanks for having me on.
Awesome.
Okay.
Cheers,
thank you, brother. You're always welcome. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Tom. Hey, it's finally get to be on with you.
Hello, Tom.
What's up, brother? Did you have a good stream, Tom?
Yeah, I did all right.
It was all right. Did you celebrate Star Wars Day over there?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
We mentioned it, I think.
That was a great stream with you and Culture. That was fantastic.
To me, it's like celebrating the day you got divorced.
That could be a good day to celebrate.
It could be if it wasn't a bad divorce. Yeah,
it wasn't terrible.
It sounds like you just need the proper music for this.
For that cheese gun. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
There you go, Ironcaster.
Yeah.
Come on, how can you not love this cover?
I got that on CD.
Oh, dude.
Dude, my friend, I just wanted to say I can only pop in for 10 or 15 minutes because selling the house, so people are coming in and out all day, but just wanted to pop in and say hi.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for inviting me.
You're always welcome here. You know that. So,
hey, Brian.
Hey, Pablo. How are you, mate?
It's always fun to be on a stream with you and, tolerate your taste in pizza toppings.
Well, this is when the fun. When I join is when the fun stops.
Yeah.
I'll be right back in a minute. Hang on.
Okay. Cheers, dude.
Wait, what pizza toppings?
I don't know.
He likes anchovies.
I like anchovies too. But plain pizza, anchovies, and bacon.
Yeah.
You gotta try that, man. It's tasty.
I think I'll stick with the mushrooms.
I thought you were going to say anchovies and pineapple.
Anchovies.
Oh no! Pineapple, no.
Anchovies are so salty; they're great.
Yes.
Hey, Pablo's here.
Must be me.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom. Nice seeing you again.
I come from a country where we
and I recognize 70s fan, but yeah.
Yeah. You'll see a lot of people over here, Tom, because I always invite everybody over here.
Well, I don't have a shit ton of time, but yeah.
Okay. Well, since you're here, Tom, can I ask you did go see the movies back in 77, right?
Oh, I wasn't born yet when the first one came out. I guess I saw Empire. I was not aware of it when it happened, and I have a very, very vague memory of seeing Jedi.
Uh-huh.
But I actually have a better memory of seeing Ice Pirates at the time, so I may have seen Jedi in like some weird re-release.
Dude,
like
Ice
85
Pirates
or something.
was awesome.
But to me, like I must have fallen asleep at the last bit of Return of the Jedi because for some reason my early memory until I saw it again on video, the end of Jedi went, Luke and Vader are fighting, and then all of a sudden Vader gets his helmet taken off by Luke's lightsaber. And then he falls, and they have that little moment there. Like, because I don't remember any of that shit in between there until I saw the video, and I was like, "What the hell is all this?" Like, it felt like I was like seeing a completely different film. So, like, I have a very vague memory of seeing Jedi in the theater.
Maybe that was the special edition you saw.
No, I remember those very vague. I remember those very well. Because I mean, that's the thing. After that, like you guys, I had them taped off of TV and cable, and I had the first 2 or 3 VHS releases all the way up through the THX releases with the Vader helmet. So I mean, I wore out my fair share of VHS copies of Star Wars. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, me too.
So like, I mean, like you guys, I watched it almost religiously every month, if not multiple times a year. As soon as I was old enough to understand the significance of the date, I of course made sure I watched at least the first film, if not all 3 films on today of all days of the year. But and I mean, I heard you guys talking about how the franchise has gone since, and all I can really say to that is, I think Empire set the rest of us up for so many high expectations going forward that I don't think it. Oh fuck, Jerry's here. I'm leaving.
I know Jerry just popped in.
Oh my god!
Fucking Jerry!
Fucking Jerry!
Dick guy.
I see the second wave is coming in now, Ash. You know that, Pablo. Like the second, Pablo knows about the second wave. We usually get a first wave and a second wave and a third wave. So,
well, how long are you going today? Because I have to leave in a few minutes. I just wanted to drop in.
Oh, we you know us. We sometimes go for 4 hours, 6 hours, whatever.
Yeah, that was a great set. That was the last time you could get the OG.
Yeah, it was.
Look at
that. I think that's actually special edition, to be honest with you. That is
special edition, yes.
Yeah.
I got this in a charity store.
But that was the last VHS release, the official last release.
Yeah, I got it in a charity store for $2 Canadian dollars about 6 weeks ago.
Because I actually had the widescreen version of those. Because I had the originally when I got the special editions, I got the gold box. So then when they re-released them like that, I got the ones with the widescreen versions. Yeah.
I'm not sure these have ever been played or even out of the box. I got it for $2. So I was so excited. Yeah.
Does it have the plastic thing on the outside too for it?
It does, yeah.
Okay, there you go. Yep, that's the full screen version.
Yeah, $2.
Do you know how I know the difference? The full screen version had the line going up and down, and then it went horizontal on the widescreen version.
Yeah. I was so excited. I couldn't.
Dude, you know how much that is worth? Like
not much.
Yeah,
well, it's not worth that much, but it was just such an exciting find for $2.
See, the thing with Star Wars, is it's more so the sentimental value or the historical value. I mean, VHS tapes ain't worth much.
Yeah, looks good on the shelf.
Yeah.
But for some of us, it's like, yeah.
Like I said, the sentimental values more than anything. But Gary, how's it going, bro?
Unmute there. My wife's alarm was going off, so I had to mute the microphone.
Oh, that's what that was?
I was hoping you would stay muted so I could make you say some stupid stuff.
Right next to each other. And she's sitting there like trying to turn it off, and I'm like, I'm just going to mute the mic. But yeah, bro, I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing today, Tom?
Are you supposed to be coming through a different mic, or are you on a different setup today? Or
I have this microphone.
That's not working. You got to check your settings.
Okay.
Windows had an update.
Like you're echo. Yeah, I am so scared to turn my computer on right now. Like
testing. There we go.
There we go. There's that sweetness.
Now I'm sounding like a human being.
Oh, no, I disagree.
But yeah, it's like it's been I had a rough night last night. I woke up at like 1 o'clock in the morning with 2 hours sleep, and I couldn't get back to sleep. And
that was you?
Yeah, that was me. So I wandered around the interwebs, and
somebody woke me up last night. Wouldn't let me sleep.
That was probably me. I woke you up.
Wait! I gotta check the time because it was probably me sending you something. So.
But yeah, you pissed me off so much, dude. You pissed me off so much with those middle of the night messages.
I do actually have to check out sooner than I thought.
Okay,
so something I thought I had to be in a little bit is going on now. So
yeah, it's no problem. You know, you're always welcome here, Tom.
All right, guys. So take care of y'all. I'm sure I'll see most of you again soon.
Yeah,
so
you'll see us soon.
Later, Tom.
Take care, Tom.
At this point, I'm just playing the bingo list for myself.
You're the center square right now. You're Paul Lynn.
I know. Iron's like, I get to check this one off. I get to check this one off.
Well, at least it's better than Bruce Valanche.
I know, right?
I'll talk to you later, Tom. I'm not here for very long either because I got to go run some errands, and I just saw you were doing it. I'm like, oh, I guess he's doing it now. So, because you sent me that message like middle of the fucking night, dude.
No,
for me.
No, it was the day I had AM on there. You didn't see that?
Time is an illusion on YouTube.
It.
Time is an illusion on YouTube. It's just an illusion.
Yeah.
There's no time.
Yeah, and I was hanging out with that 70s rock fan.
Wait, are you saying that time is love?
Yeah, we were on another stream.
Yeah. Nobody got the dark joke there, no.
Pablo, I got it.
Look at Pablo trying to be all cool with his accent. It's so fake. He's from Brooklyn.
Yeah, that's right.
I will not even try to do a Brooklyn accent. I will butcher it.
You're just trying to be as sexy as Andre. That's what it is.
I think we were on the Latino Slant stream the other day. I think that's what.
That's where I remember hanging out with you the other night. You guys. It was my first time hanging out with Polly on that, and it was really a lot of fun. We're going to be starting a new show. Polly, Reg, his martial arts partner instructor, and Keith and Thoth and I are starting a new show about the best and worst fight scenes in action movies.
Dude, that's good.
And TV shows. And TV shows.
Can we send nominations in? I'll send you some nominations.
Dude, Howard the Duck is going to be in there. Awesome.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun because there's a lot of martial arts experience between all of us. And plus I boxed. And so, we all focus on really good choreography. Yeah. And we're going to definitely put some really good stuff on there. But at the same time, we are going to put some shit shows on there too to make fun of them.
Is it Roadhouse? There are unintentionally bad fight scenes, and there are intentionally bad fight scenes. So it'll be good to see the difference between those, because you get some that are meant to be bad, they're designed to be bad.
Just this. Will be there that scene on Kung Pao with the cow.
Oh my god!
That is
it's a favorite film of mine. It is a favorite film of mine.
Yeah.
Hey,
if you instantly want a film with terrible fight scenes, just watch any Bollywood film. They're all terrible.
Or you could watch,
They're fun.
The Bollywood films are insane. The things they do. The action scenes are just so over the top.
They have a fight scene, and then they all sing and dance, and then they have another fight scene.
and then you have what I call the stop motion bitch slap, where someone goes to slap someone, and then it's like a stop motion cut back and forth with dramatic music, of everyone just turning their heads, looking at what's going on. And it's just like, oh, it's the most extra thing ever.
Do any of you guys watch Corridor Crew?
No,
don't think so. No.
Corridor Crew, one of the best channels on YouTube. Okay. And they're all CGI artists, and they do shows about best CGI, worst CGI. They also have stuntmen on the show talking about great stunts, bad stunts. But what I love is when they start getting into the CGI, and inevitably, they bring in a Bollywood film. And there are a few Bollywood films that, as bad as they were, oh my God, the effects in them were amazing.
Jet, can you share on my screen, please?
Yeah, just a second. I was trying to get somebody else too, because they were asking. So there you go. Did you get it?
Yep, okay. It's playing. Yep.
It's a real bitch slap there. Yeah.
He's gonna get the job for the next Predator movie.
I don't think anybody knew what was going to happen.
Pablo, you'll have to show that. You'll have to show the telenovela scene, Pablo, where the guy's beating up the girl in the wheelchair.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
You're gonna have to cover Iron Fist.
That is something else, man.
There's years of material for that show.
How about no retreat, no surrender with the fake Bruce Lee in it? Oh,
I remember that movie. Yeah.
Yeah. And here's the funny thing. It's called No Retreat, No Surrender, and that's all they do the whole movie. Is they retreat and they surrender.
Well, that's like the movie Black Hawk Down, subtitled "Leave No Man Behind." What do they do at the end of the movie? They left the guy behind.
Yeah,
they leave people behind.
It was Ewan Bremner, wasn't it? When where is everybody? I don't think they're coming back for us.
Black Hawk Down, they're not going to come back for us. Shit.
I forget his name. He was on the American version of Men Behaving Badly. He gets wounded. He was a pilot and gets wounded and he's held captive. They got him back eventually. But the movie ends with just sort of like a flashback of information rather than showing them get him. Yeah. And I'm like, Ridley Scott, and this is why I criticize Ridley, because Ridley is unintentionally, like Spielberg, unintentionally ironic sometimes.
Yeah.
And, and it's proof that, and I'm not the only person that thinks this way. Tony is the director in the family, God rest his soul. Yeah. He was the true director in the family, and Ridley is the cinematographer, because nobody has a better eye for camera shots and setting up lighting than him. He doesn't need a DP. He is the DP.
Yeah,
the only reason he would hire DPs is because of unions. That he wasn't, he wanted to set up the shots. And that's why when he worked with Cronenweth was okay with that. So they worked together very well with Blade Runner. And Cronenweth let him do his thing. But Tony was the director. He understood story structure and all that shit. And again, just a tragic loss.
Yeah, it's a shame. Yeah, some of my favorite.
All right, that's it. I depressed everybody.
No, some of my favorite.
No, you should have been here earlier. That was like.
Well, one of my favorite fight movies is Roadhouse. I have to say, I love that's a good
Roadhouse.
I love Roadhouse. God, that's so
Roadhouse
good, that movie. And I always keep 4 spare tires in my car trunk now. Just in case. Yeah, the scene where he comes out of the bar. He's got 4 spare tires in the trunk. Yeah.
Hey, did anybody ever see that part of the Family Guy where he's like Roadhouse and he's like Roadhouse?
Well, it's a continuing joke on the show. It'll just pop up like the
I love fight. that the chicken fight and a Roadhouse are my 2 favorite jokes on the show.
And the third one that they did, because comedy comes in threes, is the
yeah, and he's like, everybody.
Haven't you heard
the bird?
and Brian will go. Brian goes, don't respond to him. Don't
of this certain Abia.
Everybody know about the band.
Man, Family Guy used to be one of the funniest shows ever.
Yeah.
It was amazing every single episode.
You mean like how The Simpsons used to be funny and they haven't been for like 10, 15 years?
But The Simpsons used to have heart, like when Bart is about to repeat fourth grade, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that episode has heart. Family Guy didn't have that. They were just assholes. And that was what was amazing about the show. It was a bunch of assholes being assholes to everybody. It was great.
One of my funniest ones when they took the Epic Pack and they're like, hey, I'm going to take... yeah. And then he goes, oh my God, no... And then Stewie comes in, he's like, no, I can't stop. And just everybody is just all
it's the Syrup of Ipecac episode is the one where they did the first vomit thing. And it's like, everybody take the Syrup of Ipecac, the person that holds it in the all throwing up.
And then I think for like the 200th episode, they wound up doing a bunch of stuff in reverse. So then they started going back through the history of the show, and they got back to that episode, so they started vomiting in reverse.
In reverse, yes.
This shit's crazy.
Oh my God, it's coming back in my mouth.
It was an amazing show. I
find it funny at times. It's nowhere near as funny as it used to be. Simpsons just not funny.
Yeah,
they haven't been funny for a decade or more.
And I went a bunch of episodes before I finally laughed watching that news show on Fox, the Bless the Hearts, because I just thought it was stupid. But I kept watching it, and I'm like, there's got to be a fucking laugh in here somewhere. And I think I was the 7th episode in, and I laughed out loud, and my wife was like, "Ha! You laughed. You laughed at them. They are funny." Once. But no, I'm amused by it now. I'm getting kind of a kick out of it. It's a weird show. I don't like shows that parody people from the South, and there's nobody from the South in it. And that was my issue with the shows. They didn't really have any Southerners. Most of them were from the cities up north and pretending like they're from that area. And so that bugs me. I don't like it when people make fun of Southerners. But
if you want to see some unintentional comedy, go look up the leaked scripts for the Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, I already looked at it.
Oh, that's the reason why they... Yeah.
Okay, I will point you to Comedy Gold. Get the DVD for Ghost Stories. It's a Japanese anime. The Japanese version was crap. So they decided to sell it to the US for cheap. The condition is you cannot change names, you cannot change how the ghosts are captured. Other than that, you can translate whatever you want. So the characters end up being a born-again Christian girl, a Jewish boy, a nymphomaniac. How do I say this? Well, let's skip that one. It's amazing. It's just comedy gold. Every single sentence they say is just pure enjoyment of doing whatever the hell they want. It has nothing to do with the show. It's like the audio from the show has nothing to do with the show, and it's amazing.
And what's it called?
Ghost Stories.
Never even heard of it. I'm going to check it out.
I remember playing a board game called Ghost Stories while some friends showed me Ghost Stories, the anime. So I went meta with it.
That's really meta.
It's like, dun, dun, dun.
I don't know why it triggered a memory of mine from the 80s. A bunch of my skater friends and I were hanging out at the house. The parents of my buddy were gone. And we were just like hanging out, and we pulled out a Ouija board and start fucking around with the Ouija board. And I have to remind you, if you're a friend of mine, you will get fucked with. I will fuck with you. And it's inevitable. There's an evil streak in me that just makes me fuck with my friends. And I have done some just god-awful pranks on my friends that have left them traumatized. And so I decide to, talk to one of the guys, like, let's do this thing. Just follow my lead, And so he went with me. And so we start doing the answer questions. And And finally, it's like, if you're real, prove that to us. And, we spelled out, we'll call phone at midnight.
Oh.
So right around 11:45, I'm like, hey, man, I got to take a shit. So I go into the bathroom. I climb out the window. Now, in the backyard is a guest house that belongs, or most often is stayed in by their grandmother. So I go back there. It's got its own phone line. So
you're mean.
I go out the window,
That's
go
awesome.
out to that house right at midnight, right when the hand hits. I dial the house. Nobody answers. And I just let it ring and ring and ring. And then I finally hung up, and then I crawl back in the bathroom, come out. The fucking dining room is destroyed. And that one kid is gone.
He was like, I'm out of here. Fuck this shit. I'm out.
What pissed me off is I didn't get to see him lose his fucking mind. And I had to, because I'm the one doing the prank. I didn't get to see it.
You didn't get to enjoy it.
Yeah.
He's just let it ring for 10 minutes.
Because he apparently flipped the table and ran straight for the door out of the house. He came with someone else, lives 5 miles away. He ran 5 fucking miles to go home. My buddy's laughing, going, dude, that's...
Well, I have a similar story to that. My sister was playing with the Ouija board for her birthday.
Just a second, Mark. Retro, are you leaving?
Yeah, dude, got to jump out. So
okay, the mist is going to come and hit you with a frying pan.
Whack me with a frying pan on the head. So I'll have to clear off. So, guys, thanks everyone on the panel. Awesome.
Great hanging, Retro.
I'll talk to you later tonight, brother.
Yeah,
okay.
cheers.
Good, Retro. Yep.
Jet, can you share my screen?
Well, let me just finish.
What was Mark going to say?
So follow up on what Gareth was saying. My sister was at a birthday party, and they grabbed a Ouija board, and they're doing the 10 girls. There's this little teeny porch. There was like an outcrop on our 2-family house. We're on the 2nd floor. And I'll never forget the scream that I heard of all the girls. So I guess they're playing the Ouija board, and they all swore that this light kept circling the room. Like this light beam went around, and they all thought it was a ghost. And the shriek of 10 girls coming out of this 10 by 10 room, all running out into the living room. And they had to call their parents to come home. Some of them had to go home for the night. But it was and still to this day, they thought they saw a ghost, and they're never touching the Ouija board again. But just that shriek. And then my mom came down and thought someone, had died or something, or I got blamed for playing a prank. I'm like, I didn't do anything. It wasn't me,
Yeah, so one time I didn't do anything. I swear.
I swear. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, 70s will appreciate this one because, I lived for a few years over in the UK, and people, a lot of my friends are annoyed how I pronounce certain words. I don't say literally, I say literally, and it's from that formative period. But I'm Scotch, Irish, Welsh, and I've gotten to visit my family in Scotland and in Ireland and stay with them and in Wales. And I hate the Welsh side of my family. They're fucking weird.
So you've been everywhere in the UK
yes, don't mention the Welsh. Never mention the Welsh.
They're the weirdest fucking people I've ever met in my life. They'll start their version of Gaelic. If you are an American in particular, they'll be speaking English when you walk into a pub, and then immediately switch to their version of Gaelic.
I've experienced that. Paranoid motherfuckers. North Wales, I've experienced that, yeah.
Very paranoid motherfuckers. Yeah. And half the people that were in my family are fucking Welsh hillbillies. And I'm like, I don't want to fucking know you people. You're weird. And, got some sheep. And, but I go up to Scotland. I'm hanging out with some of my family, and they said, it's so great, I ran. Yeah, it's like you're great, and I'm sitting there. Oh, it's a great son. You're good, and I'm sitting there talking to him, and I made this joke while I was sitting there. I said, "Well, the Scottish side of our family just never learned to swim," and now you know with that joke, and
I don't get that one.
It did not go over well. The old joke is this: a Scotsman is just an Irishman that never learned to swim.
Okay.
And my second favorite joke for this against the Scottish, or kind of making fun of them, is the Irish gave the Scottish bagpipes as a joke, and they still don't fucking get it.
You want to hear my favorite Irish joke?
Yeah.
Show an Irishman. You want to confuse an Irishman? Show him 3 shovels and tell him to take his pick.
I fucking love that stuff, dude.
Yeah.
But when I was in Glasgow, God, I was at the train station. It's vaulted. It looks like a palace. It's really
I've been there many times. Yeah.
And we had a bomb scare the first time I was there. It was 1977, and things were heating up. They had just killed Lord Mountbatten, the IRA, and there were constant bomb threats all over the UK. And so I go in there, and my dad says, "I'll be right back, son," and he leaves me alone. I'm like a kid, and I'm standing there, and I'm getting terrified by the second. I finally run my ass over to that bathroom. Vaulted ceilings in the bathroom. Everything is stone. So the splashing of pee is echoing. Everything echoes in this fucking room. And they got this round cistern. I don't know what the fuck this thing is. Do you pee in it? Do you wash your hands in it? I have no fucking clue. I'm like, so I'm terrified to go to the bathroom in there. So I'm like, fuck it. I walk over to this tile wall that you go around to go out the doors. And there's this giant fucking moon face scale thing that you step up on with a big giant moon face round glass top. And I'm looking under it, trying to figure out, where do you put the fucking coin? Where do you put the coin? And I keep looking at it, I was stunned. I didn't know what to do. I was completely flummoxed by this thing. And this old guy wearing fucking tweed and corduroy walks up to me with a tam o' shanter on. And he's like, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so pale. And I've got reddish hair, so he thinks I'm pale. I'm fucking Scottish and know what the fuck he's saying to me. And I'm like, I'm sorry, sir. I only speak English. I'm from America. He leans forward and he says, that was English.
You cheeky wee bastard.
This place explodes in a cacophony of fucking men laughing from stalls. Yeah. And I turned bright red and ran the fuck out of that bathroom, found a newsstand, and hid behind the newsstand until my dad came out. My dad's like, his face is red from laughing at me.
Your first mistake is going to the bathroom. You should just pee in the street like everybody else in Glasgow.
I know.
Well, my dad says to me as he walks out, he goes, what the fuck is it with you in bathrooms? Because I've got 1,000 stories of fucked up shit that has happened to me as a kid in bathrooms.
Wait. Did you ever do the Bloody Mary bullshit too?
No, I never did that shit. I'm a Scooby-Doo kid. I from an early age, I didn't believe in ghosts or any of that shit. Even though I do kind of believe in the paranormal, I don't believe in intelligent hauntings like some claim. I don't. I believe in residual hauntings, and because the Earth is like a big giant tape recorder, shit happens and gets recorded.
Hell yeah, it is.
But as a kid, I was never terrified unless I'm watching a fucking horror movie, and then I'm bargaining with the devil while I'm watching the horror movie. Yeah, if this killer was here, I'd be his best friend. Yeah. But wouldn't kill me because I'd help him find victims. Yeah.
The Exorcist, can't watch The Exorcist anymore. It just freaked me out for as a kid, especially seeing that the first time. It's like, and then going to Catholic school with the, learning everything, and then like you could believe it's happening. So you'd hear noises at night.
I'm Catholic too. I was an altar boy. Yep. And my godfather is a Dublin-born Irish priest who is still alive. I love that man. He's a better dad than my actual father. And he'll call me up and go, hello, Gary. How are you doing, son? Oh, I miss you too.
Diddly.
And then he starts telling me dirty jokes. He goes, oh, I've got a new dirty joke. Do you want to hear it?
I was expelled from a Catholic school.
Yeah.
Also, I was expelled from catechism twice. So yeah.
Yeah, and I'll tell you one joke he told me. Here's a joke he told me once. He goes, Gary, what do Christmas trees and Catholic priests have in common? I said, I don't know, Father. And he says, both their balls are ornamental.
So Gary, if you ever go back to Scotland and you go to Edinburgh, you'll have to do Mary King's Close, which is under the city chambers, and it's in Edinburgh. It's all these closes. They're like little narrow alleyways, but they all go underground, and they closed this one off.
Oh, no, dude, I've been there. Yeah, that fucking place is scary as fuck.
It's spooky as fuck. And Edinburgh
the
School
sounds
goes
you
underground
get,
tunnel.
You don't know where some of the sounds are coming from.
Yeah. And just for everybody else, they closed it off because of the plague, and they left everyone to die in it. And they didn't open it up.
Oh God!
Yeah, they didn't open it up again till the Second World War when they were drilling air raid shelters, and they found this entire street closed off, and it's just spooky as hell. Yeah.
And
well,
like,
the only place I found creepier.
Bones.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they found a lot. Yeah.
How about the tunnels in Paris, the French tunnels?
It's the same thing. Yeah, they're just
it's the same thing. The catacombs. Now in Seattle, because I wrote a horror story about this shit. There's an underground city under Seattle. Seattle was built on top of another city.
Mm-hmm.
People don't know that. And so, like, I would be walking along at night. I swear to God, it would freak me out in Seattle. I was stationed at Fort Lewis. And I would go to Seattle all the time. And I was walking around the streets at night, and I'd look down, and there'd be these glass tiles on the sidewalk. And you'd look down, and there'd be people below you, barely lit, staring up at you. And it's so...
Oh, that's creepy.
Distressing. I'm like, what the fuck? But going back to growing up Catholic, the Exorcist, a lot of people don't know this, is actually shown to every first-year student at seminary in Georgetown. Wow. And it's treated as an educational film because it was supported by the Catholic Church. Almost every priest in that movie was a priest. Well, everybody that was clergy in there but one. There was no actors. They were all clergy, just one. Father Damien, he's the only actor. What's his name? Damien Karras. I forget the actor's name, but his character's name is Damien Karras.
There's a lot of people Seattle freaks out. So,
oh yeah. But
a good
I never got terrified by The Exorcist because I knew the true story, and I knew what Friedkin and I forget the writer's name. Great fucking writer. Were doing was telling a morality tale about how the priest is the central character, not the kid or the mother.
Yeah.
The priest, Damien Karras, is the central character. It's about a priest who lost his faith, and it's all about him getting his faith back. And in the act of getting his faith back, he dies.
Yep.
Yeah, I always thought it was about the priest too. Everybody made a big deal about Linda Blair, and I was like, no, the priest is the main character. What are you guys on about?
Yeah, they are side characters, technically.
Yeah.
The central character is Father Damien Karras, and is getting his faith back because he's lost his faith. And so when I see The Exorcist, and people are so weirded out by this, I've never been terrified by it. I cry watching it.
I get so scared by them. I'm actually a good friend of mine. His father was a second unit director on The Exorcist. So
wow.
Fun to talk to him about experiences and that movie. So it was and just like you said, being a cat, I didn't know that backstory. So it's like one of those movies where the hairs stand up on the back of your neck. And you're right, it is a tragedy of the priest, and it is his story. But of course, Linda Blair with the head spinning around and it's just so seems so believable, and it's so well done, and it's such a fantastic movie, but. It scares the crap out of me still.
Well, there's some really good jump scares in that.
Sorry, guys. Sorry to interrupt. I got to drop out, Jed. So
okay, brother.
So if you're running for a few hours, I'll pop back later, though. So.
Oh yeah.
I have to do the same thing, so I'm going to head out with.
I'm going to do the same here. Nice talking to you all, and I'll see you all later.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Ciao,
guys.
Later.
Take care, guys.
See
Cheers.
Hey, Jed, thanks for the invite. Pablo, always great to see you, man.
Always, brother.
Ash, you're okay. I like you.
I guess you're all right too.
And it's nice to meet you, Mark. I'll see you guys after a bit when I get done with my errands.
Great.
Ash, share my screen.
That's me.
We were talking about the Ouija, so
that's Jed, not me.
Yeah.
It's not so timely now that we passed the Ouija. But
What the heck?
Oh my God! Be Satan! Be Satan! Be Satan! What? Oh, sorry about that. I mean, grant our wishes and deep desires. To hell with right and wrong. Bitch! I'm on fire! Heil Hitler. It won't open! What the hell?
Yeah, that's the translation of that anime.
I tell that is nuts.
Okay, I want to watch this.
What anime is that?
Ghost Stories.
Ghost Stories. Just type in Ghost Stories anime on Google and you'll find it.
Yeah.
Hey, Keith.
Hello,
Hey, Keith. See, you have one leave and the other pops up.
Dude, he always does that, Keith. Every single time. Like, every single time. He's like, well, I gotta go, and then Keith pops in.
Yeah. It's almost like we're one person.
It's like, you're like, I wonder what
Superman
means.
and Clark Kent, right? Never see each other at the same time. Yeah.
That's right. And I leave it up to the audience to figure out who is who. Not going to give any hints here, but you know.
So Keith's the main character, just saying. What's up,
you guys
brother?
enjoying your Star Wars Day?
Yeah. We've been having a good time. Got a little sidetrack at one point, but we're good here.
At one point?
That's what all this is about. It's one massive, sidetrack. That's what all of this is.
You gotta get sidetracked. Yep. We went to college for a while and learned some cool stuff.
Dude, I love your hat and your shirt.
Well, thank you. Had to have it because I knew this day would come.
Oh,
where all of this would be useful for something.
Hey, I wanted to ask you, were you around when because there's a couple people that said, and I didn't know, were you around when Star Wars came out in 1977?
Yes.
Did you get
Gary
to go
and
see
I
it?
are close to the same age. So
okay. Did you get to go see it? Like, were you there first day?
I remember my parents decided to wait a few days because everybody just assumes that everybody went opening day, and that's not quite what happened. But word was getting around that this was the movie to see.
Yeah.
And when my parents get to the point where I'd like to go see that, I knew something had to be happening with a movie like this. But I remember where I saw it, and I remember where I was sitting, and I gotta say it blew me away.
Yeah,
there was nothing like it, and again, I don't mean this against any other films, but it literally was like playing pickup basketball, and that one kid shows up who's not exactly a kid. More like a professional NBA player. And
yeah, and I've been on a team like that before. So
it is hard to fathom what it was like before. In fact, it's almost like a dream. I remember when the big talk was the year before Star Wars came out. Logan's Run was the talk. And that movie was supposedly, and it was for the story that it had. It was the it thing. And so to go from Logan's Run to Star Wars is an incredible leap. That's like showing up for your first day of kindergarten, and then your next day you're basically going into your senior year of high school. That's how big the jump was.
Yeah.
So
I didn't see Logan's Run, that version, that the movie. I didn't see that till I was older. but I did get to go see I was just talking to my dad about this today because I was like, he even remembered what today was too, because they took me. I was sitting on my dad's lap, and his leg fell asleep, so they had a booster seat for me. And he sat me in it, and my mind just blew. And I was still like a kid, little kid.
Yeah.
So that was one of my very first memories I can remember is Star Wars.
Huh.
So I got to see. Yeah,
so you really don't remember what it was like from the before time, which is,
no, I don't, because I was like a real little kid.
Well, you got to understand now, for science fiction, post 2001: A Space Odyssey, a lot of people have been waiting for what the next great thing was going to be. Yeah. And you're also dealing with post Star Trek, because Gary and I were talking about this.
Mm-hmm.
If you really think about it, at least for those of us that were around then, Star Trek was only off the air for barely 10 years before it came back. There was a lot packed into that distinct amount of time that if you don't count the animated series, which was 1973, you're looking at about a good 10 years, because it was officially canceled by NBC in 69.
Yeah.
And so the movie came out in 79. So if you don't count the animated series, and if you don't count all of the stuff that they were attempting to do, like the Star Trek Phase 2, yeah, it's about a good 10 years there, of which a lot had happened within science fiction. I think the next great thing was Space 1999. And that was 74s.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was off the air before Star Wars hit, almost like they knew, you know. But, and just, well, and to be honest, Space 1999 still has incredible effects all these years later for something that was made to be just for television. The visual effects that Jerry Anderson and his production company put together still hold up. In fact, all of the effects they've done for all their live action shows still hold up, you know, for UFO and Space 1999 and just, you know, it. But then Star Wars hit, and that pretty much changed the game. And before the decade was out, it just energized everything. And the first movie to truly benefit from all of that really was Star Trek the Motion Picture, ironically, because Superman was already in production by the time Star Wars had hit theaters, Superman was already in pre-production. Yeah. So that's not really a film that you can say was part of the aftermath. That film was going to happen no matter what. Star Trek the Motion Picture.
Yeah, I gotta say, we had a golden era right there. We had Logan's Run, we had Star Wars, we had Superman, and then we had Raiders, and we had all these just.
Whoa! You skipped one.
Which one?
As far as the 70s go, you go Logan's Run, Star Wars, because Logan's Run was 76, Star Wars is 77, Superman is 78, Superman 2 should have been 79.
Yeah.
79 is actually Star Trek the Motion Picture.
Yeah.
And then you head into the 80s. And in 1980, you had Superman.
Yeah, I forgot, because, the motion picture was 79. I remember that now.
Yeah.
And actually, Clobberin Thompson mentioned before, too, and I'd read that, too, that Phase 2 obviously was going to be on TV. For those who don't know, that was the Star Trek series coming back. I think it was Zahn was replacing Spock, I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, because Nimoy wasn't interested in coming back. This is still television. And the visual effects and even the look of what they had originally designed for what the show was going to be like wasn't really that much beyond what the original series had. Star Trek: The Motion Picture was a complete departure from everything that they had up to that point. Although they had more money than what they were going to be able to deal with. But the other thing was that the reason why that project was moving forward was because Paramount was going to launch its own network in the early 70s. And they wanted a flagship series to launch with.
History repeated itself, right? Yeah, ironically.
Basically. Yeah. Although in the more recent incident, it was just craptacular. Yeah, but it was just you had a lot of great writers and a lot of great people that were thinking about how they wanted to put that entire series together. And for those that haven't really picked up on it, there's more than one reason why the theme to Star Trek: The Motion Picture is actually the theme to Star Trek: The Next Generation. Okay? It's because Star Trek: The Next Generation is built on the ashes of Star Trek Phase 2. Mm-hmm. The characters and stuff that you see in Star Trek: The Next Generation are the modified characters from Star Trek: The Motion Picture and Star Trek Phase 2.
Yep.
What do I mean by that? Captain Kirk was going to be different in Star Trek Phase 2. Okay? They didn't want to have the show be exactly the way that everyone remembered it, even if Leonard Nimoy had come back. So they decided to evolve the character of Kirk and turn him into more of a diplomatic type who wouldn't be going down to the planet so much. So they wanted to cast a younger character that would be doing all of the action scenes. This is starting
number
sound
one.
Familiar?
Yep, number one.
Mm-hmm. Well, but you see it in Star Trek: The Motion Picture. That's what Deckard was.
Deckard,
yeah.
And so when they were putting together Star Trek: The Next Generation, really it's just you cross out names and you write in others. Kirk, you cross him out, you put in Picard. Not the original version of Kirk from '66, but the one from the '70s for Phase 2. That's Picard.
Yep.
And Deckard becomes number one. Ilia becomes she becomes, and they lifted that entire story between the two of them straight from Star Trek: The Motion Picture into The Next Generation. The backstory between the characters was lifted directly from Star Trek Phase 2 and or Star Trek: The Motion Picture. And then the rest of it's just filling certain things out. Data comes from is a modified version of both Zahn and Spock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but he's the ultimate Vulcan. Data really is the ultimate Vulcan because he has no emotions. But the data serves the purpose of being that measuring stick for understanding humanity.
Yeah, it's a great great description. And then of course with Star Wars hit, then the Paramount executives said, "Hey, we got to have our Star Wars movie," and then they moved it to the big screen.
Yeah, well, they remembered they had something.
Yeah, they remember. Yeah.
This goes even to today. There's a lot of executives pay no attention to a lot of their non-traditional entertainment choices.
Mm-hmm. That's the reason why we're in the problem we are today.
Yeah. That's right. Especially Warner Brothers. Mm-hmm. Warner Brothers technically should not be in the situation that it is now. It's only within that situation because they had no idea what they had. And what little they knew about it, they didn't know how to use everything. It's kind of like you guys watch Supernatural?
Mm-hmm.
Watched it a little bit, not a lot.
Well, remember in the final season, they revealed something about the bunker that the brothers didn't know. They had no idea. Yeah. That big map table that they have, when you actually turn it on and turn on all the power, that table is supposed to find all of the weird ghost and other related activity around the world.
Mm-hmm. And I was
and
like,
the brothers didn't know that.
I was like, okay, they gone through 10 seasons. Well, more than 10. Wait, how many seasons is it?
It was a long-running show.
It was a long-running show. But they went through the whole time,
15?
and they're like, they didn't know about that. And I flipped out about that when I saw that. I was like, so they didn't know the whole time that was there. Like,
didn't Constantine? There's a Constantine TV show had something like that too. The pilot, didn't they have a map in Constantine that was revealing all the evil in the world in the pilot of the show? Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the way it is with the studios. That's the way it is. Definitely with Warner Brothers and DC, and unfortunately, it seems like a lot of that has infected Disney and Lucasfilm mainly, with the current people running it. They have no idea what they have. They're just talking out their butts, trying to, make it to the next paycheck. So that's the sad fact of corporate Hollywood at this point.
Yeah.
And probably one of the things that is a major downside, if through some act of God, Disney can somehow actually buy DC Comics.
Oh God.
Then what you're going to see is more stuff like that. In fact, any character in Marvel and DC that is not an A-list character, you're never probably going to see that character ever again.
Yeah, that's my worry about Disney buying DC, dude. Like,
I wouldn't worry about it. It may be true that they're looking at it, but they have no money.
Yeah,
that's the big problem with Disney. I'm sure some executive has said, "Yeah, we're looking at it," but that means about as much as, "Yeah, I have a good feeling about this lottery ticket."
Yeah,
some dudes,
and T-shirts here. He just
welcome T-shirt.
Hey, what are y'all doing? Oh, talking Star Wars?
Talking Star Wars movies and other stuff.
Mainly, yep.
Yeah.
The Eternals. Anyone see the Eternals trailer?
Don't get me started on that.
You know what? Again, this is one of those instances where.
Mark. Oh my God!
This is one of those instances where you really need to understand something about the creator of a particular property and what they were going for. I get that they need to have as much diverse content as they're willing to put together in the current version of the MCU. But I don't think Jack Kirby really had this in mind.
No, he didn't.
And the irony is, this is one of those few times where you could say that both DC Films and Marvel Studios were thinking the same thing, because I don't think the New Gods movie was very much different from what they've done with the Eternals.
Yeah, and you know what the bad thing about that, Keith? They're gonna have a Spider-Man 3-esque like dance number too. So
yeah, well, maybe again. Although that's more Sony than anything else.
Yeah.
Look, Disney should just save their pennies and buy out Sony, because Sony, look,
I agree with that. And then they would have everything in house, and they could actually do what they want. Like,
but on top of that, they would have access to a lot more. I mean, outside of just Spider-Man, which again, you're right, Spider-Man is the big one, but they would have access to a lot more. The Sony Corporation itself has been looking to dump Sony pictures for a long time.
Yeah, and then the PlayStation division is in trouble with their main corporation because they got pissed at them because they were doing a lot of things, so much so that they moved all the way out to Silicon Valley in California.
Yeah.
So that tells you something right there.
There's a lot of problems with Sony, and
Sony. There's a lot of huge problems with Sony.
Well, I should say Sony Entertainment.
Yeah.
But Sony Pictures is definitely something that they've been trying to get rid of for a while, just like MGM. Both MGM and Sony have been perpetually for sale for a few years. And I think Disney should work on buying Sony and dealing just with Marvel.
If they don't, they're going to have to every few years do another deal with Sony for Spidey. This is what.
Well, that was always going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to until they buy them out to get Spidey. That's always going to happen.
But also, they need to make sure they have enough money to buy out certain contracts.
Yeah,
because there are certain people currently working for Sony that I think should move on to somewhere else.
I agree.
And should not be allowed to make the transition to work with and or for Disney because, certain people are assholes. So
I totally agree with you on that. I totally agree with you.
Shut up, man. You're talking too much.
Ash, you okay, brother?
Yes, I'm still there. I'm good.
It is incumbent upon Marvel at this point to get everything back together. That does not cure all their problems because even after all of that, they still need to work a little bit with Universal because I don't know if all that stuff has gone through with Universal. I'm sure they have. Right now, Universal and them have an understanding.
Yeah.
Of how to use Hulk and how to use Submariner.
Yeah.
But Marvel Studios cannot make individual movies with those characters.
Yeah, and that's the reason why Hulk's been so weird in the MCU.
Yeah.
And I told somebody that, and it was just like, because the movie and TV rights are, there's the comic and then the movie and TV rights are all different.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and somebody didn't get that because that's the reason why they couldn't do Blade because the movie rights were still on another place and the comic book rights were in another place.
Yeah, well, that's the reason why Sony is doing badly with Spider-Man. They didn't have all the rights. Yeah. They have the rights to movies, and that's it. Marvel kept all the rights to everything else. The comics, the television rights, animation rights, and of course, more importantly, merchandising.
Yeah. So, you always, if it like Lucas did when he did all that, he took the merchandise rights over the worldwide gross box office rights because he knew that would make the money. Yeah.
Well, he needed the money because he was broke.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that going around. At the time when George Lucas needed to make that deal was right around that same time that another major actor from a big sci-fi franchise was actually broke and living in their truck. Would you like to take a guess as to who that is?
It's William Shatner.
William Shatner?
It was Shatner.
That's right.
It was Shatner.
Holy
William Shatner. When one of the big stories that you will not hear from a lot of his co-stars who are still alive is that when Star Trek went off the air in '69, Shatner got a divorce from his wife. They had 3 kids. And Shatner is an old-fashioned guy. He believed that he needed to have enough money to send to his wife to get his 3 daughters raised. So he took whatever jobs that came along so that he could get money to his ex-wife to raise the girls. Okay? That's the reason why he didn't do a lot of sci-fi conventions. And it took him years to actually do sci-fi conventions.
Yeah.
In the immediate aftermath of what eventually became this huge tidal wave of success from syndicated Star Trek. A lot of fans initially back then thought that he was kind of stuck up about the whole thing, that he didn't ever want to do anything Star Trek related, that he was very jaded, blah, 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 blah. No, the guy needed money.
Yeah.
The guy needed a lot of money.
Yeah, he did.
He took his syndicated check, which his check was probably bigger than everybody else's. He gave all that over to his wife, his ex. He never saw a dime of any of that stuff. And he started appearing, I mean, just as Star Trek is taking off in syndication and there are a lot more people starting to discover the show, he's out in Hollywood hustling because he needed money, appearing on whatever television show or movie he could get into. That's the reason why from 1970 to about 1974, he's everywhere. He's everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love T.J. Hooker. So.
Well, T.J. Hooker was his reward for coming back and doing Star Trek 2. I was taking advantage of how big Star Trek 2 was, because that's in the 80s. But before that, 1970s, he's appearing in movies like Kingdom of the Spiders.
Dude, and Riff Tracks ripped at that, and that movie is so bad.
Yeah, but you know what? He had to take it.
Yeah, I know. It was a really bad movie.
That's another one. That's a gangster movie with Angie Dickinson. He does The Devil's Reign, which I have to admit, that was the movie that scared the bejesus out of me at over years old. And then we had he did a lot of TV pilots. I think he was the first guest star on the original Columbo series, and then he ended up doing what was that? It was an alternate take on the series Wild Wild West.
Yeah,
but it was the Barbary Coast. He did the Barbary Coast, which is a really cool premise for a television series. That one didn't go very many episodes. I mean, he was just out there hustling, is really what he was doing. And
it wasn't until he got back with Star Trek, it's like he had the second revival, you know.
Yeah, he started doing conventions when he wasn't able to get work. And then that eventually led to him doing the animated series in 73. And then he ended up doing he ended up signing up to be in Star Trek Phase 2. He was going to do it.
Yeah.
And this is...
Yeah, but
Shatner
remember, Nimoy didn't want to do it. Leonard didn't want to do it.
He didn't want anything to do with it at all. He was not going to sign up. So what? See, Nimoy and Shatner were 36 and 66. So by 79, they were 46. They weren't even 50 yet.
Yeah.
So I'm actually older than they were when they did that. Anyway, it is just, like I said, there's a lot there. And really, Star Wars had a lot to do with it. The success of Star Wars and the vision and how all of these studios tried to scramble to find their own thing. And it changed the game tremendously, which is something that I'll always admire about George Lucas and the way he put that company together, because he is still the most successful independent filmmaker in the history of Hollywood.
Yeah.
That he is, yep.
I mean, that is what he is. And he got one over on Fox. You know, he was lucky enough to come along at a time when Fox was was very gun shy with having another science fiction related property, because Planet of the Apes had ended so badly. I mean, it's one thing to end badly.
Oh yeah, it was.
Planet of the Apes ended
really badly. I remember that.
Really bad, because they ended up, they couldn't give away Planet of the Apes merchandise in the end, and they had so much of it lying around that when Lucas was lucky enough to be negotiating everything related to Star Wars, that's the reason why he was able to get the merchandising rights. That's it. It's not so much that he was smarter, it's the fact that Fox didn't want him. And
I know people that were just given, you couldn't get, like, most of that, you couldn't give it away. It was. I know people that were putting in their stores and like free. Take one if you want it. Nobody would take it.
And that's almost where merchandising with Star Wars is right now.
Yeah. Oh, Doctor Who's the same. Doctor Who's the same way.
And Star Trek.
And
Star Trek as a whole has been affected the worst because of all the bad stuff going on with everything related to that, and especially all the television shows.
Hey, Pat, it's the new stuff. It's not anything that you would want.
Yeah.
So it's not any of the
new
good
stuff.
It's not any of the good stuff. It's all the new stuff. So you won't want it.
and on top of that, there's not a lot of many of the companies that had been dealing with Star Trek for years that would make merchandise, toys, and other things want nothing to do with Alex Kurtzman's version of it. They just don't. They've walked out of every single time you've had a new Star Trek show where you invite in all of the potential companies. They've all walked out.
Well, it's just like that with Bond. They can't get anybody to do Bond because nobody wants to touch it because they've destroyed it so much.
Well, now Bond is slightly different. Bond is a thing where you have a family that has pretty much got complete control over the film rights to do Bond. And that it's not that easy for someone to come along going, I have a different idea about how I want to do that. And Barbara and her brother will just look at him and go, yeah, well, you can take that idea, you can go that way with it. Because we don't want to do it. It comes down to what they feel comfortable with and where they want to take it. I personally think that they should just go back through and redo everything that they've done up to now, except this time actually follow the books.
You know what? And I said this. I said this on Purple Stream. I said if they want to bring the women in and you want to bring the dudes in for the action, you bring Henry Cavill in to be Bond.
Oh, I think he's at the top of their list.
Yeah.
I don't think they can technically negotiate right now because they still have the most
you still have that other idiot that's still in there.
Well, no, I don't think he's an idiot. I think he's here's the thing. Some people are on him because they think he should do more Bond films because they love him so much. And that's great.
Like Skyfall and what was the other one he did? But the other one,
well, here's the thing though. You got to understand, he has reached the age where you got to move on. No matter how many people may like what he does, he wants to move on to something else. While
but he keeps complaining about every movie when he does, though, too.
Well, part of that is negotiation. Part of that is reality. You know, you've got a bunch of people who, for whatever reason, feel they can't. Meanwhile, you got somebody over here like Henry Cavill, who was the runner-up to take the role back when they were casting for Casino Royale. Yeah. And you could easily get this guy, except, oh, wait a minute, he's involved with all this other stuff. And you still have one more movie to come out. You can't hire the new guy while you still have a movie with the last guy coming out. That automatically hurts your box office.
That's the Osborne computer rule. Don't announce there's a new computer. If anyone remembers the Osborne portable computer, before they had the new model ready for sale, they said they were coming out with a new model, and their sales tanked, and they destroyed the company. So, but I agree. Yeah, Cavill would be great. I personally don't like this new iteration of Bond, not because of the actor, just because of the tone and the stories. It's just not the kind of James Bond I grew up with. I know I know people love it, but.
Well, here's the thing, though. I'm speaking as a longtime Bond fan. We've seen all these different iterations of Bond. And I got to say, as someone that has read the books, that what we currently have and the tone they are trying to set fits in with where the books are in this half of the character. Because the thing about James Bond is that if all you know is the movies, you really don't know Bond. Because the movies were a self-perpetuating popularity thing.
Yeah.
They took all the books and in order to hype up the books more, to improve what they were, here's a little secret. They took action sequences out of other stories to put them within the stories that they were filming.
Mm-hmm.
So none of these movies are complete translations of what was actually in the books. And they did that on purpose. So you have, for instance, I think the only one that you've gotten, the only two that you've gotten closest on were Casino Royale.
Yeah.
And even that was pumped up a bit. The whole jumping from the beginning of Casino Royale, everything prior to jumping on the train, where Bond meets Vespa, everything that happened prior to that, that's not in the book. That was made up for the film.
Yeah, the thing is, if when you grow up with a character, you know, you're right. I've read a few of the books, not all of them, but yeah, the character obviously is a lot different. But you're just used to that, and people, some people hated like the Roger Moore Bond and all the gadgets. But I love Roger Moore, and actually he was older than Sean Connery, which is the funny thing. And I remember seeing. I went to see The Living Daylights with my dad, and I turned and said, "Isn't it great to see James Bond actually run again?" You know, because the guys were, you know, God bless them, but they were so old they couldn't. You know, that last fight scenes, you know, they couldn't move.
Well, that's the reason why Connery was asked about it.
Yeah, I did like Pierce too.
Pierce Brosnan Pierce Brosnan was one of two guys who had been sought after for a while.
If he would have been James Bond, if he would not done Remington Steele, because they wanted
screwed him. They screwed him over.
Wait! No. That's how he came to the attention of the Bond producers, was doing Remington Steele. Okay, had it not been for Remington Steele, he never would have been thought of, because he would have been just another guy. He would have been part of a long list of actors who had come along, and you never would have given that guy two thoughts. Here's the other thing about Pierce Brosnan. He had to actually gain weight because he had the same problem that Christopher Reeve had, which is his natural body is thin. He had a swimmer's body. They had to pack on the pounds for him to actually be, and he still is kind of like that when you see GoldenEye.
If you go and look on the Donner cut of how Reed was, you can see it. You know.
Yeah,
go
ahead.
I was gonna say, from Remington Steele, once they found out they were interested for Bond, then they were gonna cancel the show, if I'm remembering right, and then they extended the show because, you know, to take advantage of Pierce Brosnan's newfound popularity.
Yeah.
So that's
what happened. What happened to Pierce Brosnan is the same thing that happened to Tom Selleck. Yeah. And what it was that you had a studio that got excited and made an announcement, and the people that held their contract decided, oh, wait a minute, we have a clause in here that says that we can retain you, and if we keep you longer, that'll be great for us, because then we can sell the fact that you're this other character. It happened with Tom Selleck. Tom Selleck got hired to be in Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah,
he was Indiana Jones. He was Indiana Jones for approximately a month and a half.
Just like who was it? Was they're gonna play Marty and Back to the Future, and then they went with Michael Eric Stoltz was gonna be
Eric Stoltz.
They filmed scenes with him.
He's gonna be Marty. Yeah, there is Dave Keith. If you remember, because I said this because I knew this. They filmed, like, didn't they say 80% of the movie?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Not with only Eric Stoltz. Yeah, and then they got put out for some reason. I don't remember the reason.
No. What happened was they looked at the movie, they watched it, and figured out that the movie had a problem, and it was Eric. And it wasn't the fact that Eric was bad. It was the fact that he didn't have the natural comedic oomph that movie needed in order to take it the rest of the way. Because you can only do so much with a script. You know, the other thing about a good movie is it's a combination of having the right director that can interpret your script, and also great casting. And you have to be, every part is important. Because the moment you skimp on any one thing, it'll derail your entire thing.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, Eric Stoltz was that one piece that didn't work because everybody else is still the same. They were doing what they were doing before. So you had Michael J. Fox. You brought him in, and he really was the person who they were looking at. They couldn't get him because he had a television show that he was doing.
Family Ties.
And it turns out that his boss on that show let him go to do Back to the Future. So while filming Family Ties during the day, there were a lot of scenes at night with Michael J. Fox. I mean, there were literally, he would leave Family Ties set, get in a limo, and they would drive him to the set of Back to the Future. And half the time he's sleeping. But I mean, that's the reason why a good portion of the film is filmed at night. And that covered a lot of those scenes because he spent his vacation filming Teen Wolf.
Yeah.
Oh, the Teen Wolf. Yeah, I remember that movie.
Yeah. That's the movie that he was able to do because it came in and was in production while he was off from the series.
Didn't they release that because of the popularity of Back to the Future, I think, or I heard
No. Teen Wolf was released first.
Oh, it was released first? Okay.
And Back to the Future had this huge campaign that they were doing for it because that's a Steven Spielberg-related film.
Okay.
I wanted to add about the film. Actually, the video game was done in maybe like 80-90% with the older actor. And when they replace it, they didn't even replace it on the video game. They just,
yeah.
In the video game, even the song is... Oh, you have it. It's, man.
Yeah. The NES version?
Yep.
Yeah, I have
LGN version. Yeah. Oh,
and
man.
didn't they come out with Back to the Future 2 and 3 on one cartridge?
No, that was a full package. Was Back to the Future Part 1, 2, 3.
No, out here they had it separate. I have a separate cartridge of Back to the Future.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, then, you have the American version. Okay.
Yeah, and then there was Back to the Future, and then it was on another cartridge was 2 and 3 out here. So
interesting, yeah.
It is again. You get a lot of that, and look, if we could make our way back to Bond for a moment. And I'm a big Bond fan.
Yeah, Bond's awesome. Like
it is. I would say that if you're looking for an actor that embodies Bond and is one of the few actors that actually read the books to get it right, you're looking at Timothy Dalton. Timothy Dalton is the one that really set the stage for everything Bond would become later on. That's part of the reason why he's no longer he wasn't Bond anymore after a while. He kept butting heads with the producers because he's a classically trained actor. He's also the one actor that they were after for the longest. Okay. Timothy Dalton was one of the actors in the Academy Award winning film, The Lion and Winter.
Yeah.
And that movie came out in 1966. He gets approached by the Bond producers because in their minds, they were thinking after everything that they had been through with Sean Connery and were currently still going through at that time, they thought, you know what, why don't we cast younger so that we can keep Bond for longer?
Yeah.
Now, on paper, that sounds like a great idea. But you also have to add in, you're wanting a younger actor to come in and do this. And so they approached Timothy Dalton. And he said, no. Told him no. It's like, I'm not going to do that. If I were to come in now, that would derail my career. It would become the only thing I'd be known for, and I couldn't do anything else. So they stayed with Sean Connery. I should say they went from Sean Connery, George Lazenby, back to Sean Connery, okay? They kept going back to Timothy Dalton for after the completion of every Bond film that they had from that point on. Even when they had Roger Moore. they wanted Timothy Dalton. Not that they did not like Roger Moore at all. They loved Roger. Roger was a personal friend of the producers, Harry Saltzman and Albert Albercolli. They used to have dinner parties and invite a lot of famous friends. In fact, some of those parties had both Sean Connery and Roger Moore there. Everybody was friends. Everybody was friendly. It was great. But I think especially Saltzman, he wanted to get someone younger, and they laser focused right on Timothy Dalton. And the only reason why they were able to get him when they did was he wasn't doing anything at that point. You know, he was between jobs. I mean, he was a working stage actor for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And they caught him at a time when he could say yes. And also at the time that I think Dalton thought that he had matured enough to be able to play the role. Because in Dalton's mind, his training as an actor, Patrick Stewart does the same thing. Any classically trained actor will tell you, part of your research, especially if it's something based on literature, is you read the literature. You know, that's like, I'm going to play something within Shakespeare, but I'm not going to read any Shakespeare. Yeah. That's dumb. You know, you're going to read it. Well, Dalton read the books.
Yep.
And he understood what had gone a little askew. He told the Bond producers, you know, and he reading all the books, you instantly see what the problem was. It's like, you guys have been cannibalizing stories in order to pump up the movies that you're making. You do realize you are poisoning the well before you get to where you should go with this. You're killing yourselves with this. Why not just make Bond the way that he is? Because there's also a character arc with all of the Bond books that Ian Fleming wrote. The initial books, Bond is the agent provocateur. He is proud to go out and serve his country. But there's a subtext to all the books that as you go and read the books in order, you start to see a Bond that is becoming more and more frustrated with the spy game and with government and politics and his bosses. And that's a lot alike what we're seeing with Daniel Craig in these last two movies. The reason why they're writing it like that is because it was a part of the books.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, they may not get everything else right, but they are at least getting the character's story arc correct. Bond was not a happy camper towards the end. He was not someone who was gleefully going in to do what he needed to do. There are certain books where he's directly questioning his bosses and their decisions, because in his mind it's like, look, what am I risking my life for? What are you guys going to do? I mean, is this another chess move that you guys are thinking 20 moves ahead, where I go out and spill a lot of blood and almost lose my life for you guys to only end up doing a deal with the person who was trying to kill me, and now I got to work with him, you know?
Yeah.
So there's a whole subtext to the Bond stories and adventures that has been completely missed because the current rights holders have decided to go for spectacle rather than for an examination of the character. I respect Daniel Craig enough to understand that that is what he's trying to aim at and what has been very frustrating. I respect Timothy Dalton all kinds for wanting to also achieve that. Pierce Brosnan was different. Pierce Brosnan was an attempt to get back to the way audiences of the films got into Bond. He's more of a cinematic version if you've never read any of the books. Not to say that he was bad. Yeah, not to say that he was bad. Pierce Brosnan was very, very good as Bond. Okay,
yeah,
I would have
that's the reason.
Yeah.
My favorite movie he does is GoldenEye. So
that's a lot of people's favorite, but there's a reason for that. GoldenEye was originally developed as a Timothy Dalton vehicle.
And Dalton only ended up doing 2 movies, right? Yeah, he was only in.
Yeah, he only ended up doing 2 movies,
right?
And so because the whole thing with the Bond franchise is it's a machine behind the scenes. Okay, not only are these people, look, they know exactly what they're wanting to do. They know where they want to go. It is hard to get a job working on a Bond film because you're dealing with people who, it's the closest thing to a family for any film production that you've ever seen in the history of Hollywood. You got people working on, I guarantee you, there are people working on this current Bond film that are either the son, daughter, nephew, niece, grandson of people that have been working on previous films all the way back to the beginning.
Yeah.
There are people, no, there are literally, you got, on some of these movies, you're working with 3 or 4 generations of within the same family that are working on these movies behind the scenes.
Yep.
So
the Broccoli family has had the rights, and it's I've got the box set and there's some, the behind the scenes stuff and the the special features are fantastic to watch. And that I got the DVD set, and then the Blu-ray set is out now. So, but
you have you ever seen the documentary called Everything or Nothing?
I'm trying to remember if I've seen. I know I watched a lot of things on the. Was it part of the box set, or was it a separate?
No. This was a separate thing. And again, just between us here, because I know it's not really going to get out. It's not, it took me a while to figure out that that's really what Eon Productions mean. EON, everything or nothing.
Oh, okay, interesting.
After all those years, and it's like, oh, duh.
Everything like Mr. A to Z in Star Trek, right? Yeah, ATOS.
Yeah, it was just like, oh well, but that's it.
I was gonna say the Lazenby one episode of her movie, His Majesty's Secret Service. I love that Bond movie. And then I'm sure you've seen it, Keith, but the documentary on his story and his road to becoming James Bond and why he only did one movie. I think it's on Hulu.
Crazy. Yeah, it is on Hulu. It's crazy. It's crazy. Look, to go from being a model to Bond. And the only reason why you got the role is because the producers and Connery were fighting. Connery is a very strong-willed guy. If he believed deep down that you were screwing him over, he would become your worst nightmare. He had no qualms with taking people to court and suing their asses off. He was that kind of guy. Because that's and really you could see why he got the role of Bond. I mean, Bond is not a refined man. That does not mean he can't act refined. That does not mean he does not have a certain cultured air about him. But he doesn't come from that. He's really not the world's most. In reality, if you were to read the description of Bond, he's meant to be someone that can walk into a room and not physically, because of his looks, be someone that you're intimidated by too much.
Yep.
Or to be that memorable. But he has a presence about him. There's just something about him that you could tell. This dude, serious dude.
He's got the goods.
Yeah. Let's say he was a well-trained everyday man. He looked like a normal man. He acted like a normal man, but he was well-trained, so he will be on a diplomatic mission and he will be able to carry himself.
Yes. That's it. That's Bond. Bond is a guy who is just meant to just do the job.
Yeah.
He is a weapon.
Okay, here's the big difference between Bond and Star Wars. In Bond, we are used to this change all the time. We had actors changing. We had even people have written new Bond novels. So we have this revolving door all day, every day. In Star Wars, we were accustomed to Star Wars. It was not, let's say, Favreau's Star Wars or Lucas Star Wars. It was all Lucas Star Wars. Even the EU had notes from Lucas. Lucas was in development of games, in everything. Then we go to the Disney Star Wars, and the difference is there all the time because it is not Lucas Star Wars. It is not what we are used to have. there's this rumor. Doomcock did a great video today and everything, but even if they go back to old Star Wars, it will be more like Coke selling the new Coke, sucking, and then they decide
and
to
then they go back
Coke.
with Coke Classic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that will get a lot of people back again because.
But here's the thing: Carrie passed away. There's no way you can do something. They had their chance. They screwed it up. You know.
They can do stories out of the let's say Luke, Han, and Leia.
Yeah, I know. I love the EU, Keith. Like.
Yeah.
So
Ribbon, just go for Ribbon.
Yeah. Well, look. As far as getting everything back to where it should be, that's already been discussed by certain people who were not allowed to say very much.
Yeah.
Lucas has the Veil of the Force, and that would be the best way to get everything back to where it should go.
Yeah,
in fact,
because that was also in Rebels, and you saw that whole thing that was going on there.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know,
it's a way of getting things back on track, and it's also a way that I think Disney could agree to go that direction with Star Wars, because it doesn't necessarily wipe out episodes 7, 8, and 9.
It would just be its own
I don't think they would
alternate
ever do that,
universe.
I don't think they would ever do that, because that would be like Disney admitting they were wrong with the direction of the sequel films. Like it's like a quietly swiping it under a rug while we try to progress the franchise forward.
Technically that's what they have to do, because they have suffered consequences for going down this road with the people that they have. It's a way of, in other words, some people were saying that they were going to wipe it out. Disney was never going to wipe it out. Going with the Veil of the Force then allows them to take a different track.
Keith, they could still say it's there, but it's an alternate timeline or universe.
That's right.
And they
are
go
already
back
doing something like that. They are promoting all the Star Wars. They are not promoting the Disney sequel trilogy, what I call the Disney tragedy. They are skipping that. So in a sense, they already did put it under the rug. They are discarding that. They don't even care. They don't even mention it anymore. And that's, as I say, they are trying to sell us the classic Coke. Let's see if they can. Let's see if they get the recipe right, because The Mandalorian is not it.
Well, I think we have to give them a chance to make changes first. The big thing is getting Kathleen and the Lucasfilm Story Group out of Lucasfilm. As soon as you're able to do all that,
that's a huge cancer there.
What's the story behind the story group? For maybe people don't know that. What's why is the story group so pivotal to?
Because here's the thing. Rian Johnson didn't really write The Last Jedi. That was the story group giving Rian Johnson all the notes to do what he did. In fact, that's the reason why J.J. Abrams didn't direct the rest of the movies. The story group had a problem with the way that J.J. Abrams was pursuing the movies. And Abrams got fed up because it was looking more and more like he was having to get approval for everything that he was already planning out. But what it came down to was...
Yeah, and it messed up his vision of what he wanted to do.
Yeah, he was planning... He was putting together this entire story for this new trilogy with George Lucas's help. And that was the problem with the story group. Kathleen Kennedy and the story group's main thing was they wanted to change the essence of Star Wars. Okay? They wanted to get rid of Luke and Han. And basically the story that they were going with was that Luke really wasn't the chosen one. That it was really Leia. But that Luke sucked up all the oxygen in the room.
Yep.
And that Han was just a bad character. So they were able to impress upon Abrams to at least make certain concessions to what they wanted, which is writing Han as a deadbeat dad. Yeah. And not focusing on Luke at all in the first movie, not even bringing him in. And that was a delay tactic because they wanted JJ far away because they knew that what they wanted to do with and to the character, he was never going to go for. Yeah. And so when they were able to get him to leave, they then changed everything the way that they wanted. And getting rid of Lucas ASAP was really the plan with The Last Jedi, because they needed to they didn't like JJ's explanation for why Rey was able to do stuff. Okay? There is an actual explanation that JJ had.
What was that?
It was Luke. He was operating through Rey. That's the reason why when Rey was fighting Kylo, all those things that you see in the Force Awakens, that's Luke.
Ah.
And it doesn't jive.
That makes more sense, actually.
It doesn't jive with The Last Jedi the way that the story group and Kathleen Kennedy wanted to tell it. But had JJ stayed, you would have understood that. She's a novice. Of course, she's never going to be able to pick something up and be able to use it.
Yeah.
That was it was Luke operating through her.
Okay, with that, I didn't have that much of a trouble. It was the attitude and the way they portrayed Rey that I didn't like. Because, okay, in Star Wars, in the EU, there were several different warriors that got powers through the Force. The Force has a Force doping ability. You can gain strength, speed. You can get access to previous knowledge from different Jedis, or if you are in tune on the dark side, you can actually gain knowledge from different seats. That was already on the EU. So having a novice getting that power, if she is in tune with the Force enough, she might, but that will burn her. There's a backlash for your body.
Yeah,
and your mind.
There's always a cause and effect. There's a price to pay, and they didn't do that in there. You know?
But the thing with Rey was that she wasn't written like various other characters who had some connection to the Force. She wasn't using the Force at all when she was on Jakku. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
She had the ability to be able to do it, and what Luke did was he was able to communicate with those parts of her and be able to utilize that through her. That doesn't mean that she didn't have any ability at all. That meant that she was definitely someone for whom needed to come and study under Luke so that she could learn how to use what she naturally had.
Yes, exactly. Okay? That's exactly naturally has. Darth Bane was naturally gifted as a Force user and with the sword.
As Anakin was,
Anakin was naturally gifted, but he needed more training than Darth Bane. But yeah, you can actually make a character overpowered from the beginning, but you have to make it understand that power. If they already know everything from that power, that breaks the character. That makes it impossible to connect. You, for example,
there's no character growth.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of times when you start to do something and it's like you have done it all your life and this is the first time. That happens all the time because it's a skill or a reflex from something that you have done before. But, and this is the important thing, you cannot be a master from the beginning.
Nah.
Well, the reason why that was different for Rey was they have this thing that's called self-insertion. Okay. And that to me is a kind of a cancer in storytelling. There are times when you can do it and it works as long as you don't overdo it. In this particular case, Rey is Kathleen Kennedy and self-inserting herself into Star Wars. That's the reason why she was so protected.
Okay, on self-insertion, that's the important thing. Are you, how do I put it? Are you interesting enough to be in that role, to be in that story? Because if you are self-inserting yourself and you are an asshole all the time and you don't work with people and you try to make that character work with people and be elegant and everything, you will know that there's an asshole there. Self-insertion only works when is the right character to be in that story. Rey was not.
I agree. I and a lot of other people agree with you.
So I want to bring Keith. I want to bring this up. Ash, what do you think about what's being said?
Well, as I said before, I didn't fully grow up with the OT, the EU, the prequels. I did watch the original films. I was already a fan up to the point of the sequels, but the sequels were the first Star Wars films I watched at the cinema with my family. I love the sequels. I have a lot of personal attachment to those films, and there are quite a lot of bits in the sequels that I did actually enjoy. That being said, there's a lot of points through the sequels that they did miss their mark. Han wasn't written as himself. He wouldn't have. He was completely a different Han from the OT. Rey, she seemed a bit too wishy-washy. The lightsaber duels weren't really done well. There was a lot of parts in the sequels where I'm just like, this is really bland. This just isn't written well. It's not done well. But there was cool stuff like the Sith holocron stuff. There was cool stuff. There's so much potential with Finn as a character. There was the bit where Finn met up with that other female ex-stormtrooper on the same planet as the crashed Death Star. There was so much potential there, and they missed it. They had it all in their hands, completely squandered it all.
Well, even having a scene with just the original characters all together, they squandered that. Exactly. That was done on purpose by Kathleen Kennedy because she didn't want to overshadow the new characters that she said were really the most important part.
But also they had an explanation for the first duel between Rey and Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren got a shot from a freaking bowcaster from Chewbacca 5 minutes before. So yeah, he may be in pain, he may be gravely wounded, he may lose that duel because he was not in the right position to fight. In the second movie, there's no explanation why she's more powerful than him. There's nothing to tell you why. So that's the point where you stop believing. A novice winning against a master that is heavily wounded, I can see that. But when they are in the same footing, the master will win every single time.
Yeah,
but Rey should have had no chance. I mean, to fight. If Kylo Ren is heir to the Skywalker family and these powers, and she's been training. I mean, I took a little bit of karate, not much, but you think you're getting good, and then I remember sparring for fun. Not a real fight, but sparring for fun with a kid who from Thailand, and he's just kicking me in the face, touching my face, without me being able to react, and you're like, oh, I thought I was kind of getting good at this. Maybe I'm not so good. I mean, when you go, when you do, it's just not believable at all. And you were mentioning Finn. I mean, Finn would have been the character arc that would have been great. And if they had some kind of story where the original trilogy, the original gang was together, maybe for the first two movies, and the third movie, they kind of hand it over, and you've got stuff for both groups to do and work together. And then the end is kind of like that handoff to that next generation. That was the story that the actors were told. That is what Daisy Ridley and everybody else were told by JJ. And when they got into The Last Jedi, that entire thing completely contradicted everything JJ had told the cast.
Yep. Okay, you want to know a good way to do Rey? You have The Force Awakens exactly like that. But then in the second movie, you have Luke Skywalker beat her, she using the saber, and Luke Skywalker using a stick. Yeah. And Luke Skywalker beats her silly. So she knows, okay, I'm strong in the Force, but he is the one that I need to become. Give her something to strive for, something to be.
Or even
I really wanted Finn to become a Jedi.
That would have been good. Yeah.
Everybody wanted Finn to become a Jedi.
Yeah.
If you want the same characters, if we were to have the same characters still in the sequel, what would have been good is for Finn to be the prodigy Jedi, and then Rey to still be the granddaughter of Palpatine, Kylo Ren still to be the son of Han and Leia, and still Kylo go down as the evil route, Rey go down as a Jedi route, but there'll be a point where they flip sides. So Kylo Ren then starts to see the light again. He becomes a Jedi and follows in the footsteps of his father, like a smuggler / Jedi Force user type character.
That would have been.
Then
I would have liked that.
Flips on the other side,
Jedi.
and then she fully encompasses Dark Rey, and then they fight it out in the final film, and then the next generation just of the characters then should duke it out right in the final film.
Okay,
and then Palpatine comes in, and then you can incorporate the stuff they currently have as well as a better story as a whole.
Oh, look at that! You just told a better story than the one you did.
Yeah.
I have been saying this for a while. Okay, they don't even need to get rid of the sequel trilogy. They can keep the sequel trilogy. They do a new trilogy where Rey becomes a Sith. She now has the soul of all the Siths. You are keeping all the shit that you have already did. Mouse, you cannot run from your disaster. You have to face it. So you get Rey to become a Sith, and you get Finn to learn from Ahsoka Tano, and there you can have Grogu, and you can have Luke as a Force ghost, teaching Finn how to become a Jedi and how to defeat Rey, because Rey was not the chosen one. Sorry, Disney, she is not the chosen one, but she can be the chosen one from the dark side.
Yes,
and you
Ahsoka should have died during Clone Wars.
Yep,
I'm just saying.
But she's alive, so what do you do? You keep her.
And don't kill off. I was gonna say, don't kill off Luke.
Yep.
Yeah. I have to wonder exactly what the lifespan of Ahsoka's species is, because you have to understand, she is way older than Luke technically, and right, so to have her around, I mean, how are we going to do this? That's my only thing with Ahsoka. I got nothing against the character. My thing has always been, she's older because she was 12 when the Clone Wars.
I think it was 14. I think she was 14.
So
she is 16 when everything ends, when the Order 66 goes, because she is already her build and everything. She's already older. She might be.
So then you add 20 years or 19 years to that to 16, and that's how old she is once Luke comes on the scene.
And then you add another how many years on to that?
If she's a Twilly, she might still be sexy as fuck.
That's what counts.
At least it's not Brie Larson, right?
That 70s is back. Yep.
Yeah, hey guys.
He was back here for like the last 10 minutes.
I thought somebody said James Bond. I heard somebody say James Bond. I was just amazed by Keith. You're fantastic.
He's awesome.
You know so much.
Shit.
How do you know so much?
His shit, man.
Well, I'm an OG geek / nerd. And that's the reason why Gary keeps me around, because I know just enough to get me in trouble.
Sitting here in awe, listening to you. It's incredible.
Yeah, I just looked up something about Ahsoka. I don't know if the article's right, but they're saying she debuted at age 14 in the Clone Wars, and then they're saying that she should be 45 years old in the Mandalorian.
I said that, didn't I?
Yep, you were.
14.
Yep. And then she might, and they said she her lifespan might be seemed to have a longer lifespan than humans, so she'd be in her physical prime. But that's that's the fun of a sci-fi universe. You can say that her race lives longer. But you're right that she'd be a lot older. Yeah.
If she were strictly human, she's a really old woman. So.
Yeah.
Well, but she could also pull upon the Force to keep her alive too.
No, also Yoda was kicking ass at 800 years old, but so we kind of have seen older characters from different species. To tell that Ahsoka can live 200 years while Chewbacca can live 400, I don't see the nothing wrong there.
I always thought Chewbacca was Force sensitive, you know? I always thought that.
You know what? I think he's someone. I think he might be, but on a very, very low level.
Yeah,
and because I think people
Yoda spending so much time with Yoda might have like spoken to him and be like, "Oh, there's a force lives with inside everything. There's a flow of the whole universe, that kind of thing." And then over time, the exposure to Jedi and powerful force sensitive users probably would have sort of changed him a little bit, and then he may have been able to detect the force a little bit. Not to the point of to be able to use it.
No. I just thought he was a little bit force sensitive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So spending so much time around the Jedi, he probably
and
might
especially
have
Yoda,
because a little bit,
him and Yoda spent a lot of time together back before all hell broke loose. Yeah,
like Yoda was the Jedi Grand Master. Like, he's the most powerful Jedi in the Order at the time before Luke, and so. It would be ridiculous to think that Yoda would not have spoken to Chewbacca about the Jedi and the Force. And then Chewbacca might have picked up like an inkling of the Force and everything.
There's a great spin-off show. Sorry, Pablo. There's a great spin-off show idea for Lucasfilm, The Odd Couple, starring Yoda and Chewbacca.
What I wanted to say is the one that must have been force sensitive in one way or another, that was Han Solo. Because that way of piloting, you cannot be that good of a pilot without using the force.
He didn't believe in that old hokey religion, did he?
That's exactly why he doesn't know how to use the force. But being Anton, like Anakin Skywalker, he was the best pod racer. Quotation marks, giant quotation marks there. He was good. He was good at pod racing because the force. So that was the theory actually that they were talking about Poe on the sequel trilogy. That he was that good of a pilot because he had the force, but then everything else went to shit, and he instead was a drug addict that used to sell dope.
Yeah, we want to know about that part. Spice Runner, yeah. Well, so speaking of racing, Phantom Menace obviously has its detractors, but that pod racing scene, I don't know if Palpatine is in the Palpatine, but that and the sound effects in that, and bring it. If you've watched Ben-Hur in the chariot race, I guess that's probably another epic race scene. But that's just that scene is, even if you just watch that as like a 5-minute clip or whatever and don't care about the rest of the movie, it's still an amazingly well done
racing game
scene.
Is so good.
Oh, that's right. I love that game. Yeah, I love that game. Yeah, I still play that once in a while. Yeah, that was a fun game. But those are the things that you love about Star Wars, and I always kind of try to look towards the positive, but and I think the prequels have aged much better over time, and you appreciate them, a little bit more. And they always feel like Star Wars too. They never don't feel like Star Wars. We could argue about, we didn't like the scene or this wasn't good, but you never say this is not the character of Luke. Or when I left The Last Jedi, I didn't know anything what the Phantom Menace was or anything about any of these groups. And I'm like, what the hell did they just do to Luke? And my family was like, you don't seem too happy. I'm like, yeah, well, why did they just kill off and get rid of one of the greatest characters, and then ruin all the work that he did, go off and he hides on an island and he doesn't do, they don't even explain it or
they basically neutered him. Like,
that was the plan. And they did it on purpose. Now, here's the thing. I think John Boyega and Daisy Ridley are willing to come back if they do the whole Veil of the Force thing and give everything another shot. And if you go with the alternate timeline, which from my sources, I am hearing that that's the direction once Kathleen and her acolytes are gone, that'd be a way to help Daisy Ridley and John Boyega, both of whom are Star Wars fans, feel better about being involved with all of this. Because that last movie was the textbook definition of how you do not make a movie. Good, bad, or indifferent. And I'm not trying to be funny about it. What I mean is, part of the reason why Kathleen Kennedy is on her way out is strictly from a financial point of view. Purely financial. And this is what I mean. With any movie, you have your production budget. That's the money that it takes to actually make the movie, beginning, middle, end. Okay? Then you have your budget for advertising worldwide. You add those two together, and that is how much money that's your deficit cost. Okay? It's that amount times 3, multiplied by 3 is how much you need to pay off your debt. Okay. So with the first film having made $2 billion, you have to come up with the debt that you owe, that money. Then worldwide, you don't get all of that money. When a film makes like $2 billion, you don't get all that money.
Yep.
Many countries will hold on to it, especially China. They'll hold on to a nice chunk of that.
Oh, yeah. You'll never see that money ever again.
So it's what's left after all of that. Okay? That's
the theaters get their cut.
Say what?
I was going to say the theaters get their cut, and then, you always hear the movie budget. We never hear the advertising budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all of that going into The Last Jedi. Now, The Last Jedi then was internally, for Disney's numbers, was always meant to be the movie that was going to make more money than The Force Awakens. Okay? It didn't.
Yeah.
The movie made just over $1 billion. Just over $1 billion, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Joker made more.
Yeah.
Joker made more. So you still have the same thing, though, with what you have to take out of it. So it's your production budget, advertising budget, multiplied by 3. Individual countries, they take their percentages, and what you have left is what you have left. And you notice that from The Force Awakens, Last Jedi, that's your profit is going down. Okay? When it comes time for The Rise of Skywalker, that movie technically didn't make anything. It lost a lot of money because the production was very expensive. Why? Well, if you are still working on the movie, meaning actual filming on the film 2 months before it's to hit theaters, that's a lot of work you're going to have to do in order to put everything together and, make it look nice.
Yep.
You have to add in the fact that you took out an entire character and subplot from what was originally filmed. Then you have an actor who, while you had a contract with them that obligated them to show up, you ended up calling them back for the most just dumbest things. Who am I talking about? Harrison Ford.
Oh, for that scene. For the flashback scene.
3 times.
And that cost
3
times. That must have cost a ton of money, right? Is that in his contract?
Oh, yeah. He's obligated to appear, but that means you have to pick up the cost to bring him to wherever you have to film.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And plus you're paying for his housing, his food, whatever else. Then refilming or reshooting those scenes for the stuff that were changed. Remember when I said that there was a character in the movie that is now no longer in the movie? You not only have to cut the character out, you have to go back and refilm all of those scenes to make sure that it's all smooth and that you don't notice, because not a lot of people noticed.
Yeah, they took out Doctor Who, right?
That's right. Mm-hmm. Matt Smith was in it. and they literally had to change the third act to accommodate their new ideas about not having that character in the third act, because that was the character that was meant to be the big bad of the movie, to fight both Kylo Ren and it was Kylo Ren and who else?
Rey?
Yeah, it was Kylo and Rey that would fight against the big bad, the real big bad.
Now, are those scenes completed? Like we could ever see those, or they never went to post? With
I don't
those,
know
or?
how far they did all that. That production was so jacked, and they were spending so much money before the movie was officially done. And again, you got to add in post-production, sound, visual effects, any lighting, whatever.
Yep.
And you're still shooting 2 months before the movie comes out. So you're looking at a budget that there is the reported budget that they have, that if you Google it, my sources tell me, yeah, that's Lucasfilm's official budget that they reported. It is actually a little more expensive than what they put down there. At least another $200 to $300 million.
Jeez.
And that's production.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
That's not advertising. That's your production budget. So yeah, that movie. And then if any of you guys watch World Class Bullshitters, Jeff Hicks and his guys, all those videos that they did where they would go to Walmart or other places to look at the merchandising and toys. Yep. See, that's what really is the lifeblood to any film series, is your merchandising. And if your merchandising suffers, the entire thing is in trouble. So from Disney's point of view, you had what should have been the easiest thing ever. You could have printed money with these movies, and they didn't. They figured out a way of snatching victory from the jaws of defeat.
The Rose Tico figure that no one wanted to buy, and I think the actress is a great actress, but yeah, horrible character.
Well, I mean, it is. I should say snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. That's the way that should go. But no, all of that is really the unfortunate part of the entire trilogy. So that's really a portion of why Kathleen Kennedy has to go. It's not the whole reason, because it turns out that her entire time running Lucasfilm has cost them money. What do I mean? You had to go back and film an incredible amount of footage for Solo.
Mm-hmm.
You also had to do a lot of work on Rogue One. Everybody liked it. There was a lot of work. And technically, the director that is credited is not the one that did the real work.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of problems with Kathleen Kennedy and Star Wars films. And there has not been one film that hasn't really run into any problems outside of The Force Awakens.
And do you think she's going to be, when's her contract up? You'll think that's, because I keep hearing that she's going to be out, but, and you're probably right. Yeah. If you don't make money, then you're out, but yeah.
Do you know who Cameron Pasha is?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cameron's been on here a bunch of times.
Yeah. So you probably heard what he said. It's like, look, it's not going to go down how you think it will.
Yeah, and he did. He said those exact words the day he came back, and I got him on our channel.
Yep.
So.
it is not going to be you're fired and you're out. That's not how they're going to do it.
You get a quote unquote promotion, another position.
No. She's not even going to be promoted. What they have done, and this is skillful. This is like classic Mission Impossible, or OG Mission Impossible, not the new movies. This is classic Mission Impossible, the way that they're going to do this. You've announced that your secret weapon, the real power behind the throne, Alan Horn, is going to retire. Okay? And so you sort of slide her in with that. So both Alan Horn and Kathleen Kennedy are going to get all these accolades and awards. They're probably going to get their hand and feet and cement and become a permanent part of the part. I mean, all that incredible stuff. and then they're going to hand her her big award from Disney, thank her for all that she's done, and wish her well on all her future endeavors.
So it's kind of like a silent, here's all the awards you need, F you, get the hell out, you've done enough damage, we want someone who actually wants to make the business model run correctly, no more goddamn agenda.
Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, Mr. Fat Steven.
You brought this up before. I think we've all talked about this from one point or another. It does come down. When Chapek did that first thing, congratulating Kathleen Jabba the Hutt, like weeks ago, that was the first sign. He was like, because the phone calls that happened the quarterly beforehand when they got those hotshot questions from actual people, Chapek had enough. And he was done with it because he's a money man. He's a beanbag count. He's a bean counter. And when the bean counts are now turning into coffee grounds, that was the clear sign.
Yeah, he may be a bean counter though, but they all still go to the same cocktail parties, which is why Keith's saying, or sorry, Stephen, you're saying as well, they're going to let Kathleen go with fanfare, not with beat it, you ruined this thing. You know, because
it looks bad.
Yeah.
It looks
They're going to give her the key to the city and like put her in the Hall of Fame and all this other, crap, and then push her out the door.
Appearances are everything.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's also a lot simpler than that. And I think this is right, Keith. It's what they're trying to do is that if they give her enough props, enough participation trophies, enough high fives, she won't think of it as a discriminatory firing and try to go after Disney for more money.
Oh, no.
Am I wrong on that?
No. Everybody knows what's going on. Well, she knows what's happening.
Oh, okay.
She can't do anything. What it is
my
that
bad. I'm mistaken. My bad.
Yeah. No. They're not fooling anybody. If you are a total novice to how Hollywood works, yeah, that's what it looks like. But in actuality, if you've been around Hollywood, this is the way it's always been.
Yeah,
appearances are always deceiving. You've got to look at how Cameron Pasha said, once it makes it into the trades, it's a fait accompli. The trades are the final part of it. It's not the beginning, it's the end. Okay. So you're reading the book of your life, and you've got to the last chapter to see how you die. She's reading how the end is going to come for her.
Then Keith, when you mention the end, are you saying that also this is the end of her whole career of ever getting hired or having a job anywhere else? So someone else will take her on that wants to lose money?
She'll have a production.
Well, she should have done this years ago. If they had managed to figure out all of this stuff beforehand and been able to get her out, she should have just started her own studio because I've said this on our show. She is probably the most successful producer in Hollywood that is still working. Okay? Whether you like her or not, however you may feel about her, the numbers are the numbers. Her career, everything of who she is, you can't get past that. She would have been one of the few people that would have gotten away with creating her own production company and doing all the stuff that she's always wanted to do and been successful. So why then did she do this to Lucasfilm?
Maybe she knows she... sorry.
It makes it seem kind of personal. Part of it is hating George. Part of it might be just how she feels about the entire business. She just felt that instead of doing the right thing and building up more of her power, creating the kind of film and content that she wants, it was easier just to take this over, corrupt it, bend it to her will, and make money from it after all the hard part's been done.
You described as a school bully that Lily's trying to get into the comic book industry because it's cool now, and they used to tease all the people that thought it wasn't uncool.
Mm-hmm. Hubris is a hell of a drug, and she's got a lot of hubris.
And you think George was totally shocked by the direction she took Star Wars, or did he have an inkling?
Yes, because it was in the book. It was Bob Iger's book. He told everything. I was really surprised by what he put in that book. He just let it all go. He knew he was out the door when that book came out, and so he decided, you know what, I'm just going to tell everybody's business, and he did. He told it all. And so he laid it out there about George and about Kathleen and about what happened. That's the reason why that story about how the Galaxy's Edge changed. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me put the rest of this into context.
Tatooine.
Everything I just told you about how the movies were made, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to understand that Disney had to borrow $4.5 billion to pay George for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
So wait. So when you add together, that's $4.5 billion. The movies were supposed to be able to pretty much put enough money out there to wipe out that debt. You've added to the debt because the development of Galaxy's Edge, which is outside of that, was a $2 billion development.
So that's like six right there.
$6.5 billion.
Yeah.
So at best, my best estimation is that there's still almost 2.5, almost $3 billion left on that debt.
Question.
Yeah.
Okay, so since Disney's all related, this includes Lucasfilms and the parks and let's say Marvel, right? They all share the same debt, right?
Technically, yes.
So if it's technically they all share the same debt, how are they putting forth so much money toward all the renovations and changes towards their parks when they can't even pay off George yet?
That's what I'm saying.
No. He's already been paid.
Okay.
It's what they had to borrow to give to George Lucas.
Yeah, I'm looking at the box office. The box office of the trilogy was $4.475 billion. So that's breaking even with George, and that's not even including, like you said, all the other hidden advertising budgets and everything else behind the scenes. So it's been they managed to lose money on Star Wars.
And that debt isn't free. I mean, that debt is costs something just to maintain that debt.
Have you guys actually looked at the graph where it shows? Okay, Force Awakens made the most money out of the sequel trilogy. When when Last Jedi came out, it lost what was it, 16% or something like that, or 25%. More than
because
but then it doubled.
Projected.
It doubled by the time it Rise of Wokewalker. So they lost double the amount of what Lost Jedi lost by the time Rise of Wokewalker came out because of how it was being handled.
Yeah,
And then you think of how much was spent to create all the merchandising. So you lost money on something that should have been the gravy. That should have been. They were just losing money and are still losing money left and right.
Yeah, because no one's buying the toys. I mean, I buy some of the Black series, the original characters, but I think I bought a Jyn Erso and an IG, the K2SO model and a couple of toys, but I wasn't going to buy any of the new characters. No interest.
Darth Hester, your question about the title of the book, are you talking about the Heart of the Jedi? Because that right there is the ultimate
slap in the face.
Horse
I gave them
in the bed.
This much of money.
Oh, look at you, big man!
This is my Disney Star Wars box.
Here. Let me let you in on something. You see the droid in there?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
A lot of that right there. No, not that one.
BB-8.
The other one.
Oh,
BB-8. Okay. That represents J.J. Abrams making some money off that too, because the way he set up that deal is that anything that he came up with,
he made money off of.
He made money because he does that for everything that he does. He did that with Star Trek, and he's going to do that with Warner Brothers. He wants to make money, and that's really what Hollywood is about. Everybody wants to find their own thing so they can make money off of it. It's all about the merchandising. Is really what it comes down to. Why do you think The Rock has so many different film series that he's a part of? It's about making money. And when you think about it, not everything he does is something that is easy to create merchandise from. But if you can get it, it'll work for you. And the reason why he's investing so much time in Black Adam is that he realizes he can actually make something from that. It's the same thing why Idris Elba never became Bond. That was just a rumor. He was using that to expand his power in Hollywood. He was never going to be Bond. He was too old. He was and he knew it.
Yeah.
Can that be related?
He doesn't eat enough Caribbean food either.
Yeah, but he also doesn't have enough black friends too. If we're gonna go
that's right.
Can that also be associated or related to the same thing with the rumors that came up about the Mara Jade crap? That was all just BS to get Brie Larson out there. The same way we hear articles about Disney Ridley being considered for more Star Wars roles when it was pretty much said she has no problem coming back to Star Wars to retake the role. These are rumors trying to propagate the names out.
Yeah, well, okay. Lucasfilm also has a problem.
Yeah.
They keep going around Disney to do stuff. They keep releasing things to the media that people assume comes from Disney when it actually comes from Lucasfilm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? It's the same problem that Warner Brothers had about Zack Snyder and the Snyder Cut and all of that. There's a difference between what Warner Brothers media says and what AT&T were saying. And you had a lot of different stuff in the media. Well, if you look at who was saying what, you could figure out where it was coming from. Okay? If you really, really look, Kathleen Kennedy doesn't like a lot of the people that she's having to work with. Okay? She really doesn't like Jon Favreau, but Jon Favreau seems to be something or someone that the fans like. She can't come out and say, well, you are a blah, 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 blah. She can't do it.
Did she like Filoni?
Filoni kisses everyone's ass, though.
Yeah, he does.
Filoni's kissing everybody's ass.
He's an ass kisser.
He wants to stay employed. He doesn't have enough juice, and he's smart enough to go, I just want to be the guy that is able to create but keep my head down. That's all he wants to do is create and keep his head down.
It's all Ahsoka.
That's it.
24/7. That's pretty much what
it is.
Yeah.
He simps for like he's for Ahsoka. So.
Yep.
So yeah. Well, listen, guys, I do have to go. It has been a fantastic pleasure talking to every single one of you. And again,
Absolutely.
if you wanna have me back, just ask. I'm happy
Keith,
to come on anytime.
I always ask you and Gary over. So
maybe we could have you on both at the same time again.
Yeah. We never can get you guys. The only time we've ever got both of you on is that day we had you on the channel for the first time. So, since then it's been off and on.
That's okay.
Yeah, I know. We both have weird schedules.
Yeah, I know, and I always get either you or him at some point. So,
well, listen, everybody, thank you very much, Fat Steven.
Well, we're gone 5 hours. So
probably a good time to wrap it up. Maybe
every time I enter a room, everyone leaves.
Oh, sorry.
We can keep going. Nobody can fill up the time Keith was filling up there. I mean,
do you want to promote anything, Keith?
He's gone.
Oh, okay.
But check him out on Pop Culture. Check out his channel. It's in our
Look in the description down below. We have every one of our friends of the channel down in the description down below. We got Steven, we got Ash, we got Pablo, we got
Who's Ash?
Doomcock, shut up, Ash. We got everybody in the description down below. We have a whole cast of characters down there.
Ironcaster.
Yeah, Ironcaster, everybody.
Oh, we don't have that 70s
I can't see me.
Oh my god.
Dude,
I thought
they had him.
Put Daisy
okay, on the next version, Mark will put that in there, okay?
Yeah, well, thank you. It doesn't really matter. I was just joking.
Oh, yeah, we'll have you in the next version. We keep adding to the list if you look how long the list is down there.
I know.
We're going to hit our character limit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to get my channel link.
Yeah, throw your channel link in and I'll look at it. I'm so
then he'll save it to our master list.
I'll put it in right now. I mean, I can do tech support in the background. Yep.
Yeah,
that's Ash's job.
No. Ash is like Slurpee gives out Slurpees.
I'm just the team kid, Mark D with the team tech support.
I can't wait to torture Loki. I'm going to say this right now. They released a wallpaper for Fortnite, right? And one of the shadow of the secret skins is Loki.
Oh,
I commented on that, and then Loki saw it and liked the thing that I said because I did hashtag Loki, and he must have seen that, so he knows about it.
Yeah. I know. I can't wait.
Hey, Alpha. I haven't seen you in a while, brother.
Away, though, too. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I thought Fortnite was done with Marvel though. I thought they were just moving on to DC.
No, they're not.
Marvel
done
and
with
Fortnite are in the
Marvel.
same universe. Same with Star Wars. Remember that
Yeah.
the whole season, right?
True. You know,
Show me the money.
That's why I'm saying. So I thought they were done with Marvel for a long while.
But think about it. When does Loki
focus on other
series?
fran-
When does the Loki series come out, Ash?
Coming out soon, isn't
Oh,
it?
that's a good point.
What, like June 8th?
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
very
it was
true.
this next week.
Oh.
And the
I
new
see-
Fortnite
oh.
season's June 8th.
I
Yeah,
see
so
your point.
they're
there you go.
syncing
Yeah.
Loki and him up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you think that? Do you think Loki's going to be
It's
part
either
of
going
Battle
to be
Pass or
it's either
Item
going to be a secret skin or it's going to be a battle pass because they just when they did the update today, right? They changed the options now. You know the bundles at the bottom that you can't gift, like say the Joker packs, you can now gift them to people.
Really?
So that kind of falls in the monetization thing that if people want to get gift Loki, they can actually do it now. If
Hey,
that, I'm
Ash, you
guessing.
can, if I get on there, you can give me the DLC, dude.
Or you
so
wanna-
I can.
or
I
do
want
they
to
still
play the multiplayer with you guys. The
multiplayer is free.
It's not free for me, dude.
Save the world.
Yeah, I want to play Save the World.
Save
Yeah, I
the
wanna-
World is you still have time if you are you what is it for console?
Yeah, for Xbox, brother.
Well, if you buy the Fortnite crew in Fortnite, which is like $10, you get Save the World for free, I believe.
Okay,
That's
and
what
then
I
I
do
can
it-
play
do it
that
before-
with you guys.
do it
I can
tonight.
play that with you, Steven. Okay, I'll
Yeah,
go.
but we play Battle Royale. Jed, the door's always open for anyone who
I
wants
know.
to play with us. It's called Yelling at Friends for a reason. It's a place to
Yeah,
yell at
and
people.
I'm gonna be terrible at it because I have not played it that much at all. So
Well, I've been playing Save the World for years. I had the Founder Pack, and I loved playing that. But then there's not that many people to play, And then I played a little bit of Battle Royale, but I'll have to jump on with you at one point. But yeah, that would be fun if you could get that Jed. We could do both.
and then
because I love building the base and like defending the base and the hordes, hordes of monsters. That was
Home base defense is
home base
crazy
is
by the
fun.
time you get 9 or 10.
Come to think
it's
of
so
it,
much fun.
Come to think of it, we may even get enough people to have an entire team for the Royal Rumble because it's a 16 aside. We may have enough people to get 16.
Can you imagine having 16 people yelling in one chat? I have a hard enough time
You'd
with
have
10 or
Amanda,
11.
Steven, Explorer, me, you, Mark. Like,
have you guys ever watched when we have like 12 to 13 people in there and I'm sitting there going, I want to talk to the chat. It's fantastic. That's why yelling at friends works, right? Because I have to yell at people just to talk to
Yeah.
the chat.
That's the fun.
You guys are welcome.
That's
Have
the
fun.
fun.
you know,
Stream.
after Loki stream, I usually go to yours, Steven, to watch your Fortnite. So
It's a nightmare, but it's fun.
Yeah,
I
that's
actually had to
what's
put in
good
the
about it.
description now. The yelling and anger is not real. It's all character.
oh, were
Because
people
I've had
like
people come in there
actually
going, "Why are
thinking
you
you were
so-"
doing it on purpose?
I've had comments where people are like in the chat going, "Why are you being so mean to people?" I'm like, it literally is called yelling at friends.
Yeah.
But it's
Nice.
fun, right? It's fun. I like having people having a good time. Everyone's
It's not
welcome.
an act. He's being mean to me.
Oh, shut up, you victimizing.
Just don't honk at things, Ash.
No, Ash is good, and he hasn't been around. But like, yeah, we have Kate in there now, Rowan Ginger Raven. We have CJ in there now. Atlantean plays. Memes is joining us on Friday. There's a lot. Macany plays, and like, yeah, thank you. I didn't even know we're talking extended. But like, everyone's welcome there. I don't want anyone to feel like just because you don't have the game or you don't know how to play the game, you're not welcome. We'll
Yeah,
teach you.
I played the game like a couple times.
Dude.
Hey,
It's-
Mike
it's
just
all
popped
fun.
in here. Yo, beaches are still going on.
Well, I got a deck soon too. Anyways, because Comic Book Roundtable starts soon.
Yeah, I know.
I went to
it's
do yard work for a while, Mike, and I came back.
And Mark, please DM me.
Oh yeah,
as well.
I'll DM you right now so before I
Thank you.
forget. Yep, we'll do it. Yep.
Because I guess I can say it now. I'll be hosting a couple lunch tables, so I'll actually be needing guests for those ones. So I would like to actually have you on. And
That'd be
Ash,
fun,
don't go ooh after you play.
Dude, I would love to do a
look at
lunch
me.
table with you, Steven.
You were just in study hall.
I won't do lunch table with you.
Can I get on the bikini stream? Can I get on the
Can I
cheerleader
go-
stream?
You
Can I get
never
on your
go
hot
beyond
stream?
the bikini stream, man.
I'll wear your bikini.
Do you have a detention stream?
Yeah, I do. You know what it's called? I just mute everyone and go to sleep for an hour.
Can I go on the Fortnite streams? I've never been on them before.
Yeah.
Okay,
Gotta drop out,
Jordan.
guys. So thanks for having me on, guys. See you again soon. I hope.
Always a pleasure, 70s.
Great chatting.
Nobody
Hey,
commented.
70s, if I don't see you this way, I'll see you Friday, brother. Okay.
Oh, absolutely, mate. Yeah. And I was disappointed though nobody commented on my Ray picture.
I saw it.
I saw the side boob.
That's Ray as she should be.
I thought that was her arm crossed over, like she had a broken arm. I realized it's cleavage.
Is that the enhanced edition?
That's the enhanced edition of Ray. Yes, genetically enhanced.
Is that the 14 nipple?
Thanks to that photo, I did my research, and there's a lot of parody porn for The Force Awakens.
Oh yeah, there is.
It's force swollen. She's force swollen.
A lot better than the movie.
Right, guys, take care. Thanks for the stream.
May the boobs be with you.
Not all that wander are lost.
See you soon.
See you guys. Take care.
Take care.
Take care.
Okay. So okay.
Jed, you've made a great thing with Clobber in here. You guys have all made a great group of friends, and more are coming. Like on the study hall, you guys have something great. Don't ever give it up.
Oh,
and Pablo, I'm gonna comb your hair one day. I swear to God, I'm gonna find it. I'm like my precious for the whole 2 hours.
Well, that's the reason why we always invite you, Steven, because literally you're part of the channel now, dude, whether you like it or not.
You're one of us.
You're one of us now. You know that, right? You're one of us now, like literally.
You are here, you want it or not.
I'm not one of you until I get a 3D printed item. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm grifting right now.
Sure.
Okay, Mark.
I gotta print that Darth Vader pen holder. That was cool.
Oh. It's not the one where you stick the pen in his butt, is it?
No, that's the one where he's kneeling and he's holding.
Oh yeah, you like that.
He's gonna give you he's gonna give you the Doomsday dildo. You
No.
know?
This is not how we close the show.
Doomsday machine.
Tune in next week where Fat Steven rotates on the Doom machine.
Come on, this is serious stuff here. It's a craftsmanship, not.
Dearest goes, we've been listening for like 5 hours. I even took a nap after work, listened to my sleep, and you guys are still going.
All right, you close it out. I do have to get going for.
Okay,
close it out. Yep.
Okay,
you guys are great. Your chat's
Steven, stuff. Proud of what your stuff's going to be for this week.
I'm everywhere and nowhere. I'm always lurking. I don't need to pimp myself out. This is your channel. And honestly, I'm just happy to be able to talk to people. That's what it is. I just finished recording and jumped here. So, yeah.
He doesn't need to pimp himself out because he's already pimped out with loads of
I swear to God, I will backhand you so hard you will taste curry in your next life.
I love you.
He already tastes curry in his next life.
I bet you're a dirty boy. I actually just like getting spanked over the knee.
Oh, yeah.
Put the lotion on.
We'll save that talk for when we go off air.
I'm going to comb his hair and spank
him. Pablo, do you have anything to pimp yourself out better?
Oh, yeah. Mi message español, my channel Geek Tropology. I will run whenever I see you with a comb.
With a comb? What?
Yeah. Oh. With a comb. A comb. For my accent.
With a thumb. With a comb.
With a tongue. Well, if I see fat Steven Seagal coming at me with a tongue, yeah, I'm wrong.
A thong.
Hey, Pablo, I'll come in and be like, this time you can wear the mask.
Oh,
wow. Never eating cheesecake again. You ruined that fast.
Hey, Mark, you wanna do the
I was on. I had a video a couple days ago on Batmobiles and the Batmobile collection. So you were on that with Clobby. So if you haven't watched that, you can check.
I end up
that
on
out.
his stream that he does now. So me and Clobber end up on that one too.
It was fun. Yeah, it was fun to hang out. And
That's another one we're on now.
Batmobiles. Yeah. So we went a lot longer than I thought, but we had a great time. And probably my next one will be on some Mego figures and things like that. So I like, some of the things we talk about here, then I go in a little more detail on my channel.
So you'll see us talking about Mego figures this next week, probably.
Yeah. Raquel will have to come on to that one too. Yep.
Yeah, we'll have Raquel, me, Mike. Should I
use StreamYard or should I use OBS Ninja?
StreamYard, please, not OBS. Oh, for fuck's
What are you
sake.
trying to do to us, man? What the
I know. He's like, I'm gonna make this as complicated as I can.
You know how long I lasted in OBS. I lasted in OBS 5 minutes. I was like, no, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, fuck OBS, man.
No,
seriously.
OBS is completely fine if all you're doing is streaming gameplay and gameplay alone.
Yes.
If you're trying to use like a setup and overlays and different little images here on the screen, you might try to make it nice. Then that's where it gets complicated, and that's when you get your issues.
The guests are the tricky thing too. Yeah, guests.
Yeah.
I got it to work finally, but where's
I got it to work. After people tell me I cannot hear them for 30 minutes.
I think Mark is planning a whole stream, Jet, just to watch you have a nervous breakdown while trying to figure out what's an overlay. Why am I not getting the Obi-Wan on my screen? Who is Jim? Why does he keep trying to enter my chat? What's going on?
Ash, do you have anything you want to say?
I don't know. What? No, I'm not gonna play victim. I do that enough. In fact, Stephen bullies me enough. It's fine.
Oh, you just did it again. You just said you're not gonna play victim. You just did it again. You dick.
Love me too. I've got my own personal channel, Ash Singh. You can find me Ash Singh on Twitter, Instagram, and all the social media webs. Other than that, I'm here on Pop Culture Archivists, usually every Sunday, and on Thursdays, Global Geek Gang with Jed and the beautiful people that are here usually. And yeah, I'm usually about on the fandom, Fat Steven's channel. Fortnite.
Don't forget Saturday with Pablo too.
Hang on, I'm getting to it. I'm on the Saturdays with T-shirt Historians channel. I'm on Saturday with Pablo's channel now. I'm basically everywhere.
Yeah, me and Ash are everywhere, like all around the fucking thing. So now it's my turn.
I'm a kid with too many responsibilities.
So okay. Today was a special day. We usually don't do things on like weekdays that much, but if it's a special occasion, we do it. Like today. It was a special occasion today, so I was like,
Star Wars, the real Star Wars Day.
Yeah.
You guys have fun. I do gotta go. I'm sorry.
Take care, Fred.
Okay, go, brother. We'll talk to you in a bit. Bye.
Ash is so mean to me. Ash is such a bush.
Darth
Somebody shoved some cheesecake in his mouth.
Darth wants a crash course in OBS. Maybe we could do a stream on OBS so you can help me, Jen.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I want to crash course in OBS as well. I need to learn how to use better. Teach us the ways, Mark.
Yep.
So today was a special day, so yeah, we're trying to do more things, but yeah, we're slowly trying to figure things out.
We're having fun.
Yeah, we're having fun, and we did like a 5-hour stream. 30 minutes or shit. So Thursday, we're on the Global Geek Gang, all of us mostly. Pablo too, because Pablo's part of the crew now. So
thank you, man.
So he's like one of us. So, and then on Friday, I'm on Father Christopher's in the afternoon before Friday Night Tights. Afterwards, after Friday Night Tights, I'm on Nick's. If he doesn't do that, I go straight over to Foul Ball, and then we have just a total toxic male bullshit shitfest over there. So go over there and find us over there. And on Saturdays now, me and Ash both are on Pablo's first, and then T-shirts after Pablo's. So, and then Sunday is our big stream of the week. This might be our big stream of the week. I don't know. You might just, But Sundays we do Sun. We still haven't came up with Sun for Sunday yet, so. So we don't know.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We usually figure it out about a day or two before, so yeah. But let me see. I'm trying to find that new thing you gave me, Mark. Okay. How long is it? 30 seconds?
40 seconds, yeah, because we went so long, we don't need to play the long outro, right?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we already did. This is the new outro that he put together for us. So, here we go. See everybody.
Take care.
See you.
Take care, everyone.
Thanks for watching.
Bye.